Chapter 251 Lingbo Weibu. Hideki helplessly held his forehead, not expecting that his worst guess would come true. Well, I accepted the compensation from the Hyga clan before, which means they don't owe me anything. And preventing me from becoming a jonin is indeed the simplest way to suppress the development of Kame Senryu. It seems that the other party has already known the rapid progress of the children, so they are a little anxious, so they use this not so good method. However, this assessment does not prohibit cooperative teaming. Whether you can quickly convince others to form an alliance with yourself, or even just simple connections and luck, is also one of the manifestations of the ability of a jonin. So being able to reunite and find me so quickly is also the ability of them who have the Byakugan. Even if I am eliminated because of this, no one will think it is unfair. So Hideki can only rely on himself to solve the crisis in front of him. For these branch family members, he knew that he could not convince them with words, and finally just smiled slightly, and then... whoosh! Hideki flashed and tried to pass between two Hyga clan ninjas. However, the four people who had opened their Byakugan obviously saw through his intentions. The two closest to him blocked his way, and the two farther away attacked from behind. And their formation did not change, still forming a cross to surround Hideki. After blocking Hideki's way, the four said in unison. Soft fist technique, 4 symbols formation. Then they took different stances and attacked Hideki from the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and northeast. Palm, fist, finger, elbow. 4 different soft fist techniques attacked Hideki at the same time. Even Hideki, whose physical skills have improved a lot recently, could only barely parry and dodge for a moment, without any chance to fight back. Because their techniques seemed to be used at the same time, they actually slightly staggered the timing of the attack. This made it impossible for Hideki to dodge all attacks with a single evasive action to get a chance to counterattack. Every time he just dodged a push palm, the next acupuncture point had already come. And even though they were surrounded by 4 people, they were still quite cautious, leaving room for defense and change of tactics in their attacks. This made it impossible for Hideki to counterattack while parrying with the Thousand Threads hand. Although this also made their attacks less fierce. But with the cooperation of the 4, Hideki's room for evasion and parrying was constantly reduced. It seemed that he would be hit by them in a few rounds. At least, in theory. In fact, the 4 quickly fought with Hideki for dozens of rounds, but they still couldn't completely force him into a desperate situation. The reason was that whenever they were about to succeed, Hideki would use extremely strange body movements. Sometimes he was clearly rushing forward, but his body retreated quickly. Sometimes he was clearly dodging to the left, but his body slid to the right. The Byakugan of the Hyga clan has a strong insight, and can often predict the opponent's subsequent actions based on the subtle changes in his body. And this is the root of the legend in the ninja world that Byan can see through the future. But now their insight, which they are proud of, is completely useless on Hideki. This insight even had the opposite effect, so that Hideki could repeatedly dodge their encirclement. Hinata-gan, who originally did not intend to waste words with Hideki, could not help but say, "What a wonderful footwork! Can you tell us the name of this move?" However, he did not stop attacking while he was talking, and even wanted to disrupt Hideki's rhythm through words. However, he did not know that the reason why Hideki used this move to deal with them was to observe their soft fist techniques at close range. So of course he did not mind it, and also told him kindly. "It's not wonderful. This is actually a new footwork I learned when teaching the children the instant body technique recently, called instant step and lingha." Yes, the footwork used by Hideki at this time is the same as the instant body technique he taught the children. It's just that this is not just the A-level instant body technique that the children dream of instant step. It is an upgraded version of instant step, and Hideki has incorporated a technique similar to the Thousand Threads hand to make chakra smooth. This way, he can make the space between the soles of his shoes and the ground as smooth as ice. So even if he makes a sudden change of direction, he will be hit by it as slippery and ineffective. After that, as long as the suction and repulsion are switched according to the situation, this strange body movement that completely reverses the logic can be achieved. The most interesting thing is that although the Hyga clan can see through the flow of chakra, it is still difficult to distinguish their characteristics. So even if they perceive the principle of this step, they have no way to crack it. It is worth mentioning that the inspiration of this body movement, like its name, comes from the Lingbo Weibu and Tianlong Babu. Of course, the Lingbo Weibu in the original work is too fantasy, and Hideki only borrowed its unexpected essence. As Luo Shenfu says. Stop flying like a duck, floating like a god. Lingbo Weibu, silk socks are covered with dust. Move without a fixed rule, sometimes dangerous and sometimes safe. It is difficult to advance or stop, sometimes going and sometimes returning. It is a coincidence that the 6 meridians divine sword, Biming magic, plus this Lingbo Weibu. Duan Yu's 3 unique skills have more or less given Heidke a lot of inspiration. Heidke was even a little embarrassed because he had taken so much advantage of the opponent. And Heidke's instant step Lingha was actually just a new creation. But under the training of the 4-man formation of Ganwen Kui Shan of the Haiga clan, his understanding and proficiency of it were also rapidly improving, which was a blessing in disguise. Just like Duan Yu, he could not defeat his opponent with Lingha Weibu alone. After all, 2 fists can never beat 8 hands. It was not a big problem for Heidke to deal with them with this move. But once he wanted to attack, he would reveal a flaw, and the opponent would take advantage of it. So after seeing their soft fist techniques, Heidke also thought about how to end this farce. He suddenly shook his sleeves, and a scroll appeared in his hand, and he was about to open it. Just this action made Haiga Gan see the flaw, and he quickly changed his moves and swung a palm to hit him head-on. However, his action was still a little slow. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke exploded in front of Heidke. Then a figure emerged from it, just blocking Hinata Gan's attack. The sudden change made the 4 people retreat a few steps in tacit understanding, staring at the newly appeared figure vigilantly. But when the white smoke completely dissipated, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Because it was a figure that looked exactly like Kimura Heidke. Shadow clone? No. Under the vision of the Byakugan, the 4 of them could clearly see how many secret mechanisms were hidden in that lifelike body with all the internal organs. More importantly, the chakra line between Kimura Heidke and the puppet was also clearly visible in their eyes. So there is no doubt that this is just a puppet. This guy finally got serious. To be honest, the 4 of them were actually relieved at this time. After all, Kimura Heidke, the puppeteer, actually relied on physical skills to deal with them for so long, which really made them doubt their lives. What about the puppeteer who is not good at close combat? If Heidke knew what they were thinking, he would definitely shake his head and smile. Is puppetry so inconvenient? Even the puppetry he was going to perform next still had the ability to refresh the 4 people's 3 views. Because the next moment they saw Heidke and the puppet standing back to back, and at the same time posing a physical stance. And the puppet was posing the Konoha-style hard fist stance. And Heidke's body was posing the Haiga clan's soft fist stance. Heidke and the puppets were posing a hard and soft stance, smiling and saying to the 4 people who were already stunned. I heard that you call this the 4 symbols formation. That's a coincidence, because my move is called the exercise of the 2 symbols dance. 2 symbols vs. 4 symbols, it seems that this will be an interesting duel. Chapter 252 2 symbols dance. 2 symbols. Yin and Yang? When Hinata Gan heard the name, he roughly understood Heidke's idea of the 2 symbols dance. The puppets use hard fists, and the puppeteers use soft fists. The 2 cooperate with each other, and the combination of hardness and softness is indeed quite difficult. But Hinata Gan didn't think so. After all, this is only the most ideal situation. Even if Kimura Heidke's puppet control level is superb, he should not be able to make the puppets perform fine physical movements that are no different from real people. Not to mention that in addition to controlling the puppets, he himself has to perform complex soft fists and cooperate with the puppets' hard fists. Just imagining it, Hinata Gan felt a headache. Unless Kimura Heidke has more brains than ordinary people, it is impossible to realize such a fantasy. It seems that even a genius like Kimura Heidke sometimes comes up with some unreliable moves. Now he will use this move, probably because he has the strange footwork just now as a backup, so he wants to try the newly developed moves. Although this contempt made Hinata Gan a little annoyed, he also understood that this was a good opportunity. God knows how many cards this guy has, just in time to take him down when he uses a losing move. After making a conclusion in his heart, Hinata Gan secretly winked at his companions. Then suddenly the 4 of them flashed forward again and launched a siege on Heidke and the puppet. Under their cover, Hinata Gan directly hit the puppet with a palm. Bang! To his surprise, the puppet actually used a hardline parry to block his palm, and then immediately sent a straight punch towards his chest. Hinata Gan was surprised, but still subconsciously used the soft fist force relieving technique to block. Who knew that this straight punch did not? It was as simple as he imagined, but it suddenly accelerated halfway. He was hit in the chest without warning, groaned in pain, and took several steps back. Hinata-gan quickly stood firm, but his eyes were still full of doubt. Although the moves of Gang Chuan are straightforward, real masters of physical skills can often make simple moves unpredictable by adjusting speed and rhythm. Just like what the puppet in front of him just did. Seeing that the puppet was still showing him a weird smile, Hinata-gan was even more confused. Is this thing that can perform exquisite Gang Chuan really just a simple puppet? The answer, of course, is no. In fact, Hinata-gan is already quite close to the truth, but the common sense of the ninja world still constrains his imagination. Because this is indeed not an ordinary puppet controlled by chakra lines, but a puppet clone of Hideki. With a shadow clone directly controlling the puppet core, this puppet clone can certainly make precise movements that are difficult for ordinary puppets to achieve. As for the chakra line connecting Hideki and the puppet, in addition to concealing the secret of the puppet clone, it actually has many wonderful uses. Attack the main body first. Hinata-gan gave instructions directly, and then instantly moved forward, and once again formed a four-elephant formation with the other three to besiege Hideki. Hideki Kimura's puppet was too weird, and no one knew what secrets it hid. So he decided to use the usual tactics against puppeteers, restraining the puppet and going straight to the main body. He didn't believe that Hideki Kimura's self-taught soft fist could be so powerful while controlling the puppet. So the four people quickly changed their formations, with Hinata-shan responsible for restraining the puppet, and the other three raised their palms to attack Hideki. Thousands of threads of hand. Hideki smiled slightly when he saw this, then wrapped his arm with chakra lines and drew a circle on his chest without panic. The soft fists of the three members of the Hyuga clan were not vegetarians either. The push palms that condensed a large amount of chakra concealed several forces and changes. They all tried their best to show Hideki what a real soft fist is. However, the moment when the fists and palms intersected and the chakras collided, their original confidence was immediately replaced by horror. Because they immediately noticed the strangeness of the chakra in Hideki's hand. The chakra lines that were as fine and smooth as silk made their exquisite strength completely useless. Even under the force of Hideki, they couldn't help but hit each other at their companions. Fortunately, their formation moves always had spare power, so they finally retracted their strength in time and did not cause too much damage. However, the psychological blow that Hideki had just caused them was actually heavier than the physical blow. Although the Hyuga clan has now opened up some of its soft fists in order to compete for students to learn the breathing method. But that is only the basics after all. They still feel bitter when such a move that uses the opponent's force to counter the opponent's force and has already grasped the essence of soft fist appears in the hands of others. The only thing that comforts them a little is that Kimura Hideki obviously takes a different path from them. Although it is clever to use smooth chakra to unload the force, it is also more limited and cannot be used as freely as ordinary chakra. So after the first encounter, they gradually adapted to this fake soft fist and adjusted their positions to avoid accidentally hurting friendly forces. However, even so, they still found it difficult to break through Hideki's defense. The key is that Kimura Hideki and the puppet cooperated perfectly, leaving them no chance at all. If they were to fight alone, they would have the confidence to win both Hideki's hard fist and soft fist. And the four of them have been practicing formations together since childhood, and have the powerful insight given by the white eyes. In terms of tacit cooperation, they are even confident that they can surpass the cooperation between the ordinary ninja's main body and shadow clone. But Hideki, the puppeteer, and the puppet, the natural cooperation between soft fist and hard fist, are better than them. The power of the two alone can stop the siege of the four of them. The name of the two yin dance is really not in vain. In fact, they are not wrong. If Hideki only cooperates with the puppet clone normally, it will definitely not be able to achieve this level of tacit cooperation. The real secret is that Hideki also activated the telepathic technique at the same time. Through the chakra line connecting the main body and the puppet, Hideki and the puppet clone can also share thoughts in real time during the battle. Compared to the four members of the Hyuga clan who need to convey information through micro-expressions, Hideki and the clone can achieve perfect cooperation with just a thought. Even similar to Nagato Pain's 6 Paths of Samsara, Hideki also gained a nearly 360-degree field of vision by standing back-to-back with the puppet clone, which was even more impeccable. If the Hyuga clan knew this news, they would probably be very angry again. The four people of Ganwen Kui-shan could not attack for a long time, but Hideki seemed to be using them as a whetstone. His soft fist skills were constantly improving, making them more and more anxious. After exchanging glances, they could only make a final struggle and set their sights on the chakra line, another major weakness of the puppeteer besides the main body. Although Hideki and the puppet have been trying to keep their backs to back, but the four of them are connected. Through tacit cooperation, they managed to keep a distance between Hideki and the puppet. Hinata knew that the opportunity was not to be missed, and he came between the two in an instant. Several fragile chakra lines were right in front of him. He quickly raised the hand knife with a lot of chakra, and then swung it down fiercely. Chapter 253 Close Combat Puppet Master. However, at the moment when the hand knife was swung down, Hinata-gan's eyes saw that the chakra lines suddenly became thicker, and it was obvious that more chakra was infused. He felt something was wrong in his heart, but it was too late to change his moves. Then the hand knife touched the chakra line, and instantly there was a sticky and elastic touch. So not only could he not cut them in half, but his palm was stuck to the chakra line and could not move. Do you know? Hideki's voice suddenly sounded, there are actually some spiders in the world that are quite smart. They will cooperate to weave a big web to hunt together. And this is actually the inspiration and real use of my two-way dance. Because as long as the problem of the close combatability of the puppet and the main body is solved, then the chakra line that can connect the two at close range will turn from the biggest weakness of the puppeteer into the strongest weapon. It's a pity that they couldn't hear Hideki's kind explanation at all. Haigagan was trying to break free from the chakra line, but he was getting deeper and deeper. The other three people also launched a strong attack when they saw this, trying to buy time for Haigagan. However, Hideki had roughly figured out their soft fist skills and was in no mood to continue to spar with them. Sure enough, it was only a special case like Niji who could develop the main family's moves on his own. Normal Haiga branch ninjas can only master ordinary soft fists, and the moves are unexpectedly monotonous. Hideki and the puppet clone acted at the same time, and the four hands wove a huge sticky spider web together, sticking to each other between punches and kicks. Originally, the four people were already struggling to deal with Hideki and the puppet clone's hard and soft boxing. Now, with the spider web that was difficult to hit and difficult to dodge, it was even more difficult to resist. Finally, they found a way to break it. It was to cover the body with chakra, and cut off that part of the chakra the moment it was stuck by the spider web. It was a pity that most of their hands and feet were entangled in spider silk at this time, and they were powerless to save the situation. More importantly, after Hideki took out the tricks such as instant step, two-element dance, and thousands of threads, they realized the gap between the two sides. Especially the two-element dance. Puppet, the main body and the chakra line are all killer moves that can attack and defend at the same time, and there is no chance to take advantage of them. Even the three can cooperate with each other to burst out more powerful power. To a certain extent, this has solved several weaknesses that have troubled puppet masters for many years. And Kimura Hideki, who did this, undoubtedly opened up a unique path called melee puppeteer. Although it is estimated that it cannot be popularized, after the breathing method, there is also such a breakthrough in the puppetry of the profession. Such a rare genius is no longer something they can deal with. The most obvious evidence is that there are still many mechanisms hidden in the puppet, but not even one of them was used just now. So perhaps they had no chance of winning since the failed sneak attack at the beginning. A moment later, Ganwen Kui-shan and the other four were firmly tied up by Hideki with the tough hungry ghost vine. Once they want to use chakra to get out, the vine will quickly tighten, which will definitely not be too comfortable. It seems that you didn't put the stars on your body. Did you hide them somewhere in advance? After searching with chakra lines again, Hideki realized this troublesome problem. He said with a little helplessness. If you can hand it over and promise not to attack me again, I can let you go free. With your white eyes, there should be hope to collect 10 stars in the next period of time. Hinata judged that Hideki was not lying by observing his micro-expressions, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Naive? No, it should be more of confidence. This Kimura Hideki is confident that even if they break the contract, they can beat them again. Although this is obviously naked contempt, after seeing the gap between the two sides, the four people really can't get angry. But for this win-win suggestion, Hinata could only shake his head and said. In order to prevent this situation from happening now, we have destroyed all the stars. Hideki lost interest instantly after hearing this. On the one hand, it was because he could also see that the other party was not lying, and it turned out to be a waste of time after fighting for a long time. But more importantly, Hideki suddenly realized that the other party came to participate in this Jonin assessment just for him. Perhaps the Hyga clan had no intention of letting them be promoted from the beginning. As a branch family, they probably can't decide whether to be promoted or not. Just like they all have very good talents, but can only use the most basic soft fist. No wonder it's easy for the Hyga clan to produce a jonin, but it's hard to produce a cage-level strongman. Such a waste of talent really makes Hideki feel sad for them. It's a pity that he can't change anything now, so he doesn't want to give these caged birds chicken soup. Before, he thought that he would be able to collect all the stars after this fight, so he was interested in observing their soft fists and trying out his new moves. Now that there was no profit, he was too lazy to talk to them. After throwing them onto the tree and picking out the star from the tree trunk, Hideki walked towards the tower. Only the 4 members of the Hyga clan were left, watching his rapidly disappearing back, with mixed feelings in their hearts. It was almost 12 o'clock. At the entrance of the tower in the Death Forest, several candidates who had passed the exam had appeared. Akimichi Choza and Inyazuka-ja were among them. At this moment, the examiner, Yui Shinku, suddenly appeared. After a quick look around, he saw no sign of Kimura Hideki, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. In recent months, his daughter Yui Hong has been bragging about the magic of her teacher Hideki, which made him a little jealous. Now it seems that guy is not omnipotent. After all, the ninja world respects strength. No matter how good the talent for invention is, if it cannot be converted into one's own strength, it will not be presentable. It seems that teacher Hideki is still too young, and it is too early for him to participate in the Jonin examination. Thinking of this, Yui Shinku took out a pocket watch. Seeing that it was already 12 o'clock, he was about to announce the end of the examination. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed in front of the tower, and it was Hideki himself. It was not that he deliberately made a brilliant appearance at the end. It was just that he consumed a lot in the battle with the 4 Hyga people. In order to cope with the next exam, Hideki could only save chakra. So he didn't look for others to rob, and didn't dare to use large-scale perception ninjutsu. He spent a lot of time on gathering stars and almost didn't make it. So, in fact, the conspiracy of the Hyga clan almost succeeded. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Yui Shinku was slapped in the face, but she just looked at Hideki deeply, then coughed a few times and announced calmly. Time is up, congratulations on passing the first exam. I believe you should all realize that the focus of the first exam is to test your personal ability. And the next second exam is to test your ability to cooperate. After all, personal ability has its limits. Whether you can quickly cooperate with other ninjas and exert the strength of 1 + 1 greater than 2 is also an important quality to become a jonin. And the assessment method is very simple, that is, you will draw lots again and form a temporary team to complete an A-level task. And each team will be equipped with a jonin, but he will only serve as an examiner and will not interfere with your tasks. After that, Yui Shinku took out a box and asked everyone to start drawing lots. Hideki and others naturally had no objections, and they all stepped forward one by one to draw lots. After the draw, everyone reported their numbers, and Hideki was surprised to find a good news. It was him, Choza, and Ja Sr. who both drew number 1 and were assigned to the first team. This is a sure thing. With teammates like this, I guess I can finish the exam by just slacking off. Hideki, Choza, and Inyazuka-ja all looked at the other two with smiles on their faces, and they all had the same idea in their hearts. But Hideki soon stopped laughing. Because Yui Shinku then announced the names of each group of examiners. The examiner of the first team, Hyga Hisashi. Chapter 254 An Easy Task. Hyga Hisashi? Hideki couldn't help but grin in his heart. The Hyga clan is completely against him, right? But on second thought, sending someone to participate in the Jonin exam is fine. It would be difficult for even the Hyga clan to directly control the arrangements of the Jonin exam. So is this just a little joke God played on him? After comforting himself, Hideki heard Yui Shinku continue to say. Then finally, the task content of each group. Who knew that at this moment, an Anbu ninja suddenly appeared and handed him a note. After taking a look, Yui Shinku frowned and said. The situation has changed. The Hokage directly instructed that the tasks of the second assessment will be adjusted, but the specific content must be kept secret for the time being. But it's not a big problem. You should prepare according to the A-level tasks of short-term combat first, and gather at the gate of Konoha at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Your examiner will have further instructions at that time. Hideki and the others were confused and felt that there must be something fishy. But they knew that since it involved confidentiality, no matter what they asked now, they would not get an answer. Due to the urgency of time, everyone did not dwell too much and quickly set off to return to the village to prepare. Hideki, who was walking at the end, spread his hands helplessly, lamenting how his Jonin assessment was so full of disasters. After leaving the forest of death, Hideki did not go back to the orphanage directly, but went to the village first. Considering that this mission might take some time, Hideki first found Fugaku. In addition to asking him to continue to let the police officers assist the children in their collection and training, Hideki also asked him to help look after the orphanage. Senior Dai lacked experience, Nono's identity was awkward, and Kushina was difficult to show up. Now the most reliable person was really only Fugaku. Fugaku naturally agreed solemnly, and reminded Hideki to be more prepared, as if he knew some inside information. However, Hideki did not delve into it. After all, it was he will get the details from Hisashi soon. Then he returned to the orphanage and announced that he would be away for a few days on a mission. After explaining the training matters and telling the children to practice hard, Hideki began to pack his luggage again. Because he didn't know the specific content of the mission, he, who was always cautious, took almost all situations into consideration and packed various ninja tools and materials to take away. Even though most of them were stored in the seal scroll, his backpack was still full. It was almost 3 o'clock soon. After saying goodbye to everyone, Hideki came to the gate of the village. Although he was not late, when Hideki arrived, the other teams had already left, leaving only Akimichi Choza, Inyazuka-ja, and Hisashi Hinata waiting for him. Hisashi still had a polite and distant look, and seemed to not care at all about Hideki defeating Ganbun Kyushin and the other 4. Seeing Hideki coming, he just nodded, and then said to the 3 people. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Time is tight, I will tell you the content of the mission on the way. Hideki and the other 2 had no objection, and after greeting each other, they immediately set off and headed northwest of the village. If the leader Hisashi hadn't taken them on a long detour, then the destination would most likely be the grass country, located northwest of the fire country. After the 4 flew through the dense forest for a long time, Hisashi opened his Byakugan and looked around to make sure there was nothing unusual before he began to explain. You all should know that Konoha has been fighting Iwagakure in the grass country recently. Tomorrow, the Konoha ninjas on the front line will launch a large-scale attack on the Iwagakure position. It will definitely attract the attention of most of the enemy's troops at that time. So the village is also preparing to send multiple teams deep into the hinterland to take the opportunity to eliminate the strongholds set up by Iwagakure in the grass country in one go. If it succeeds, whether Iwagakure is willing or not, they will have to stay calm for a while. Because of the shortage of manpower, the Hokage will temporarily ask you to help and make this the content of the second assessment. Hideki and the other 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Seeing that everyone was mysterious, they thought that the Hokage was going to make some big news, but it turned out that he just asked them to play a supporting role. Generally, there are only a few ninjas guarding such strongholds. Unless it is a strategic location, there is no jonin at all. It is simply a free point. However, Hideki and the other 2 did not take it lightly and began to discuss seriously. The specific battle plan will have to wait until they arrive. Now the main thing is to determine the captain and the basic division of labor and tactics. Senior Ja immediately said that he had to concentrate on searching for the enemy and had no energy to be the captain. And Ding Zhou even said that he was just a perennial thug. What is a captain? Can he eat it? So Hideki, who always preferred to be a dog-headed military strategist, had to take on the responsibility of the captain. After becoming the captain, he set up a formation for the team. Then please take charge of the front line, and pay attention to the movements ahead with Wangkei, Senior Ja. Wangkei is the crooked ninja dog of Inyazuka-ja, and the name was suggested by Hideki. Then, as the backbone, you, Choza, will be responsible for paying attention to the situation on the left and cooperating with Senior Ja's attack. The last one is me, responsible for the situation on the right and the rear. The 3 of them immediately adjusted their positions according to the formation, and Hayashi was between Choza and Hideki, and he also opened his Byakugan to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Of course, if they waited for him to remind them, the 3 of them would definitely lose a lot of points. After they were ready, the 4 of them sped up again, turning into 4 afterimages and flying forward in the forest. There are so few places in the ninja world that can be expanded, and it's barely enough for me to toss. Although Uchiha Madara's words were a bit second year, they were not without reason. In the original work, even if Naruto and his friends had to take into account Dazna's speed, they only took a month to reach the Land of Waves. If the normal marching speed of the ninja was used, it would only take 3 days to get from Konoha to Tsunagakure. If they were at full speed, they could even arrive in half a day. So even though Choza's speed was average in the team, by late night, the 4 of them had already reached the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass. Although in order to avoid meeting the ninjas from Uegakure or Kyusagakure in the Land of Grass, they might have to take a detour. But they also had enough time to reach the place where the mission was to be carried out. So after discussing, the 4 of them decided to rest and recuperate on the spot. Hideki, do you still have chakra to use that? When it came to rest, Inyazuka Jab asked Hideki with a smile. Hideki knew that he wanted to give himself a chance to show off, so that he would not be criticized by Hisashi even if he completed the mission and could not become a jonin. Although it felt like a groundless worry, Niji's father would not do such a thing. But now Hideki did have more chakra, so he decided to follow Jab's suggestion and use a move he hadn't used for a long time. He first found a flat piece of land, then made a seal with both hands and slapped the ground. Earth Escape Technique, 3 rooms and 1 hall underground. Chapter 255 A Troublesome Mission. The ground shook slightly, but no changes were seen on the surface. After more than a minute, Hideki breathed a sigh of relief and waved his hand to create a big hole, and then jumped straight in. Inyazuka-ja smiled but said nothing. Hisashi had already opened his white eyes to look underground, and his expression was a little bit amused. Only Choza was a little confused, and decided to open a bag of potato chips to calm down. After a few minutes, Hideki's voice came from the cave. Everyone can come in. Inyazuka-ja jumped in first, followed by Hisashi and Choza. The 3 of them came to the cave, and under the illumination of the chandelier set by Hideki, they found that the underground had become a cave with a large space. The soil here should have been pressed on the walls around, becoming quite solid. And you can see that the layout here is particularly exquisite, and it is divided into 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, bathroom, and toilet, which makes Choza marvel. Even Inyazuka-ja felt a little surprised. Because compared with the past, this cave has not only become larger, but also has many more tables, chairs, and beds made of rock sand, which is more comfortable and exquisite. At this time, Hideki was placing boundary stone floating cannons around the cave to create a simple warning and hidden soundproof barrier, which made Hisashi nod secretly. Finally, Hideki made a seal again to block the hole in the ceiling, and explained casually. I set the vent under the roots of nearby trees, so you don't have to worry about suffocation and exposure. Inyazuka Jab sat down comfortably, and then smiled at Hisashi. Examiner, this trick should give Hideki a lot of points. Hisashi nodded. Being able to quickly create such a safe and comfortable hiding place is indeed a big plus for the teamwork assessment. Seeing Hisashi's frankness, Inyazuka Jab felt a little bored. So the 4 of them started to eat the late dinner. Although they couldn't light a fire to cook, Hideki and Choza packed a lot of food with storage scrolls, so it was quite rich. After Hideki and Choza exchanged and shared their favorite delicacies, they appreciated each other and recognized each other's taste. After the meal, everyone took turns to take a bath in the bathroom with the water in the storage scroll. Even Hayashi was speechless at this moment. Good sleep and delicious meals can indeed improve the combat effectiveness of ninjas. But isn't taking a bath a bit too luxurious? Even the Hyuga clan, which has been passed down for thousands of years and pays attention to the style of aristocratic families, also sleeps in the open air when they go on missions, and is not very particular. According to the current situation, Hideki is more like the one from the aristocratic family. Hideki didn't feel anything wrong. It was okay if he didn't have the conditions before, but now that he has the ability, why not let himself live a better life? Especially bathing. Hideki, who bathed every day in his previous life, could not stand the ninjas not bathing for days or even weeks when they were on a mission. However, seeing that the 3 of them were amazed at the various places in the basement and praised them repeatedly, Hideki was also thinking, and felt that perhaps this was also a business opportunity. At noon the next day, perhaps because they had a good rest, the 4 of them moved forward very quickly and had already entered the Grass Kingdom and came to a hidden valley on the border between it and the Land of Earth. It is said that one of the enemy's strongholds is in this valley. Because Hayashi did not get more specific information from the intelligence team, Hideki could only send Senior Ja to explore the surrounding area first. After a long while, in the crown of a hidden tree, the figures of Inyazuka Ja and Wang Kei flashed, but their expressions were much more solemn than when they left. Are you sure the intelligence team is not wrong? He scratched his head frantically. How come I just got a little closer and I could sense the presence of at least dozens of people in the valley? And there must be several Jonin-level masters in there, otherwise Wang Kei wouldn't be so scared. Wang Kei also whimpered at the right time and hugged Inyazuka-ja's thighs tightly. It's a pity that with its ferocious appearance, it's hard to tell how scared it is. Fortunately, Hideki and the others did not question Inyazuka-ja's statement, because before him, Hisashi also said similar information. I just told Hideki and the others. Hisashi said to Inyazuka-ja, there is a large perception interference barrier in that valley, and even my Byakugan can't see through the situation inside. The other 4 major ninja villages have been fighting with Konoha for many years, and they naturally have precautions against the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Especially after the destruction of the Whirlpool country, a lot of knowledge of sealing techniques flowed into various parts of the ninja world, and they all mastered the technology of perception interference barriers. However, this barrier is expensive and difficult to cast. So it should not be so luxurious that it can be set up in an ordinary base. So this also means that the intelligence of the intelligence team may be wrong. This is not an ordinary small base, but a key location. Of course, there is another situation, that is, a large army happens to pass through here, and the barrier actually belongs to that army. In any case, the difficulty of this mission has completely exceeded the scope of A level. This made Hideki complain in his heart. To be honest, he has never encountered such a bloody plot where the difficulty of the mission suddenly increased. I didn't expect that one day this kind of disaster star physique exclusive to the protagonist would fall on him. And Inyazuka-ja suddenly realized a problem and stared at Hisashi and said, Hisashi, don't you want to ask about our mission? Telling us this now, do you want to terminate the mission? Then what about our Jonin assessment? Hisashi said lightly at this point, do you still think it's possible to complete the mission? Inyazuka-ja gritted his teeth and said, we can't beat them because they have more people, but we can wait for them to leave to support the front line and then sneak attack the stronghold. Hisashi shook his head and said, we are here because the main forces of both sides are fighting. If we don't leave now, we will be attacked from both sides when the Uegakure ninja retreats. By then, let alone completing the mission, even whether we can return to Konoha alive will become a problem. Then Hisashi said in a slightly slower tone. In fact, you don't have to worry. In this case, if you apply for a retry, the Hokage should understand. But Inyazuka-ja is a little muttering. That sounds good, but if Lord Hokage thinks luck is one of the conditions for becoming a Jonin, then I will have to wait for several months. Dingzhou gave up thinking and turned to ask Hideki. Hideki, what do you think? Hideki said after a moment's silence. First of all, of course, I should remind the front line of this matter. Senior Hisashi, can you let your shadow clone go there? Hisashi did not object and acted according to Hideki's words. Then Hideki said, whether the assessment continues or not, we can't just ignore the enemy ambushing so many people near the front line. After all, the main force duel on the front line may not be decided so quickly and enter a stalemate. If the opponent approaches and there is such a group of fresh troops joining the battle, perhaps it will be our Konoha that will be defeated. So we should do our best to slow down their advance speed and even block them here. Inyazuka-ja said in surprise. Actually, I think so too, but I'm not the captain so I won't say it. So what do you think, Hideki? Have you figured out a plan? Hideki shook his head and said. No, I still have to see the situation of their base before I can make a specific plan. Hayashi raised his eyebrows and said. Even my Byakugan can't see through the situation in the valley, do you want to sneak in to investigate, Hideki? Inyazuka-ja also shook his head repeatedly and said. No, I just went to the vicinity and felt someone was watching, and there was also a fluctuation of the sensing array. To sneak in is simply to die. Don't worry. Hideki said with a curled mouth. Because I actually have special reconnaissance skills. After that, a boundary stone floating cannon flew out of Hideki's sleeve. Immediately after the white smoke exploded, a helicopter-like propeller was inserted on the top of the floating cannon, and there was an extra strange machine below. Then, under the eyes of the other 3 people who were not sure what to do, the propeller began to rotate at high speed. The floating gun flew high up and flew towards the valley. Chapter 256 Times have changed. What the hell, what is that thing that flew out? Inyazuka-ja and Wang Kei's dog eyes widened and they couldn't help but exclaimed. And Hisashi and Choza also opened their mouths slightly, looking surprised. It's no wonder, after all, flying is a very far-fetched thing for most ninjas. Hideki made a strange puppet fly high in the sky for no reason, which of course surprised them. Due to the tight time, Hideki didn't mean to keep it a secret. He took out another strange machine and started to tinker with it, while explaining briefly. It's nothing surprising to say the truth. You should all know the bamboo dragonfly toys sold in toy stores, right? My drone puppet actually flies into the sky based on a similar principle. Then just use the camera installed below to shoot from a high altitude, and you can get a lot of information without alerting the enemy or the perception barrier. Except for Dingzo, who was still a little confused, Inyazuka and Hisashi suddenly realized and couldn't help but applaud Hideki's creativity. Yes, they obviously played with bamboo dragonflies when they were young, why didn't they think of using this method? And with the photographic equipment improved by Hideki, I didn't expect it to be so useful. What's wrong with Hideki's brain? However, after Hisashi's subconscious admiration, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. You know, the combat effectiveness of the Hyuga clan ninja is not too outstanding. The reason why they can stay aloof in the village is because of the strategically irreplaceable position of the Byakugan. Even with the existence of the perception interference array, the Byakugan's effect in the conventional battlefield is still very important. It can even be said that the reason why Konoha can barely hold on to the present with 1 against 4 is that the Hyuga clan has played an irreplaceable role. However, after the appearance of this drone, I am afraid that all this will have to be questioned. Because if it can really achieve the effect that Hideki said, it obviously overlaps with the function of the Byakugan. If it can be mass-produced, it will greatly reduce the strategic position of the Byakugan. Thinking of the training suit with perspective function in Hideki's own soft fist, Hayashi couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. Will Kimura Hideki not stop until he has plucked the Hyuga clan bald? Normally, this kind of copycat behavior is actually somewhat taboo. It's a pity that the Hyuga clan, who had previously tried to seize the right to develop the breathing method, now finds it difficult to stand on the moral high ground to accuse Hideki. Father, Hayashi. This time, the Hyuga clan may have really provoked someone they shouldn't have provoked. At this time, Hideki had also finished tinkering with it, allowing the machine to connect to the drone through the chakra wave, and then projected a picture onto the tree trunk. The other three also came back to their senses and took a closer look, and were shocked again. Although they had expected it, they still couldn't help but marvel at the strange scene shot from high altitude to the ground in the picture. Only Hayashi felt heavier in his heart. He thought that the drone had to fly back after shooting before it could play the image. In that case, the effect would be greatly reduced on the ever-changing battlefield. In this way, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan finally has a lot of uses. I didn't expect that this thing could actually transmit and display the picture in real time. And this image can be viewed by multiple people at the same time, which is much faster and clearer than relying on the Hyuga clan ninja to observe and then repeat it. This time, the competitiveness of the Byakugan will definitely decline a lot. Is God really going to destroy the Hyuga clan? Hisashi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, in the corner of his heart, there was actually a faint sense of revenge. Times have changed. The Hyuga clan, which has been complacent for thousands of years, may also be replaced by new things. Hideki didn't know the little drama in Hisashi's heart, and was concentrating on controlling the drone through the machine to investigate the situation inside and outside the valley. When taking a picture of a river flowing through the valley, Hideki deliberately paused for a moment and made a careful observation. Then they discovered the secret base of Uegakuer. In addition to an outpost outside the cave also leads to a secret open-air camp surrounded by mountains, and it is not small in scale. It seems that the intelligence team saw the outpost outside and thought it was just a small base. Inyazuka said with resentment. I will definitely complain to that guy later. Dingzo also counted the small black dots in the camp seriously, but soon scratched his head and said. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, how many people are there in this base? Hideki also said solemnly. Roughly estimated, there are at least hundreds of Uegakuer ninjas in this base, which is quite tricky. But this is not the biggest problem. Hideki carefully controlled the drone to descend, and took a clearer picture of the base without attracting attention. So everyone could see that there were many enlarged black dots running back and forth in the base. At this time, the enemy is definitely not training, so there is only one possibility left. Damn, they are moving supplies. Hideki touched his chin and said. It seems that they are ready to rush to the front line for support. Although Hisashi-senpai's shadow clone has set off, it still has to take a detour to avoid the enemy. When it arrives, it may be difficult to leave enough time for the village troops to respond. So no matter what, we have to make a decision immediately. Hideki looked around at the three people with the same solemn expressions and said. Obviously, the current situation has exceeded the scope of the Jonin assessment. Even if we retreat, no one will blame us. It can even deliver the information here to the front line faster, which is also a great achievement. But in this way, our Konoha's long-prepared advance the attack will probably be in vain. If we fail, we may even lose many soldiers. At this point, Hideki let out a breath, and then said in a deep voice. So I decided to stay and try my best to see if I can disrupt the enemy a little and slow down their advance. Hideki, don't be impulsive. A genius inventor like you can't die here. Inyazuka hurriedly dissuaded him, then gritted his teeth and said. But what you said makes sense. Just like the complex terrain here, is the home ground where Wangkei and I can perform best. So you should rush to the front line at full speed to inform everyone. I will stay here and fight guerrilla warfare with them, which should buy you a lot of time. Dingzhou shook the bag of potato chips, took out the last piece of potato chips and ate it, then said calmly. Count me in too. I am not fast, which will only slow you down. It is better for me to help delay time here. Hayashi was also excited at this time, but after opening his mouth, he could not say similar words. Because his life does not belong to him at all, he does not even have the right to decide where to die. Fortunately, Hideki immediately chuckled and said. Senior Dingzhou, you are too hot-blooded. But don't worry, because I don't have such a high level of awareness as you. The so-called delaying time is also based on preserving life. Then he restrained his smile and said in a wise tone. But if you are willing to help, then I really have a good idea. Maybe, probably, can't here is even a chance that we can keep most of these guys here completely. Chapter 257 Black Ball. About 2 hours later. The well-equipped Iwagakure ninja troops set out from the base, escorting a large amount of supplies to the front line. Because the road at the beginning was not very wide and the supplies were large, the convoy was stretched into a long line. However, there were enough Iwagakure ninjas, and there was a ninja guarding every few meters around the convoy, which did not give the enemy much opportunity to take advantage. On the way, an Iwagakure ninja who was guarding supplies on the back flank suddenly covered his stomach and smiled at his companions on both sides. Oh no, my stomach hurts a little, I have to go to the toilet. Why do you always do this when you go on a mission? Can't you solve it before you set off just now? Sorry, I didn't feel like going to the toilet just now. Forget it, go and come back quickly, if you are found by Captain Huangto later, I won't care about you. I know. After watching the unreliable teammate leave in a hurry, the remaining two ninjas looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. After that, they walked for a while and found that the teammate still hadn't come back. But the two didn't care too much and started to guess whether it was too much inventory or constipation. Suddenly one of them asked, Hey, did you hear anything? The other person was about to concentrate and listen carefully, but a rumbling sound came from the hillside next to the convoy. Even the ground nearby began to shake. The two hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge black ball rushing down the hillside at high speed. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Because they had no time to cast seals, they and their teammates who had also noticed the enemy nearby all threw out various ninja tools at the same time. Who knew that the ninja tools that shot out were quickly bounced away the moment they touched the black ball, and it was difficult to hurt it at all. The two ninjas were only at the level of Chunin. Seeing that the black ball had already rushed in front of them, they did not dare to confront it head-on, so they had to dodge. So the black ball suddenly rushed into the caravan, smashing a carriage full of supplies into pieces, and the food was scattered all over the ground. But this was not over yet, he suddenly fell to one side, and instantly turned from rolling like a tire to spinning like a gyroscope. Immediately afterwards, countless spikes like thousands of books shot out from the black ball along with the rotation force, attacking the surroundings like raindrops in a storm. Swish, 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 swish. This is. Hurry up and take cover. Be careful, these 1,000 shinobi are poisonous. Soon the violent storm stopped. A dozen ninjas around were hit by the poisonous stings, either dead or lying on the ground groaning. Only a few ninjas used earth escape or carriage to block this wave of vicious attacks. They looked at the miserable state of their companions, their teeth were about to break, and they were all ready to make the black ball pay the price. However, the black ball did not want to fight, and adjusted its body shape again to change back to the tire shape, breaking through the gap where the guards were dead, and immediately drilled into the dense forest. "Don't chase, regroup first," a senior ninja reminded him hastily. However, there were still 3 young ninjas who probably lost their close companions, and they rushed into the forest regardless of anything, wanting to avenge them. However, several screams were heard in the forest afterwards, and they never came out again. Just then, the ninja who had gone to relieve himself before came back with a happy face, and was stunned by the horrible scene in front of him. It actually took less than 10 seconds from the appearance of the black ball to its disappearance. So many ninjas came here at this time. The leader, Huang Tu, was a tall, capable-looking man with a big nose, who was leaning over to observe the condition of the corpse. "Let the medical team come to rescue people, and does anyone know the specific situation here?" The senior ninja hurried forward to report. "It was a huge black ball that attacked us. It looks like the flesh bomb tank of the Konoha Akimichi clan." Who knew that before he could finish, there was another exclamation and scream in front of the convoy. Huang Tu frowned and rushed forward again. As the son of Tsuchikage Onoki, Huang Tu is recognized as the strongest person in the village besides Tsuchikage and Jinkraki. He is a master of earth escape. However, he also has a weakness, which is his average speed. So when he came to the source of the scream, he could only see a scene like a car accident. There were also several ninjas who came faster than him and chased into a dense forest regardless of anything. Huang Tu looked carefully and found that several cold lights flashed in the forest, and then there was no sound. Except for the black besides the ball, does the other side have other hands? But this is also natural. Huang Tu sighed in his heart. In recent years, his father, the Tsuchikage, has been obsessed with playing the human wave tactics, trying to defeat other villages by training more ninjas and relying on the advantage of numbers. But this also led to many ninjas in this team being undertrained, and they were in a hurry when they encountered unexpected situations. Otherwise, as long as they hold on and wait for help, they can at least delay until they arrive. But they were able to find the weakest point of the convoy's defense twice in a row. Is there an enemy spy in the team? Huang Tu looked around with a deep gaze, feeling that everyone was a little suspicious. However, he did not realize that there was a drone above his head silently recording the situation below. "Captain Ding, the rear of the opponent's convoy is relatively empty now, you first take a detour to the nearby area and wait for orders. I'll give you further instructions later." In the dense forest next to the convoy, Xiaoshu's voice sounded from a strange machine in Ding Zhou's ears. "Received." Ding Zhou said happily, then looked down at the strange black clothes on his body and smiled. "By the way, Xiaoshu, your hedgehog combat suit is really good. I didn't expect that it would have such a strong effect when combined with the meat bomb tank. It is much more powerful than the meat bomb needle tank. Can you sell me one later?" "No, I think my people should be very interested in this thing. As long as you like it." Haideshu's voice sounded again. "Actually, this combat suit has not been fully completed, so let's talk about purchasing it later. But it shouldn't be a problem to make similar combat suits for you." What Ding Zhou was wearing at this time was actually a special combat suit made by Haideki. It was mainly based on the demon bear rat that the rat had turned into. It could cover the extremely stretchable tights with short needles as thin as hair. These short needles were taken from the sea-level chakra plant discovered by Haideki in the Konoha forest, Senbon pine. Its biggest feature is that the pine needles are usually soft. But once injected with chakra, it will become as hard and sharp as 1,000 thorns. So even if you wear this clothes, it will not affect your movements, but once injected with chakra, these short thorns will stand up, like a hedgehog. Then, as long as you trigger the mechanism hidden in the tights, you can choose some pine needles to shoot out in various ways. Although the power is average, it is difficult to dodge, and it is completely possible to increase the lethality by poisoning. Especially Heideke's sudden idea, let Ding Zhou use the rotation force of the meat bomb chariot to shoot a large number of them, which is even more powerful. Haideki likes to call it pointy punch. Chapter 258 Hisashi's Tangle. In addition to this hedgehog-shaped combat suit, the monitoring function of the drone cannot be ignored. Otherwise, Haideki would not be able to detect the weak points of the Uegakure troops and let Kozu take advantage of them as accurately as wielding a scalpel. Finally, his specially made small communicator must be counted, so that he can command Kozu's actions in real time. These communicators were actually specially developed by Hideki for his flying tigers at Fugaku's request. Like radar, these communicators use chakra waves that are similar to electromagnetic waves. As long as the technology of recording and playing sounds with chakra and the additional function of the telescope technique is combined with chakra waves, then a battlefield killer similar to a radio walkie-talkie will be created. It was born. It's just that this thing is simple to say, but it's still difficult to completely transform it into a programming flow seal rune, so the difficulty of production and material cost are still high, and it can't be popularized. That's why Hideki hasn't delivered it to Fugaku yet, and is thinking about improvement plans. It just so happened that the task of this Jonin assessment seemed a bit strange. In order to be on the safe side and conduct tests, he brought this set of prototype equipment with him. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy. Combat suits, drones, and communicators. With the support of these three, Hideki had the confidence to let Dingzhou go deep into the enemy camp alone. But this is almost the limit. Hideki's voice sounded again. The enemy is not stupid, and there must be a precautionary plan this time. Dingzhou, you have to be careful, and evacuate according to the plan if you see something wrong. And Jia Senior, you have to let Wang Ke be ready for support this time. Got it, got it. Beside Dingzhou, Inyazuka Jia, who was carrying a tortoise-shell machine on his back, said sullenly. Lien Wang Ke got the job of supporting Dingzhou, and got 2 fine iron claws called Dragon Beast Nemesis. Why was he the only one responsible for carrying the long-distance communication equipment? But there was no other way. The small communicator invented by Hideki had too small a range. In order to communicate over long distances, someone had to carry the machine to receive and forward signals. Soon the 2 men and the dog came to the back of the convoy, and indeed saw that many Uegakuer ninjas were already on full alert, which made it a bit tricky. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Vajra Chariot. After Dingzhou stuffed a spinach ball into his mouth, he performed the multiplication technique again, transformed into a big black ball, and rushed down the hillside at a high speed. Seeing that Dingzhou was coming fiercely, the Uegakuer ninjas who had been prepared for a long time all formed seals. Earth escape, earth flow wall. The next moment, a series of earth walls rose from the ground, neatly divided into several rows to block the direction of the black ball. Boom! 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 The original destructive power of the meat bomb tank, coupled with the combat uniform and the blessing of gravity, made the King Kong tank unstoppable and smashed several earth walls in succession. However, under the kind gaze of Newton in the sky, his forward and rotating speed naturally slowed down a lot. And this is actually the purpose of the Uegakuer ninja. Everyone get out of the way, watch me. Earth escape Tuliang Dango. A burly Uegakuer ninja shouted, then dug into the ground with both hands, and actually dug out a huge rock from it. He lifted it up with the momentum of a tyrant, as if ready to fight back. If he was hit by such a big rock ball, even Dingzhou, who was wearing a combat uniform, would definitely be in trouble. But more importantly, he would lose speed. Without the defense and mobility brought by high-speed rotation, Dingzhou would not be able to survive under the siege of the surrounding enemies. At this critical moment, a silent airflow suddenly hit him. Swish! Until a blood hole suddenly appeared on his left arm, the Uegakuer ninja screamed, and at the same time it was difficult to support the boulder above his head. Boom! The boulder fell to the ground, smashing the Uegakuer ninja and the 2 unlucky guys beside him into ketchup. Everyone be careful, there is an enemy attacking from a distance. A ninja quickly reminded loudly. Everyone hurriedly looked around, but couldn't find where the attack just now came from. But they didn't have time to think too much, because Dingzhou had a chance to breathe and was able to speed up again, crushing them with overwhelming force. As they retreated, they quickly formed seals with both hands, preparing to reorganize the attack to stop it. As long as they hold on for a few more seconds, Captain Huang Tu and his men will surely arrive to support them. However, at this moment, another strange ring-shaped air mass suddenly attacked them from a distance. Boom! Although this air mass was not very harmful, it blew out a gust of wind after it came into contact with them, blowing them all over the place and making it difficult for them to continue their seals. At this moment, Dingzhou, who had no time to perform the sharp-pointed punch, chose to activate the mechanism and sprayed a burst of red smoke from his body. The smoke flew everywhere with the blast just now, making the surroundings red. And it was mixed with a large amount of dragon flame chili powder, which made the surrounding Uegakuer ninjas choke with tears, snot and saliva, screaming and temporarily losing their combat ability. When Huang Tu and other ninjas arrived and used ninjutsu to blow away the smoke, the figure of the black ball had disappeared again. Hisashi, thank you this time, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to come back. Ding Zhou, who was taking a detour in the dense forest to the next sneak attack point, thanked. You're welcome. Hayashi's voice sounded from the communicator. And if you really want to thank someone, you should thank Hideki. Without him, I wouldn't be able to launch an attack from such a long distance. On the crown of a big tree on a distant hillside, Hayashi was crouching on a treetop, observing the situation of the convoy 1,000 meters away with his white eyes. But his attention was unconsciously attracted by the strange tube-shaped ninja tool on his left hand. The previous conversation with Hideki came to mind again. Air cannon. Yes, I won't force you to risk your life. Just use this air cannon to provide us with long-range support. Don't worry about using it, because the principle of this air cannon is very similar to the Haiga clan's Bagwakong. It's just that with the help of this gun barrel connected to your hand, you can strengthen ordinary Kongjong in various ways. For example, compress the air mass into a spiral shape, so that it can fly farther and increase its destructive power. For example, you can use the principle of vortex ring to shoot out large air masses, so that it can fly long distances. Thinking back, Hisashi couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hideki is really considerate. No wonder. After the perspective of the Byakugan and the force-relieving acupuncture of the soft fist, it turns out that even the Bagwakong, a rare long-range attack method of the Haiga clan, has been mastered by Hideki. Not to mention that he can also innovate and turn the 8 diagrams palm into a move that can be launched from a longer distance. This is a perfect match with the Byakugan of the Haiga clan. Thinking of the puzzled look on Hideki's face at that time, why don't you Haiga clan improve it like this, Hisashi couldn't help but feel ashamed. The Haiga clan has been fighting like this for thousands of years. The main family has countless soft fist secrets to learn, and the branch family is a bird in a cage, and has no mood to improve. Ninjas like Haiga Tianren who are willing to study and improve the soft fist secrets are actually outliers. No wonder the Haiga clan, as a 1,000-year-old ninja family, is repeatedly crushed by inventive geniuses like Hideki in what they are best at. Lost, this time it was a complete loss. Although Hideki said that both the drone and the air cannon are still in the research and development stage and cannot be popularized. But Hisashi firmly believed that with Hideki's talent, it was only a matter of time before it became popular. So what should the Haiga clan do then? Chapter 259 The Real Killer Move. Although he was extremely conflicted, Hisashi did not stop his actions. He was constantly shooting various gas bullets to interrupt the seals of the Uegakuer ninjas to buy more time for Choza. With the concerted efforts of everyone, the guerrilla tactics with Choza as the core finally succeeded several times. Although the enemy had already had experience in dealing with it later, Choza could only harass them and could not cause actual casualties. But the Uegakuer troops were still pinned down for a while, which was quite successful in terms of strategy. And at this moment, in a dark and spacious cave, Hideki looked at a rock pillar covered with detonating talismans in front of him and suddenly smiled and said, "The preparations are complete, and the plan has entered the final stage. Ding! Zhou, you can use the last trick." "Great!" Ding Zhou said in a breathless voice. "If you don't finish it, I can't hold on any longer." It turned out that the Uegakuer ninjas had already used ninjutsu such as the earth flow wall to build a wall-like defense around the convoy, leaving Ding Zhou no chance to take advantage. So those jonins were free to form a team to chase Ding Zhou. Facing the attacks of several jonins, even Inyazuka-ja and Wang Kei could only avoid their sharp edges and hide far away. If it weren't for Hisashi's long-distance support, Ding Zhou would have been killed by the enemy long ago. So when he heard that he could finally enter the next stage, Ding Zhou opened the last mechanism of the combat suit without hesitation. Countless black caltrops flew out of the black ball, and were quickly left behind, flying towards the pursuers behind him. Humph, a trifling trick. Wait, this is... A Jainin of Uegakuer used a kunao to block a caltrop, and then he found that there was a strange rune spell drawn on it, and it was activated by the collision. Although he didn't understand the sealing technique, the big word explosion on it still made him very familiar. Boom! The detonation spell on the caltrop exploded, and blew away the nearby caltrops, repeatedly triggering such a chain reaction. For a while, the forest was filled with roars and flames. After getting rid of the ambush, Ding Zhou rushed to the convoy again and continued to do the same, throwing the few remaining detonation caltrops at the earth wall. Boom! Even the earth was shaking constantly because of this. Of course, the rather solid earth wall could not withstand such a heavy bombardment, and it quickly collapsed, and the rubble flew everywhere. Everyone, run! Faced with the spherical natural disaster of Dingzhou, the Uegakuer ninjas did not dare to confront it for the time being and could only flee in all directions. Watching several carriages being damaged by the explosion, their hearts were bleeding. But they would not have to worry about it soon. General! On the treetops not far away, Heidke, who appeared here at some point, snapped his fingers lightly. Then the next moment, the large area of ground where the main body of the convoy was located suddenly cracked into spider web-like cracks, and then collapsed and fell rapidly. Ah! The screams of the Uegakuer ninjas and horses were also mixed in with the sound of rock and soil collapse, and they continued to fall. Heidke, who was quite satisfied with the scene in front of him, complained in a low voice. Sure enough, the 99th Emperor of the Holy Britannia Empire did not deceive me. The secret to winning with fewer people is to lift the floor. Yes, Heidke decided to use the ground-sinking tactic to deal a heavy blow to the Uegakuer ninjas from the beginning. The guerrilla warfare with Dingzhou as the core is actually just a smokescreen. The purpose is to delay the enemy's marching speed and cover up the possible vibrations on the ground. Because before that, he had actually been digging deep underground here and setting up a large-scale ground trap. Of course, with Heidke's not-so-abundant chakra, he couldn't complete this job in a short time. The real secret lies in the site selection. When Heidke used a drone to explore the surrounding environment of the valley before, he had already paid special attention to a river. Because based on the fact that the water flow in a section of the upper reaches suddenly decreased for no reason, Heidke had reason to suspect that it had branched out into an underground river. After changing the radar to geological detection mode for verification, it was as he expected. Then things were much simpler. First, find the point where the underground river and the enemy's marching road overlap as the ambush site. Then, with the cover of Dingzhou and others, quickly transform the underground holes that have been eroded by the river for many years. Finally, the timed detonation talismans were pasted on the remaining load-bearing columns, and a large-scale ground trap was freshly produced. Although with the ability of ninjas to fly over roofs and walls, those Uegakuer ninjas should be able to escape as long as they are not unlucky enough to be crushed to death by rocks and soil. But if you want to dig out so many scattered supplies from such a deep hole, even the Uegakuer ninjas who are good at earth escape will probably take a lot of time. It can be said that Heidke's task of delaying time has been perfectly completed. But this time he took out so many inventions that he had kept in his box. Of course, he hoped to accomplish it in one battle. So he actually has one last killer move. The drone that had been hanging high in the sky began to show light blue lines, and the storage technique inside was remotely triggered by Heidke. Then there was a bang and white smoke exploded. Then, a large number of kunai with detonating tags fell into the deep pit like raindrops. Money escape, rain of detonating kunai. Heidke's heart was bleeding. This time, the stock of detonating tags accumulated over the years has been used up at once. Although there is no hatred or resentment, please stay here forever. Boom 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 boom. Countless explosions sounded repeatedly from the deep pit. Success, we really succeeded. The cheers of Dingzhou and Inyazuka sounded in the communicator. However, Heidke's smile soon froze. Because according to his calculations, this kind of triggered detonating kunai should not explode so quickly. If it was not his mistake, it meant that they hit something during the fall and were detonated in advance. Just then, a terrifying monster roar suddenly sounded from the deep pit. Heidke instantly had an ominous premonition. What a terrible chakra! Could this be Hisashi's? Slightly trembling voice also sounded from the communicator. Heidke quickly flew forward and came to the treetops closer to look into the deep pit. As a result, his face darkened instantly. Because at this time, a huge creature similar to a white horse appeared in the deep pit. It was its appearance that blocked all the detonating kunai. But the most important thing is that there are 5 huge white tails behind it. The wind is strong, pull away. Heidke quickly retreated and shouted into the communicator at the same time. Everyone evacuate quickly and gather at the meeting point C. What happened? Chaoza and Inyazuka also evacuated quickly, but they couldn't see the situation in the deep pit and couldn't help asking for details. It's the 5 tails. Heidke said in a slightly bitter tone. I didn't expect that there was a 5 tails Jinchuriki hidden in that convoy. Chapter 260, Chasing and Running Away. Wait, Five Tails Jinchuriki. Why would such a guy suddenly appear? Inyazuka-ja's unbelievable voice came from the communicator. Before Hideki could answer, Hisashi, who was more informed, said in a deep voice. Five Tails Jinchuriki. Han. I heard that he is similar to most Jinchuriki. He has never been well received in the Hidden Rock Village, so his personality is also unruly. Perhaps because of this, he didn't show up when we were harassing him just now, and he had to take action at the critical moment. Hideki had similar thoughts. The chakra of the tailed beasts is usually sealed. As long as the Jinchuriki does not refine too much chakra, it is impossible to detect their specialness from a distance. It was obvious that the man just now was not even prepared for the battle, so Hideki and Hayashi did not notice his existence. This negligence also caused Hideki's plan to fail in one battle. However, Hideki did not have the mind to review at this time, and was flying at full speed in the dense forest. Because if he remembered correctly, the running speed of the five-tailed King Mu was one of the best among the nine-tailed beasts. Now whether he could successfully escape was the most important question. Sure enough, a loud sound similar to the neighing of a horse soon came from behind mixed with sound waves. Hideki turned his head and saw the huge five-tailed jumping out of the deep pit. After landing with a bang, it glared at them with its eyes that were obviously full of anger. At the same time, white smoke was emitted from its nostrils, and its front hooves dug the ground a few times, and its intention was quite obvious. Hideki saw this and secretly said that it was not good. As a creature composed of chakra, the tailed beast must have mastered the ability to perceive chakra. It is unknown whether Han has completely tamed the five-tailed fox, or whether they are temporarily united against the same enemy because of the detonating talisman bathing service just now. Anyway, now they seem to have locked onto the position of themselves and others, and they will definitely not give up. Sure enough, the next moment, the five-tailed fox king suddenly lowered his head and ran towards them. Boom! The trees and rocks along the way were all smashed to pieces by the five huge horns on his head, and the rolling dust flew around, and the scene was extremely spectacular. It was a pity that Hideki had no mood to appreciate it, and hurriedly urged. Everyone run! However, even though they had just opened up a long distance and were still moving at full speed, the distance from the five-tailed fox was still rapidly shortening. Especially Ding Zhou, who had just been the main force of the guerrilla war, did not have much chakra to use the diamond chariot to run away. Relying on the normal moving speed alone, he was naturally left behind and was about to be caught up by the five-tailed fox. Ding Zhou. Seeing this, Hideki was about to find a way to rescue. Unexpectedly, the five-tailed beast suddenly accelerated and came behind Ding Zhou. Bend the horns. The five-tailed beast suddenly lowered its head and pushed forward, knocking its five horns towards Ding Zhou. Multiplication technique. Ding Zhou, who had been prepared, quickly used the last chakra to expand his body and turned into a black ball again. Bang! The two collided with each other, and a huge collision sound broke out. Then Ding Zhou was hit and flew forward at high speed like a ball. The defensive power of the hedgehog combat suit and the buffering effect of the multiplication technique seemed to allow Ding Zhou to withstand this attack. Even the black ball flew forward rapidly with this force, and it seemed that it was about to catch up with Hideki and the others. However, no matter how Hideki and the others shouted, there was no response from Ding Zhou in the communicator. From the fact that the black ball still maintained its shape, Ding Zhou was not in danger of life for the time being, but fell into a coma, relying on the survival instinct to maintain the multiplication technique. However, at his current speed, if he cannot land safely, he will probably die. Leave it to me. Seeing that Ding Zhou would not wake up for a while, Xiu Shu thought, and 4 boundary stone floating cannons shot out from his sleeves. They flew to the front of the black ball with the momentum of a meteor chasing the moon, dragging a long blue stream of light. Star Barrier Technique Iron Wall Formation. With Xiu Shu's soft chant, the 4 floating cannons formed a square formation, connected to each other by chakra lines, and then turned into a 4-meter-long chakra barrier. The black ball then hit the center of the barrier fiercely, but the expected violent collision did not happen. It turned out that the barrier was quite resilient. The black ball was deformed and stretched. No need to think too much, Hideki must have deliberately made the chakra that constitutes the barrier elastic. Pop! Unfortunately, the strength of this barrier seems to be lacking, and the black ball still broke it in the end and continued to fly forward at high speed. However, this was actually expected by Hideki. After this buffering and the guidance of the landing angle, the black ball will not cause too much damage after landing, and can continue to rush forward. On the contrary, it is most dangerous to let Dingzhou stop completely now. Then Heidke quickly commanded while recovering the floating gun. Senior Jia, please take Dingzhou to evacuation point C first. I'll stay here to delay time. Wait, is this mission reversed? Inyazuka Jia said anxiously. As a senior, how could I abandon you and run away? Senior Jia, don't you know my personality? Heidke chuckled. I won't give such instructions without sufficient confidence. Please never doubt my ability to escape and save my life. Inyazuka Jia recalled the various escape techniques he had seen when he teamed up with Heidke before, and he had to admit defeat. Just now you said that you would help me build a set of exclusive ninja tools after returning to the village. Heidke, you can't break your promise. Inyazuka Jia gritted his teeth and said, then flashed to the back of Dingzhou's black ball and kicked it directly, letting the black ball adjust its direction and head towards the evacuation point. You can just leave if you want to, why do you have to put a flag on me? Heidke complained in his heart, and then instructed. Senior Hisashi, you are closer to evacuation point B, so please retreat from there. I understand. Hinata Hisashi's voice sounded. After the explanation, Heidke looked back at the five-tailed king who was about to kill him, and seemed to be thinking about something. It was actually the first time for him to come into such close contact with the tailed beasts. He could clearly feel the vast amount of chakra without the need for perception ninjutsu, and he felt disgust and fear from the soul. Perhaps this is the natural rejection of the tailed beasts from the sacred tree by humans who stole the chakra of the sacred tree. Add to that the terrible power that is like a natural disaster once it goes berserk. It is no wonder that the Jinkriki who should have been the hero of each village was hated and alienated by everyone. However, Heidke quickly came to his senses and knew that it was not the time to make up the setting. Although his current strength has improved a lot. But apart from the detonating talisman ninja tool that had just been used up, he no longer had any means that could work against large monsters like the tailed beasts. After all, in high-level battles in the ninja world, all the fancy techniques are of little use. The amount of chakra is the key to victory. So Heidke didn't dare to have any extravagant dreams of defeating the furious five tails, and only hoped to buy some time temporarily. Telepathy technique. Heidke made seals with both hands, and used the telepathy technique to gain faster thinking speed. Then in a flash, he had a plan that he might as well try. Chapter 261 Counterattack and Encirclement. Earth Style, Earth Spear. Heidke made seals with his palms at a rapid speed, then suddenly stopped and slapped the ground hard. The originally flat ground immediately flew out a lot of huge rock spikes that were difficult for adults to hug. But this is not the end. Under the intentional control and shaping of Heidke who was running the Lingzi technique, these rock spikes continued to extend and entangled with each other. Finally, they were completely twisted into 5 huge and sharp spiral rock spikes, aiming at the 5 tails that were about to kill them. Earth Escape Mu Wang's Spear. Under Heidke's intentional tribute, the shape of this move was extremely similar to the horns on the top of the 5 tails head. The 5 tails was naturally even more annoyed when he saw this, and he increased his speed again, determined to smash this thing and the hateful kid into pieces. Swish! Suddenly, a spiral airflow came silently and hit the 5 tails' eyes squarely. Although the damage was not great, the 5 tails was caught off guard and still let out a terrifying roar, and subconsciously closed his eyes. Who knew that something strange would happen at this time? At the moment when the 5 tails' right front foot landed, a chakra barrier formed by 4 boundary stone floating cannons appeared on the ground. The 5-tailed one stepped unaware, only then he realized that it was as hard to put strength on ice. It hastily tried to use the other 3 legs to steady its footsteps, who knew that a smooth barrier also appeared under the right back leg that was just about to fall. The 5-tailed one, with its whole right half of the body slipping, fell to the ground involuntarily, then, under the inertia, it crashed into the 5 rock spikes. It was just that it was difficult to adjust its body shape, what it crashed on was not the hardest horn, but the more fragile back. Ah! The huge rock spike severely penetrated the 5-tailed one's back, blood spurted out like a fountain, falling on the surrounding trees like red rain. I believe that after a while, this area should have breeded new chakra creatures. But soon those rock spikes collapsed because they could not bear the heavy load. And the 5-tailed one stopped immediately, turning sideways and kicking wildly with 4 hoofs. There were wailings on the ground. Heidke, who had just recovered the 8 boundary stone floating cannons, couldn't help but shake his head slightly when he saw this scene. It turns out that having power alone is not enough. Even too much power will hurt oneself. Just like just now, even though he didn't have the ability to defeat the tailed beast. But just by weaving a smooth barrier with silk-like chakra lines, he easily used the power of the five-tail to hurt it. But this is his current limit. Even if this five-tail rolled on the ground in pain and had flaws all over his body, Hideki didn't have the ability to continue to inflict heavy damage. As for repeating the old trick, the five-tail and Han are not stupid, how could they be fooled again? So Hideki also decided to use the secret of the 36 stratagems. You give me the way. After shouting, Hideki quickly turned around and ran wildly. It's really exciting to run after pretending to be cool. It seems that I worry too much. Just then, Hisashi's voice sounded from the communicator. I didn't expect that Hideki could injure the five tails so skillfully. Did you use the soft fist force relieving technique you used in the previous exam? If that's the case, it seems that you have really mastered the art of soft fist. Hisashi-senpai, you're too kind. Hideki said modestly while running wildly. If it wasn't for your sneak attack that made the five tails close its eyes, my trap wouldn't necessarily work. Yes, the attack that made the five tails close its eyes just now was actually fired by Hisashi using an air cannon from a distance. But even he himself didn't know why he did this. If he left it alone, Kimura Hideki might have been killed by the five tails. Or taking the opportunity to point the gun at Hideki would also be a good opportunity to solve a major threat for the Hyuga clan. Especially after witnessing with his own eyes that the extremely powerful Five Tails was tripped and severely injured by Kimura Hideki, Hisashi's worldview exploded and his heart was in a mess. Unable to sort out the clues for the time being, he had to turn around and leave, heading for the evacuation point. However, he didn't know that Hideki, who seemed to be safe, was facing a huge crisis again. As he was heading for the evacuation point, he suddenly saw a burly Uegaku ninja coming out of the ground in front of him, staring at him with a cold face. Hideki just stopped and found that many Uegaku ninjas emerged from the ground around him and surrounded him. Hideki couldn't help but raise a helpless arc at the corner of his mouth. The previous series of operations had left him with little chakra. So he couldn't sense too far, so he was surrounded by them from underground. And with this amount of chakra, facing the siege of so many Uegaku ninjas, it was really troublesome. Konoha's ninjas, tell me your names. The leading Huangtu said in a deep voice. Although he was very annoyed, he still admired the young man for causing the Five Tails to suffer such a heavy blow and covering the other teammates to leave. Even from the opponent's fighting style just now, the previous ground trap was probably also his work. This also made Huangtu a little curious. When did Konoha have such an alternative genius, so he wanted to know the other party's name. However, before Hideki could reply, the Five Tails, who stood up not far away, had already rushed over with 7 orifices of smoke, ready to seek revenge on Hideki. Han, calm down. Huangtu shouted sternly. In his opinion, such a genius must have a lot of useful information in his mind. Of course, he must be captured alive and let the torture ninja investigate. If he was crushed into mud by the Five Tails in anger, he would not be able to find out any information. Fortunately, as the son of the Tsuchikage, his words were still quite weighty. After fighting for control with the Five Tails for a while, Han still won the battle, transformed from a giant beast back to human form, snorted coldly, and sat aside to rest. Huangtu saw that Xiushu had no intention of revealing his name, so he said indifferently. I didn't expect that our surprise force would be discovered by your Konoha so quickly. What I didn't expect was that Konoha actually hid these trump cards of yours. You have so many unique moves and ninja tools, and you can cause such heavy losses to our army. You must be the secret weapon hidden by Konoha, right? Hidesho couldn't help scratching his head and said. That. If I say we are just here to participate in the Jonin exam, I wonder if you will believe it. Huangtu shook his head lightly as if he didn't hear it, and continued. Being able to catch a genius like you, I believe my father won't blame us too much. It's hard to say. Hidesho said with a chuckle. It's not that easy to catch me. A rock-hidden ninja next to Huangtu sneered. He, let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. We have Captain Huangtu, the Five Tails Jinchuriki, and so many people surrounding you. How can you get away? Hideki shrugged and smiled. I can't help it, because I also have a killer weapon called Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash? Something I've never heard of. The rock-hidden ninja was still mocking, but Huang Tu had a bad feeling and quickly waved his hand to let his men take Hideki down. Who knew that at this moment, a trident-shaped kunao suddenly fell from the sky, and at the same time, it was shining with azure rune light. Then the next moment a huge range of dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from it, instantly blinding everyone around. Only Hideki, who had expected it, quickly put on his special sunglasses and complained to a figure who appeared beside him without any warning. "Minato, you are late again." Chapter 262 Hello, Peter. After a few seconds, the dazzling golden light gradually dissipated. Huang Tu and others opened their eyes and were shocked to find that several of their companions had fallen to the ground. There was a blood mark on each of their necks, and they had no breath. It seemed that they didn't even have the chance to scream before they died. The most important thing is that the Konoha ninja who was just besieged by them has disappeared without a trace. Swish! The first person to rush in one direction was the man who had just sat down to paddle. Huang Tu knew that he had the means to sense the enemy, so he waved his hand and said coldly, "Chase! We must not let that Konoha ninja get away." After that, he and other Iwagakure ninjas flashed forward and chased in the direction where Han disappeared. At the same time, Hideki in the dense forest was holding a tree trunk and retching. After riding in Minato's Flying Thunder God brand car and teleporting several times in a row, he, who had no experience in teleportation, naturally felt a churning of internal organs. If he didn't believe in Minato's character, Hideki would have suspected that he was taking revenge for the original sparring. "Hideki, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet again in this situation." Minato was also panting, and it was obvious that he was not in a good state. Although he had mastered the trick of the Flying Thunder God technique. But teleporting with others was still a big burden for him. Not to mention that just now, in order to get away from those Iwagakure ninjas as soon as possible, he took Hideki and teleported several times in a row. So he could no longer teleport with Hideki for the time being, and said apologetically, "We have to leave quickly next, Hideki, do you still have the energy?" "Don't worry, no matter what the situation is, I will keep a backup hidden energy for escape." Hideki laughed at himself, then sensed a little and flew in one direction. "Come with me, this is the closest to the evacuation point." Minato naturally had no objection, and quickly used the instant body technique to catch up. As for why he suddenly appeared here? And why did Hideki seem to have expected it? This has to start with the shadow clone that Hayashi went to the front line to tip off. Perhaps this is the greatest use of the shadow clone technique. Although the shadow clone is required to transmit information, it takes a long time and there is a risk of disappearing on the way. But once the information is transmitted and a reply is received, as long as the shadow clone is released, the automatically returning chakra can instantly allow the main body to obtain the corresponding information. And this time is the best example. It turned out that long before Hideki and his team took action, Hayashi's shadow clone had already arrived at the front line and reported the situation here to Jiraiya, the commander. Jiraiya was of course very concerned about the fact that this place, which he thought was just a small base, actually had such a surprise force buried. However, at this time, the front line was also in a fierce battle, and they could only be more cautious about this surprise force, and they could not spare any time to deal with it. Fortunately, their unlucky four-member team was full of talents and had a strong background, so Jiraiya could not ignore it and could only find a way to squeeze out some people to support them. When Minato heard that Hideki was also among them, he took the initiative to come to support them. He had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and it seemed that he was regarded as the secret weapon of this battle, so he was still sitting on the bench for the time being, bored. Jiraiya couldn't beat him, and felt that the danger was not great, so he had to let him come. However, Jiraiya didn't know at this time that Hideki and his men were so bold as to stop or even kill this surprise force. Afterwards, Hisashi's shadow clone was automatically removed, and Hideki and his men learned that Minato was coming to support them. Inyazuka-ja and his men, who had not seen the Flying Thunder God technique, actually didn't care about it. Only after Hideki knew that Minato was there to back him up, did he really have the confidence to design a plan to obstruct the enemy, and just now he was personally behind the scenes. Anyway, with Minato here, he could always run away if he couldn't beat them. The only pity was that the Iwagakure ninjas set out too early. Since there was only one best ambush location where the underground river intersected with their marching route on a large scale, Hideki could only start his plan before Minato arrived. Although the Five Tails Jinchuriki was a variable, Hideki still relied on his various trump cards to hold on until Minato arrived. Fortunately, this guy was not late for too long this time. And the trident kunai he just used, which can emit strong light, was actually one of the parting gifts that Hideki gave him. I didn't expect that this gift would be used to save himself, which made Hideki sigh at the magic of fate. However, in the communication on the way, Hideki quickly realized his mistake. The current Minato is not the future 4th Hokage, and he has not even been named Yellow Flash. So pinning hopes on him who is not a complete body actually has a lot of risks. For example, he and Minato now both sense that there is a powerful chakra was approaching them at high speed, and the distance between the two sides continued to shorten. It is not difficult to guess that it must be the Five Tails Jinhyuriki who has been filled with hatred by Hideki. Shiushu, please go first. I'll intercept you here first. Minato realized that with Hideki's speed, he couldn't escape the enemy's pursuit, so he suggested. As long as you run away, I can definitely escape easily by using the Flying Thunder God technique alone. Normally speaking, what Minato said was indeed the right choice. Hideki is not a hypocritical guy, and he will definitely accept Minato's suggestion if he can. But Minato came after a long journey and took him to perform the Flying Thunder God technique several times, so his condition obviously declined a lot. If you face the Five Tails Jinhyuriki, who is also famous for his speed and perception, there may be a chance of overturning. So after careful consideration, Zayasha shook his head and smiled. I have a better suggestion. In the process of escaping, we first work together to inflict heavy damage on the five-tailed Jinhyuriki, and then take the opportunity to leave together. Minato hesitated slightly and said. But... Zayasha smiled and said. I know, the key is speed, right? Only by speeding up the distance between the five-tailed Jinkyuriki and the Uegaku ninja can we gain time to defeat them. Indeed, my normal movement speed is still far behind you and the five-tailed Jinchuriki. But if it's just a short-term acceleration, I'm pretty sure. After all, after the original discussion, my star puppet technique has not stagnated. After saying that, Hideki flicked his sleeves, and 4 floating cannons flew out. They joined together in a square shape in the air, then flew behind Hideki and attached to it. Star puppet technique spider arms. The next moment, white smoke exploded, and 4 long puppet arms suddenly appeared, connected to the small holes on the left and right sides of the floating cannon, with extremely sharp front ends. Under the control of the chakra lines shot from the floating cannon, these 4 puppet arms act like arms and fingers as if they were borne on Hideki's back. They quickly poked at the branches of the trees in front of them alternately, making Hideki seem to transform into a giant spider, speeding forward in the dense forest, as if walking on flat ground. But if you really want to say it, Hideki actually feels that he looks more like Dr. Octopus. The sunglasses he just put on to protect himself from flash bombs also made his cosplay reproduction even better. It's a pity that no one in the ninja world understands this trick. Hideki had no choice but to secretly rejoice in his heart. At the same time, he freed up his hands to stuff his mouth with the high-grade military food pills that Dinza left for him. Then, just in case, he took out a pen and talisman paper and began to draw the detonating talisman while moving at high speed. Even Minato, who was accustomed to seeing the world, was amazed and wanted to complain. Zayashu, you are so naughty. Chapter 263 Night Kick. By the way, I thought Hideki you were going to use the meteor formation to help you speed up. Minato speeded up to catch up and couldn't help but ask. This does have such a function. Hideki, who was drawing the talisman, shrugged and said. It's a pity that the chakra consumption is too high. Not to mention that I don't have much energy left now. Even if I usually don't dare to rush like that. Tisk. At this moment, a strange sound like hot water boiling suddenly approached from behind. When Hideki and Minato turned around, they saw a red figure rushing towards them quickly. I saw that the armor on the five-tailed Jinkyuriki was constantly spraying boiling steam backwards, pushing him forward at high speed. Even though the movement speed of the two of them is already outstanding in the ninja world. But without the help of the Flying Thunder God technique, the two of them would still be slightly inferior to each other in terms of straight-line sprinting. Is it using boiling to continuously eject steam for propulsion? Zayashu murmured to himself, feeling extremely envious. After all, this is actually similar to what Minato just said, using the meteor formation as a propeller. It's a pity that only Jinkyuriki like Han, who don't need money for chakra, are qualified to spend so much. But if you can produce chakra capacity and use other people's chakra as propulsion fuel, it would be a good choice. So if possible, Hideki would really like to see the structure of this steam armor up close. But looking at the man's murderous look, Hideki decided to keep a distance from the opponent and continued to control the puppet arm to move forward quickly. Although it was impossible to outrun the opponent by running, he could still keep the distance between him and the Uegaku ninja further behind, and gain a chance to inflict serious damage on Han. Within a moment, Han, who was spraying steam all over his body, had caught up with them, and the heat emanating from him could even be clearly noticed by Hideki in front of him. Seeing this, Minato decided to take a preemptive strike. He turned around and swung the shuriken hard with both hands, followed by quickly forming a seal. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The shurikens that were shot out suddenly turned into thousands and hundreds, overwhelming the sky and flying towards Han. Boiling Escape Steam Armor. Han's armor instantly spurted out a large amount of white steam, blocking all the shurikens flying towards him in one breath. However, he did not realize that among those shurikens there was also a sword of ninja love. The art of flying thunder god. Phew! Minato's figure suddenly disappeared and he came to the big tree that Han happened to be passing by. After kicking the tree with both feet in the air, Minato flew towards Han like an arrow, and stabbed the kunai in his hand with force. Although Han was surprised by Minato's speed, he responded quickly and turned around to block the kunai with his arm guard. Just as Minato was about to continue attacking, he felt that the temperature of the kunai in his hand was rising rapidly. Is it the effect of boiling escape? It seems that when this Jinchuriki performs the move of spraying steam, the armor and even the body will become extremely hot, forming a natural defense method. Minato understood the principle in a flash, quickly covered his palm with chakra, and swung it at the weak point of Han's armor again. Boiling escape, strange power. Han said in a dull voice, and then the armor suddenly sprayed a lot of steam, and his body speed suddenly increased. After twisting his body to avoid Minato's attack, he punched again. With the help of the steam ejected from the elbow, the speed of this punch was amazingly fast. Even Minato found it difficult to dodge, so he could only use the Flying Thunder God technique again and disappeared in an instant. Han frowned after hitting nothing. This time he kept staring at Minato, making sure that the other party disappeared in an instant. This is not some superb instant body technique, but a rare space-time ninjutsu. Minato Namikaze. As a younger generation who has become famous in Konoha in recent years, Han naturally recognized him quickly. And this also made Han feel a strong desire to kill. Minato Namikaze, who was already amazingly powerful, plus the space-time ninjutsu. This kid is so terrifying, he must not be left alive. Even Hideki, who had just made him lose face, could only be ranked second on his must-kill list at this time. Seeing Minato's figure appear not far ahead, Han made up his mind, overloaded the steam armor, and raised his foot to kick. Jet kick. A large amount of steam was seen gushing out from behind the red armor, pushing Han forward like a rocket, and about to hit Minato. Hey, I'm so big, don't treat me as transparent, okay? Hideki couldn't help but complain. However, after seeing Han's steam defense, he didn't do it himself, but stretched out a pair of puppet arms to clamp the opponent while moving forward. Ka. The puppet arms rubbed violently with Han's armor, slowing down his forward speed. Minato also took this opportunity to distance himself and made seals with both hands at high speed. As expected, you have to use chopsticks to pick up hot things. Hideki made a joke casually, and suddenly pulled the hatred to himself again. Boiling release, unparalleled power. Han let the armor spray out a large amount of steam again, and with its force, he shook off the restraints of the puppet arms. However, Hideki didn't continue to exert force. After all, his puppet arm didn't have strong heat-resistant protection, and it had already shown signs of failure in the contact with the armor just now. Since the task of covering Minato had been completed, Hideki didn't want to fight, and kept a distance from the opponent with the help of the other two puppet arms. Han noticed that Minato was frantically making hand seals, and it was obvious that he was going to use a powerful ninjutsu. So he moved his mind and adjusted his position by spraying steam, so that Hideki was between him and Minato as a shield. Who knew that Minato didn't seem to care about Hideki's life or death at all, and quickly completed the hand seal. Water Escape Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A large amount of chakra suddenly surged out of his body, and quickly turned into water, condensing into a ferocious water dragon flying towards Hideki and Han. Han couldn't help but sigh again that the young were formidable, as he could perform such a powerful water escape in a waterless environment. But Hideki, who was still clearly in front of the water dragon, made him a little puzzled. Could it be that the two were not as friendly as he imagined? Or were they so conscious that they were willing to sacrifice the life of a genius in order to defeat him, the human pillar? Who knew that just when the water dragon was about to hit Heideke's back, the four puppet arms suddenly spread out backwards and formed a small square barrier behind Heidke. This scene made Han and the five-tailed beast in his body feel familiar. But before he could think about it, the huge water dragon had opened its mouth, swallowed the barrier and Heidke in one gulp, and continued to attack Han. It must be said that the escape technique chosen by Minato was very suitable. Water escape was indeed the nemesis of Han's boiling escape. After all, he mainly used the boiling escape that combined fire escape and water escape to instantly generate a large amount of steam in the solid armor, and then used the reaction force of their spray to enhance his own strength and speed. Even if the water outside was converted into steam due to the high temperature, he had no good way to use it, and it would also reduce the temperature of the boiling escape. So Han saw that Heidke was buried in the dragon's mouth, and there was no need to stay here any longer, and he quickly sprayed steam to leave. Who knew that at this moment, four puppet arms suddenly shot out from the mouth of the water dragon, locking Han's body tightly like fangs. This is it. Thinking of Heidke's strange behavior just now, Han reacted all of a sudden. The barrier that the other party just created must be the type that can be stretched and buffered. So even if he was hit by the water dragon, he could remain safe in it, and then he could launch an attack in it, allowing himself he couldn't move. But Han didn't have time to think about it, and immediately used his extraordinary strength to try to break free. However, the sharp teeth had already arrived, and the dragon head made of water flow of course followed closely. Boom! Swish! The surging water flow hit Han's armor violently, and was constantly evaporated by the high temperature, making it difficult to really hurt Han's body. But his body temperature was also dropping suddenly, and the air jet behind the armor was no longer spewing white smoke. So for a while he couldn't break free from the bite of the dragon's mouth, and was swept back and flew backwards. Boom! The water dragon hit a huge tree violently, and Han, who was the first to bear the brunt, felt a sharp pain in his back during the collision. But this was not over yet. Heidke, who was still in the water dragon, suddenly let the puppet arm shrink suddenly, pulling himself forward at high speed. At the same time, the floating gun on his back sprayed blue light, plus the residual force of the water dragon's impact. Under the superposition of the three forces, Heidke raised his foot and kicked. Boom! Heidke's flying kick hit Han hard, causing the huge tree trunk behind him to break. Han's armor also dented, revealing spider web-like cracks. Then he himself fell down with the collapsed treetops. Heidke was very tempted to finish off the enemy, but he had already sensed that the Uegakuer ninja was not far away. So he had to take the opportunity to quickly fly forward with Minato and escape. Fortunately, without Han's obstruction, they were able to reach the evacuation point smoothly. Both of them looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew that at this moment, the change happened again. A familiar and terrifying chakra burst out from behind them again. The escaping chakra alone set off a strong hurricane, shaking the branches and leaves of the surrounding trees. The two looked back and were surprised to see that the red chakra that seemed to be real appeared on Han's body. They then transformed into the head of the five-tailed King Mew, wrapping Han in it. Then the King Mew's mouth opened wide, as if endless chakra began to condense, forming a black ball containing terrifying power. Chapter 264 Tailed Beast Ball. As Han continued to inject chakra, the black ball continued to expand, emitting more and more terrifying power. Oh no! It's the tailed beast ball! Minato's face changed drastically in an instant, revealing an unprecedented serious expression. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he had heard Jiraiya's description, so he recognized it at once. After personally feeling the terrible destructive power contained in the black ball, he realized that Jiraiya's seemingly outrageous descriptions were not exaggerated at all. Since what the teacher said was true, with their current strength and speed, let alone blocking it, it would be difficult to escape from its explosion range. As for returning to stop it from launching, it might be too late. Besides, the Uegakuer ninjas behind were almost there, so turning back now would only lead to his own death. Although there was still the option of teleporting away with the Flying Thunder God technique. But teleporting himself was fine. He wanted to teleport with Heidke, but in his current state, he was not sure that he could teleport both of them out of the explosion range. But Minato could not make such a decision to leave Heidke behind and leave by himself. Even if the friendship between the two sides was ignored, Heidke, a talent who could bring great changes to Konoha in the future, could not die here. For now, I'm afraid the only solution is to fight hard. Hideki, come closer to me. Minato said in a deep voice. I will take you to teleport continuously after the tailed beast ball comes. You have to be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Hideki recalled the experience just now and subconsciously wanted to vomit. But he also understood what Minato meant. Even if the teleportation distance was not enough, continuous teleportation could be used to create a time difference and escape from the explosion before it spread. But such a completely uninterrupted transmission would definitely be very risky. It was lucky to be missing some limbs. If there was a penetration and transmission into a solid object, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. This touched Hideki again. Because he knew that Minato could leave alone, and he was willing to take this risk for himself. However, Minato underestimated his ability to worry about nothing. Being affected by the tailed beast ball on the battlefield was actually a nightmare that he had been unable to get rid of since he became a ninja. Of course, he had a plan for this. So Hideki quickly responded. Minato, don't worry. In fact, we can do this. Minato listened to Hideki's plan, and his eyes widened. In a moment, the tailed beast ball was completely formed. The man with blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth looked at the backs of Minato and Hideki who were fleeing in a hurry in the distance, and showed a cruel smile. Go to hell, Konoha's genius ninjas! Boom! The next moment, the tailed beast ball shot out, whizzing towards Hideki and the other person at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The aftermath of the flight alone blew away a large area of trees around, and at the same time plowed deep gullies on the ground. Seeing this, Hideki and Minato quickly turned around and avoided the tailed beast ball's direct hit. Strike. However, with Han's advance setting, the tailed beast ball also exploded. Boom! The dazzling white light instantly shot straight into the sky, and at the same time continued to spread outward, and the surrounding trees, rocks, and even the earth quickly collapsed. And Hideki and Minato had no time to escape, and were drowned in the white light in fear. After a while, the aftermath of the explosion gradually subsided, leaving a huge pit in the original place. The head of King Mu in the distance gradually dissipated, and Han also half knelt on the ground, panting. Obviously, using a huge tailed beast ball after being injured was also a considerable burden on him. The next moment, several figures flashed and rushed over, and they were the Uegaku ninjas chasing behind. Huang Tu, the leader, looked at Han who was seriously injured and the huge pit in the distance, and couldn't help but be shocked, but still asked calmly. Tailed beast ball. Han, what happened that forced you to use this trick? Han was already sitting on the ground, and said in a dull voice. It was Minato Namikaze, he just rescued the Konoha ninja, and he seems to have mastered a strange space-time ninjutsu. Huang Tu suddenly widened his eyes and said. That genius disciple of Jiraiya, he now also masters space-time ninjutsu. Why is God so kind to Konoha? White Fang, the three ninjas, and now Minato Namikaze. Why do geniuses who go beyond common sense always appear at critical moments? Minato Namikaze, who was originally good at instant combat, once mastered space-time ninjutsu. Huang Tu was horrified just by imagining it. Fortunately, Han waved his hand and said. Don't worry, I have deliberately accumulated the tailed beast jade for a longer time. With his nascent space-time ninjutsu, it is impossible for him to escape from such a large-scale explosion. Huang Tu breathed a sigh of relief and felt fortunate. Since Han, who has the ability to perceive, said so, it must be right. It is estimated that there is not even a trace left of Minato Namikaze and that abominable Konoha ninja now. Although there is no corpse left and no more information can be dug out, it is a great achievement to kill the two geniuses of Konoha. The previous casualties, material losses, and the injury of the Five Tails Jinchuriki have finally been compensated. At this time, a hidden rock ninja stepped forward and asked. Captain Huang Tu, what should we do next? Huang Tu pondered for a moment and said. Everyone is seriously injured, and so many supplies cannot be left alone. Now we can only stay here for treatment and dig out those supplies, and then go to the front line. It was late at night, and the hidden rock ninjas had already left. And a small hole quietly appeared on the edge of the big pit left by the tailed beast jade. Hideki jumped out of it, looking at the scorched earth around him, as if it was the end of the world, and couldn't help but stick out his tongue and was amazed. Minato, you can come out now. Hideki said to the hole in a teasing tone. See the consequences of making your wife angry in the future. Minato also jumped out immediately. After seeing the surrounding scenes, his originally somewhat amusing expression instantly turned into astonishment, and he was terrified. Because with the range of the explosion, even if he successfully teleported Hideki twice in succession, he would probably find it difficult to escape. It seems that the Five Tails Jinchuriki deliberately used the more powerful tailed beast ball after seeing his Flying Thunder God technique. Thank you, Hideki. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would have to die here this time. Minato said with gratitude. No, no. Hideki shook his head and smiled bitterly. Minato, you could have used the Flying Thunder God technique to escape by yourself. You are willing to stay here with me at the risk of danger. I should thank you. And if it weren't for you, my shelter technique would not have been so successful. Chapter 265 Shelter Technique. The so-called shelter technique is actually a set of preventive measures designed by Hideki to deal with the situation of being hit by the tailed beast cannon. But before that, the two still have a big problem to solve. Even if they managed to escape the tailed beast ball attack this time, they would consume a lot of chakra. After that, facing the next tailed beast ball, or the pursuit of the Uegaku ninja, it would be difficult to hold on. It is obviously not a wise move to fight a war of attrition with the Jinchuriki. So there is only one way left, that is, to fake death and escape. And this is the time to use the shadow clone technique, the hard-working model. It just so happens that the power of the tailed beast ball is so amazing that it is impossible to leave any corpse. So even if it is just a shadow clone, it is no different from the main body. And as long as it can deceive the enemy, the shadow clone far away from the main body can also keep the main body away from the center of the explosion, reducing the risk. However, to do this, you must first deceive the chakra perception ability of the Five Tails Jinchuriki. So after Hideki and Minato used the shadow clone technique under the cover of the big tree, they quickly carried out a very risky action. That is to use up all the chakra, and not leave a trace of chakra in the body. Because perception is the key to success and failure. Ninjas with chakra perception often have extraordinary trust in it. Once Hideki and Minato have exhausted the chakra in their meridians and do not continue to refine new chakra, then they will be invisible in Han's perception. And the shadow clones that have just been separated, they become their perfect substitutes, responsible for attracting firepower and keeping the explosion away from the main body. In fact, this requires the ninja to have a very good control to squeeze out every bit of chakra in the body, but this certainly does not pose a problem for Hideki and Minato. However, as just mentioned, this action is quite risky. Because the ninja loses the chakra that can give the body vitality, it will become no different from ordinary people. Even if the shadow clone leads the tailed beast Jade to a distance, the aftermath of the explosion is likely to kill them. And this is when Hideki's shelter technique comes into play. In fact, it is called a ninjutsu, but its main body is mainly a small shelter that Hideki has long sealed with a sealing scroll. It refers to the principle of the nuclear bomb shelter that Hideki heard in his previous life. The outer layer is made of solid materials, and the middle is filled with various materials to prevent shock, sound waves, poisonous gas, and excessively cold and hot external environments. In addition, just in case, Hideki and Minato used their chakra to perform earth escape, dug a deep shaft, and put the small shelter inside. Even though Hideki and Minato were weak at this time, they would be absolutely safe as long as they hid inside. And what happened afterwards was just as Hideki expected. The Five Tails Jinchuriki shot the tailed beast ball at the shadow clones that the two used to lure the enemy. And their real bodies safely withstood the explosion of the tailed beast ball and the possible search of the enemy in the shelter. The shelter was equipped with oxygen cylinders, food, and even card toys, so they could hide safely in it for several hours, and then break out of the ground after recuperating. Without the obstruction of the enemy, the two successfully arrived at the evacuation point mentioned by Hideki. The so-called evacuation point is actually the underground water vein that Hideki found by the way when he explored the surrounding environment before. Hideki first used earth escape to dig a vertical shaft, and then used his handicraft talent to casually build a small boat with the trees beside him and threw it into the well. As long as he could go downstream, he could easily break through the enemy's possible blockade and return to Konoha's sphere of influence. The evacuation point that Hideki had asked other teammates to go to before was actually an underground water vein like this that was suitable for escaping. Needless to say, at dawn, the two of them successfully returned by boat and came to the meeting point agreed with their teammates before. There, Hideki soon saw Inyazuka Jab and the Konoha ninja team that came to meet him. At this point, the two were finally out of danger, and this thrilling Jonin assessment came to an end. Senior Ja, how is Kozu? Is Senior Hisashi back? Hideki asked as soon as he saw Inyazuka jab. Hisashi has come back, but he seemed to be looking for you just now, so we probably missed each other. As he said this, Inyazuka Jade's face was full of grief. As for Koji, he has gone. He went to the medical team on the front line for treatment, but he should be fine. Hideki clenched his fists and resisted the urge to punch Jade Sr. Why are you panting while talking? And why do you look so sad? He almost thought that he, a little butterfly, accidentally slapped the unborn Koji to death. Then Inyazuka Jade explained. Damn, I heard there are several beautiful medical ninjas there, I also want to go there and be taken care of by them. It's not too late now, how about I break a few ribs for you? Hideki suggested kindly. In response, Inyazuka Jade just rolled his eyes and gave a middle finger in return. Then Minato also said. Although Uegakure and the others should think we are dead, the information that I mastered the Flying Thunder God technique was leaked after all. So I have to go ahead and tell Jiraiya-sensei how to change the battle plan. Hideki originally wanted to go with him to see if he could have a historic meeting with Jiraiya, whom he liked very much in his previous life. But he really didn't want to take the Flying Thunder God ride again for a while, so he had to say goodbye to Minato and wait for Hisashi's return. However, what Hideki didn't know was that Hisashi was actually squatting on a distant mountain, aiming at him with the air cannon he gave him. At this time, Hisashi's heart was in a mess, and he was extremely shocked. Because he never expected that Hideki could come back alive. After he helped Hideki stop the Five Tails, he ran to the nearest evacuation point for evacuation, so he didn't know what happened next. But he was about to get the tailed beast ball that destroyed the world. Even without opening his eyes, he could easily detect it. He really couldn't imagine how Hideki survived such an attack, so he subconsciously thought that Hideki was dead. While this made him feel relieved, he felt empty inside, as if he had missed the opportunity to escape his own fate. At this time, seeing that Hideki actually survived under the tailed beast ball, he was of course extremely shocked, and at the same time, his heart was tangled again. Because when he returns, he has to report the things here truthfully. Those ninja tools that will lower the status of the Hyuga clan, plus the strength to escape from the hands of the Jinchuriki, will certainly make Hideki a threat that the Hyuga clan cannot ignore. In this way, the Hyuga clan has only two ways to go. Either ask Kimura Hideki Shu surrendered and established a cooperative relationship with him like the recent police department did. Even if those ninja tools became popular, the Byakugan combined with Hideki's various novel ninja tools should be able to revitalize the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, in order to avoid the mass production of those ninja tools and Hideki's thorough growth, even if Konoha will lose a talent, it is necessary to eliminate future troubles. Although it seems that the former is more beneficial to the development of the Hyuga clan. But the father who has always been conservative and proud of the reputation of the Hyuga clan, who is not long for death, may choose the latter, which is a more stable path. But is it really good? As a witness to Hideki's various miracles, Hisashi is almost convinced by Hideki. No wonder the Hokage attaches so much importance to him. As long as he does not die halfway, Kimura Hideki is destined to change Konoha and even the existence of the ninja world. The question is, what role will the Hyuga clan play in this process? Suddenly Hisashi discovered that as a branch family, he actually had the power to decide the future of the Hyuga clan. Telling the truth or keeping it a secret will change the future of the Hyuga clan, Konoha, and even the ninja world. Whoosh! Suddenly, an early bird flew up from the forest and started a new day. Hisashi watched the bird leave, and at the same time, he could clearly see several young birds crying for food in the bird's nest. Although it was just an ordinary scene, Hisashi suddenly made up his mind. A moment later, he came to the temporary camp built by the Konoha ninjas, and said to Hideki as soon as he saw him. Kimura Hideki, please compete with me with your soft fist. Chapter 266 Soft Fist vs Soft Fist. Compete? And it was specified to be a soft fist? Just escaping death and completing such a thrilling mission, what is this Hyuga Hisashi suddenly doing? Hideki couldn't help but complain wildly in his heart. However, when he found that Hisashi's expression was several times more serious than usual, he couldn't help but think about it. Speaking of which, Hisashi's attitude towards him has always been very strange. From the beginning, when he was sent to steal the breathing method, the other party had a completely perfunctory attitude. Especially the mission that just ended, which was obviously a great opportunity to hinder him from becoming a jonin, but Hisashi did not make any difficulties. Even after discovering the enemy army, he did not insist on ending the mission, and even joined the new mission. Although he did not risk his life like Senior Ja and Choza, he also completed his part of the work diligently. Even after the appearance of Jinkraki, an incident that even Hideki did not expect, he did not take the opportunity to stand by and watch, or secretly shoot cold guns, wasting the opportunity to strangle Hideki. Although it can be explained by the pride of the Hyuga family. But Hideki, who has read the script in advance, can hardly help but think of the murderous intent he had in the original work towards Hinata Hyuga, who obviously had no talent, but was able to inherit the position of the head family. The ice is 3 feet deep, and it is not a day's cold. Even the current Hisashi might be dissatisfied with the Hyuga clan's branch family system. It would be better to say that Hisashi was cursed as a bird in a cage because he was born a few seconds later than twins. Perhaps he is the one who is most aware of the irrationality of the branch family system. In this case, Hisashi's sudden intention to challenge him is very interesting. Thinking of the many inventions that he showed voluntarily or forcefully in this Jonin examination, which collided with the Hyuga clan, Hideki felt that it was indeed time for him to have a talk with Hisashi. So he said with a smile. It seems that you, Senior Hisashi, were only supporting from a distance before, and you are itching to do something. It just so happens that I have gained something in this mission, and I also want to find an opportunity to verify it. If you don't mind that my soft fist is just for show, then of course I am willing to accompany you. Hisashi nodded and said. Then let's go to the nearby forest to compete. Do you need time to rest and prepare? I had rested enough when I came back by boat. Hideki shrugged, then explained to Senior Ja and others beside him, and then followed Hisashi to leave. The two soon came to a small open space in the nearby dense forest and put on their own soft fist postures. Byan open. Hisashi opened his Byakugan directly, and the blue veins around his eyes suddenly bulged, obviously very serious. And Hideki did not dare to be careless and began to buff himself. Spiritual resonance technique open. 8 gates open. Breathing method full power open. Spider sense technique, open. As a result, his thinking speed, strength, speed, physique, and perception have all been greatly improved. The chakra required for instant step and silk knot manipulation has also been brewed in the meridians, ready to go at any time. Of course, what follows is that the chakra is flowing like water. This makes Hideki complain in his heart, feeling that he is a bit like Ultraman who flashes a red light when he disagrees with something. So he didn't dare to delay and quickly said. Please give me more advice. Hisashi also nodded. Please give me more advice. Swoosh. As soon as Hisashi finished speaking, Hideki disappeared instantly, and through exquisite control however, Hisashi seemed to have eyes behind him, and he spun back with an elbow strike without turning his head. As a ninja of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi could easily release chakra from places other than his hands and feet. So his sharp elbow strike also condensed a lot of chakra, and collided with Hideki's push palm, and even slightly better. However, this victory was not due to technology, but to the high-quality chakra that the Hyuga clan was born with. Hideki had expected this and couldn't help cursing him in his heart. Then he released the smooth chakra he had prepared in advance, trying to remove the force of Hisashi's attack. But Hisashi probably learned about the characteristics of Hideki's soft fist from Ganwen Kui-shan and the other four, and he had already thought of a countermeasure. Through the change of form, he created a large number of sharp thorns on the surface of Hideki's elbow chakra, which were deeply embedded in Hideki's chakra and could not be easily slipped away. Hideki raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this, and had to separate the part of the stuck chakra and take the opportunity to continue to relieve the force. Although he successfully avoided Hisashi's long-planned attack, the amount of chakra consumed still made Hideki feel a little painful. He dared not be careless anymore, and increased the output of chakra to strengthen the hardness, so as not to be easily stuck by Hisashi. So the two used this as a bargaining point, and they fought for more than a dozen rounds in a short while. It can only be said that Hisashi is worthy of being a genius ninja who can give birth to Niji, and his own qualifications are definitely not bad. Whether it is the quality and control of chakra, or the skills of soft fist, he has shown strength far beyond the previous 4 people of Ganon Kyushin. The most important thing is that the soft fist of the Hyuga clan does have some tricks. Although insisting on using normal chakra consumes a lot, the controllability is indeed much better than Hideki's slippery fruit. So even if Hideki's chakra control power after opening the spiritual resonance technique is far better than Hisashi, he still falls behind for a while. After the continuous accumulation of moves, Hideki was increasingly unable to resist. Hisashi saw the opportunity and struck out with a palm. When Hideki was forced to take it, he blew out the chakra that had been accumulated in his body from his palm in one breath. Soft fist, one strike. This double-strength technique was like a surprise attack from behind after the two armies had clashed. The effect was surprisingly good. Even Hideki was somewhat caught off guard. He could only helplessly use a stupid method, releasing a large amount of chakra to exchange with Hisashi, and at the same time using this force to fly backwards, preparing to regroup. But Hisashi was still unyielding and quickly pushed out with both palms. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. Whoosh! A violent shock wave suddenly whizzed out from his hand and flew straight towards Hideki, who was still in the air. Hideki secretly praised in his heart when he saw this. Because the Bagwakongbai palm he remembered should be a combination of two Hyuga clan ninjas using Bagwakongbai palm at the same time. I didn't expect Hisashi to be able to use both hands and perform such a powerful long-range attack by himself. Even this shock wave is rotating in a spiral shape, which should be formed by deliberately fine-tuning the angle of both hands' empty palms. I don't know if Hisashi has already performed this way, or if he learned from his air cannon. In any case, his talent is worthy of praise. It's a pity that Hideki has played this thing thoroughly and knows how to break it very well. I saw his right hand suddenly tightened like a claw, and a little blood oozed from the tip of each finger, and then he swung it forward violently. Blood blade flying claw. Swish, 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 swish. A series of blood-colored air blades like crescent moons responded and flew towards the shock wave at high speed. Boom! A huge roar suddenly exploded in the dense forest. The aftermath alone made the surrounding trees rustle and shake. It was a draw. Hideki landed immediately, slightly surprised. Because this blood blade claw was his masterpiece. First, the air-containing chakra was compressed on the fingertips through the breathing method through the blood. Then, using the meridian spinning method, a large amount of chakra was ejected from the fingertips, enveloping the air flowing out of the blood vessels, and forming a powerful air blade in conjunction with the claw swinging action. The finishing touch was the bright red blood flowing with the air. Although it made the air blade red and easier to distinguish, it also turned the air blade into a water knife, doubling its power. But he didn't expect that even this move was only a draw with Hisashi's 8 trigrams empty wall palm. It seems that this Hisashi senior is much more powerful than he imagined. At this time, the two also realized that it was difficult to determine the victory by long-range attacks alone. So the two rushed towards each other at the same time, inviting close combat again. This time, Hisashi made up his mind and decided to use his best move. Soft Fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Chapter 267 The Secret of the 8 trigrams Field. Finally, Hideki was a little excited. After seeing the creative 8 trigrams empty wall palm, he was looking forward to seeing the legendary 8 trigrams 64 palms. Although this move can be regarded as the secret of the soft fist of the Hyuga clan, only the main family can learn it. But a tiger's son has a dog's father, and Hisashi, whose talent is not inferior to Niji, is likely to have secretly mastered this move. After all, he is the son of the clan leader. Even if he is a branch family and cannot be taught to learn this move, there is always a chance to see this move. As long as you see it with your own eyes, with that ability the Byakugan, who can clearly see all the details of the movements and even the flow of chakra in the body, will master it sooner or later with his extraordinary talent. However, as a branch family, he dared to use this move in front of him, and the hidden meaning is worth studying. However, Hideki didn't care about him for the time being, he just wanted to see the true meaning of this soft fist. You should know that this move was ridiculed a lot in his previous life, and people asked why he didn't just stab people with kunao. With the skill of using 64 palms to seal the enemy's meridians, it is probably enough to stab people to death 64 times. Because of the activation of the telepathic technique, Hideki could think of so many things in a flash. But when Hisashi's moves were quickly activated, his mind was instantly pulled back to reality. Because he activated the spider sensing technique, he immediately felt a huge chakra that could be described as sticky, forming a hemisphere with a radius of 3 meters with Hisashi as the center. Hideki knew that entering it would be very bad, so he stopped immediately. Who knew that Hisashi might have been on guard against Hideki's perception ability, and had reserved some of it before, but suddenly the radius of the hemisphere doubled, and Hideki was included in it at once. You have entered my Bagwa domain. If you don't use all your strength, you will be easily defeated. After leaving this sentence, Hisashi rushed towards Hideki with lightning speed. Hideki knew that Hisashi was not bluffing. Because with the help of the telepathic technique, at this moment he had realized part of the truth of the secret of this soft fist. It was the Byakugan. This so-called Bagua domain is not something mysterious. It's just that the Hyuga clan ninjas compressed the Byakugan pupil power that can usually see several kilometers away to a range of several meters around the body. In the original work, after Niji performed this move, the surroundings became dark, leaving only himself, the enemy and the Bagua formation on the ground. Now it seems that this is exactly what Niji saw. And this huge amount of I-power chakra is also the reason why Hideki felt sticky and difficult to invade when he just used the chakra thread of spider sense to detect it. However, this kind of I-power chakra cannot directly hurt people. In addition to the effect of a little pressure, it allows the caster to perfectly control all the situations around him through the extremely compressed I-power. In a sense, this is similar to his spider sense that releases a large amount of chakra threads to the surrounding area. Of course, in terms of effect and chakra consumption, the two are worlds apart. However, Hideki didn't think too much and began to think about how to deal with Hisashi's next attack. 8 trigrams 2 palms. Hisashi quickly rushed forward and tapped the 2 major acupoints on Hideki's chest with both palms. Hideki used the Thousand Threads hand to intercept, but this move, which was mediocre before, was directly seen through by Hisashi in the 8 trigrams field. His palms bypassed Hideki's defense like a golden snake, hitting 2 acupuncture points without bias. Hideki secretly cried out that it was not good, and quickly used the instant step to retreat to avoid it. But this could not escape Hisashi's insight. He followed closely behind him like a shadow, and his hands hit again and again. 8 trigrams 4 palms. In a flash, 4 more acupuncture points on Hideki's body were blocked. Although Hideki also took precautions and mobilized a large amount of chakra to block the acupuncture points before being hit. But Hisashi's soft fist skills were still superior, and he squeezed the chakra into the acupuncture points, temporarily occupying half of the territory. Although it was not completely blocked, it would still slow down the flow of chakra in the nearby meridians. But if he wanted to consume it, he would have to spend a lot of chakra, which made Hideki a little dilemma. If he continued to let Hisashi block the acupuncture points, sooner or later he might not be able to deliver the chakra that blocked the acupuncture points in time, and he would eventually fall into the situation of being slaughtered. Who knows whether Hisashi will decide to kill people to cover up his own secrets because he thinks he has not passed the test. Sure enough, it is still difficult for him to defeat a serious jonin like Hisashi by relying on physical skills alone. If he can use puppetry and ninja tools, Hideki has many ways to escape. But in this way, Hisashi's strategy route will probably end here, and he will face the full-scale targeting of the Hyuga clan after returning. After thinking it over again and again, Hideki decided to give it another try. After all, he just said that he had gained a little from the previous mission, and he was not lying. But first of all, the secret technique that has not been completely completed, I hope it can buy me more time. Hideki prayed in his heart, and then transformed the chakra attached to the oxygen in his lungs into the nature of earth escape. They then flowed through Hideki's body through the respiratory system, using the characteristics of earth escape to reinforce the body. Stone breathing. Open. Unlike storm breathing, which controls air, and water breathing, which controls blood, stone breathing needs to be adapted to local conditions and strengthen different cells in different directions. Hard parts are easy to break, and not all parts need to become harder like bones. Rocks, soil, clay, sand, concrete, different parts of the body require different soil characteristics to make the human body stronger and more durable. You have to know that the people in the ninja world are more awesome. There are as many as 130 trillion cells in the body. It is absolutely impossible to give every cell the most appropriate earth escape characteristics. This is true, but if it is just the part of the cells that serve as the framework, Hideki can still do it with the help of the telepathic technique and the incredible control he gained by liberating the brain. However, this cannot bring much change to Hideki, but only makes him more resilient. Fortunately, this is enough. Because Hideki's real killer move is still to come. Instant step Rewa. 18 palms of 8 diagrams. Hideki began to deal with Hayashi with unpredictable steps. But in the 8 diagrams field, Hayashi can even distinguish the direction of the chakra ejection from Hideki's feet, so this move is also ineffective. The unexpected surprise is that the earth escape chakra forms a solid protective wall in Hideki's body, which reduces the effect of the chakra injected by Hayashi. But this is ultimately a drop in the bucket. Hideki has been increasingly aware of the chakra flow in the meridians, and time is running out. Fortunately, the preparations have been completed. Hideki suddenly pretended to lift his leg and tricked Hisashi into taking 2 steps back. It's not that he has outstanding acting skills, but in the instant step just now, Hideki has been accumulating chakra in his feet and even calves. Hisashi can of course see this clearly, and he, who has always been cautious, will naturally retreat for a while to wait and see. And Hideki is waiting for this opportunity. I saw him suddenly stepping on the spot with a strange step that is difficult to see with the naked eye. It's as if he is stepping on an invisible air pump. Every time he steps on the ground, a large amount of chakra will rush to the top of the meridians like being pushed by a piston. The acupuncture points that were previously blocked were also broken at once under the fierce impact of these chakras. Normally, this kind of reckless approach will only cause the meridians to be unable to withstand and rupture and be damaged. But after performing the beggar version of the rock breathing method, Hideki's body was finally able to withstand this kind of torture temporarily. As a result, the acupoint pressing skills that the Hyuga clan was proud of could not work on Hideki temporarily. However, this was actually just a side effect. The chakra that was flowing like a turbulent flow in the meridians also made Hideki's physical ability leap forward. Even these chakras have more magical uses. Hayashi, you can't beat me anymore. Hideki took a horse stance, and at the same time put his right fist on the ground, saying in a firm tone. Because all my physical skills will evolve by 1 level. Enter. Second gear. Chapter 268 Red Lotus. Then try that move first. Red Lotus Void Step. Swoosh. Because of the limited chakra, Hideki didn't dare to continue to pose. He quickly disappeared from the spot, leaving only 2 deep red marks on the ground, and then flashed behind Hisashi. Although a similar scene appeared at the beginning, this time Hideki's speed has been greatly improved. The best proof is that even though he was still in Hisashi's Bagua field, he was not blocked by Hisashi at all. This means that Hisashi was watching his moving figure, but his brain and body could not react in time. However, when Hideki paused for a moment to stop his steps, Hisashi finally reacted, turned around and elbowed again, and continued the previous attack. Bagua 32 palms. Hideki smiled slightly when he saw this, raised his fist surrounded by a strange red airflow, and attacked Hisashi. Red Lotus Fist. Breaking Palm, Elbow Strike, Fierce Kick, Iron Mountain Lean, Empty Step. A set of punches that are completely different from Hideki's usual containment style, straight and fierce, burst out instantly, forming a sharp contrast with Hisashi's soft fist, and collided with each other one after another. And what is shocking is that Hideki, who had always been slightly inferior in close combat, is now not inferior to Hisashi even in the Bagua field. Especially when Hideki ejects bright red chakra beams from acupuncture points such as elbows, soles of feet, or back, the subsequent attack will become faster and more powerful. Even Hisashi has to temporarily avoid the edge and turn from offense to defense. That is, instead of attacking Hideki, he uses the force-releasing technique of authentic soft fist to resist the powerful attack. Is this the so-called second gear, Red Lotus Fist? In fact, just now, Hisashi suspected that Hideki was just bluffing. Because as a puppeteer, Hideki was able to practice his own soft fist to this level in a short time, which was already quite remarkable. As a result, he actually said that as long as the second gear was activated, all physical skills could be upgraded by 1 level, which was too exaggerated. Unless Hideki had already mastered the legendary 8 gates of ninjutsu, and even practiced it to the level of 4 gates or more. However, after experiencing this strange Red Lotus Fist in person, Hisashi realized that what Hideki said was true. At this time, Hideki, who could be on par with him in close combat, was considered to be a master of physical skills in the eyes of outsiders. However, Hisashi knew that this was not the case. Because under the extreme compression of the Bagua field, he already knew the secret of Hideki's strength. It was not the change of physical skills, but the chakra circulation system that was operating precisely in his body. In Hisashi's vision, he could see how Hideki operated his exquisite breathing method, attaching a large amount of chakra to oxygen and then transporting it to various parts of the body. However, the following is somewhat different from the ordinary breathing method. Hideki did not let the large amount of carbon dioxide produced by the high-intensity breathing reaction return to the lungs with the blood and then spray out from the mouth and nose. Instead, under Hideki's intentional control, they gathered and compressed near several key points such as the palms, elbows, soles of the feet, and back. Whenever Hideki launched an attack, he would mix these gases with the chakra in the meridians, and then spray them out from specific acupuncture points in one breath, using their reaction force to increase the speed and strength of the attack. And the mystery of the bright red chakra is actually the same as the previous strange blood-colored air blade, which is the effect caused by a small amount of blood. But this does not seem to be the full picture of this red lotus fist. Because Hisashi also discovered that every time Hideki sprayed air at the soles of his feet, he did not seem to use all the reaction force to move at high speed. Part of the reaction force, under the action of the strange rune device on the sole of his shoe, will make the chakra on the sole of his foot quickly pump up along other meridian lines like a water pump. Just like the heart to the blood. Under the push of the 2 foot-shaped water pumps, Hideki's meridian system can run wildly at an unreasonable speed. This looks similar to the water-breathing method used by Uchiha Shisui. However, as the highway for chakra operation, the meridian is more than 10 times stronger than the newly opened branch of blood vessels in terms of the scale of chakra flow and the strengthening effect. Of course, what comes with it is the huge burden on the body, especially the meridian system. This makes Hisashi want to complain. Is Kimura Hideki going to die? Why use such a dangerous move in a contest? Hisashi has actually seen this move that accelerates action by spraying chakra airflow not long ago. That is the boiling escape used by the Five Tails Jinchuriki. But even the Five Tails Jinchuriki, who had a strong regenerative ability, did not use his body as a jet directly, but honestly put on a steam armor and then produced a lot of steam in it to accelerate his movements. But Hideki only used the chakra that seemed to have undergone a change in the nature of earth escape to strengthen the strength of the meridians, so as to temporarily withstand the repeated impact of the chakra torrent. In this way, this set of breathing system and meridian system merged into a new chakra circulation system was finally completed. But even though Hisashi had seen through most of the secrets through the Byakugan, he was only shocked and even terrified in his heart, and had no intention of imitating it at all. Because even if he just imagined how to maintain this extremely complicated chakra circulation system, Hisashi's scalp was numb. At this time, Hideki's body was like the inside of an extremely precise puppet, and every gear must be running tightly to maintain normal operation. Not to mention that Hideki used it in such a fierce close combat. Genius! In front of such an almost impossible feat, the word genius seems a bit pale and powerless. But this also means that he was determined to bet on Hideki, which was really an extremely wise decision. However, Hayashi no longer had time to think about it. Because this battle has entered a white-hot stage. Whether he opened the Bagua field or Hideki ran the sophisticated chakra circulation system, it was destined to not last too long. So after looking at each other, the two seemed to decide to use their last trick to decide who was better. Soft fist technique Bagua 64 palms. Red Lotus, empty step. Who knew that Hideki actually dodged and retreated 2 meters at the last moment, and then laughed. Red Lotus, rubber gun random shooting. Then his arm suddenly increased by nearly twice the length, and used the rubber series of moves he used in the previous sparring with Might Dai, but it was just a version strengthened by the Red Lotus fist jet. Hisashi knew it was bad, but it was too late to change his tactics, so he could only continue to use the 8 trigrams 64 palms to intercept. The next moment, his push palm and Hideki's fist collided continuously, and a continuous explosion sound broke out. However, Hideki's arms, which were like rubber, allowed him to continuously increase his attack speed with elasticity as he continued to punch. In a short while, his speed had exceeded Hisashi's upper limit. For the first time, the palm and fist did not collide. However, due to the advantage of arm span, Hisashi's push palm could not touch Hideki at all, and Hideki's fist hit Hisashi's chest without bias. Bang! Hisashi flew backwards in response. Naturally, he could not finish the 8 trigrams 64 palms, and even the 8 trigrams field, which was the magic weapon for victory, was difficult for him to maintain. After falling to the ground, Hisashi realized an incredible fact. He, actually lost. Chapter 269 Bird in a Cage. He had practiced soft fist since he was a child, and even took out his best Bagua 64 palms, but he still lost to Hideki, who was a puppeteer. This fact was indeed not easy for Hisashi to accept. However, the cool and slightly damp grass touch from his back was constantly proving that this is an indisputable fact. I really lost. Fortunately, Hisashi is not a guy who can't afford to lose. It is better to say that Hideki can perform a move beyond his imagination and defeat him, which is also a pleasant surprise for him, making him more confident. But after sitting up, Hisashi still had to smile bitterly and complain. Teacher Hideki, your Red Lotus fist really opened my eyes. But this is probably hard to be considered as the category of soft fist, right? At this time, Hideki saw that the victory and defeat had been decided, and he had already released the Red Lotus fist mode, looking a little tired. Hearing Hisashi's complaints, he could only shrug and smile. Hisashi-senpai, what you said is actually not wrong. If we really define the hard fist as causing external injuries by direct strikes, and the soft fist as causing internal injuries by releasing chakra, I am indeed a bit foul. But in my opinion, there is no need to distinguish between the two so clearly. The technique of releasing chakra from the acupuncture points of the soft fist can also be used to enhance the effect of the hard fist by high-speed jets like I do. And many techniques of the hard fist can also be used on the soft fist. The two are never either one or the other, they can coexist completely. Just like the pattern of Tai Chi Bagua, solitary yang cannot be born, solitary yin cannot grow, extreme hardness is easy to break, and extreme softness is easy to bend. Perhaps the highest realm of taijutsu is to integrate both styles. Hideki Ichiban's remarks seemed to be a sophistry, but Hisashi heard them as thunderbolts. Yet, obviously there is no conflict between the soft fist and the hard fist. Why has no one in the Hyuga clan ever thought of combining them? Of course, it is probably difficult to achieve the amazing effect of Hideki's precision machine. But if we just learn from the principles and develop a set of hard and soft boxing, it is actually not impossible. However, for thousands of years, no one in the Hyuga clan has made similar attempts. This made Hisashi confirm a fact again. Sure enough, the Hyuga clan has reached the point where it has to change, otherwise it will be abandoned by the time sooner or later. After some enlightenment, Hisashi was completely convinced and made up his mind. He did not stand up, but sat on the ground and leaned forward, saying in a pleading tone, "Teacher Hideki, please lend me your wisdom." Hideki quickly avoided him and pretended to be confused. "Why do you have to be so generous, Senior Hisashi? If you want to order ninja tools from me, just ask directly. Although I don't get along well with the Hyuga clan, if it is your order, Senior Hisashi, I am still willing to help make it." Hisashi shook his head, then gritted his teeth and said, "No, what I really want is not ordinary ninja tools, but a way to crack the caged bird." "Alas, it's not easy," this guy finally said it. Hideki complained silently in his heart. However, Hisashi's frankness also made Hideki see his awareness. But Hideki couldn't reveal the fact that he had read the script, so he still had to be cautious. So he stopped smiling, narrowed his eyes and said, "Hisashi, do you know what you are talking about? The seal of the bird in the cage has always been a taboo among the taboos of the Hyuga clan. Even if you just peek a little, they will ruthlessly ban you. Once I tell this to the Hyuga clan, even if you are the son of the current clan leader, I am afraid that you will not have a good ending. When I used the 8 diagram 64 palms in front of you, Teacher Hideki, which is the secret that only the main family can master, I have already realized it." Hisashi said with a wry smile, and then his eyes became more determined. "After all, it is better than survive in a cage, and let all my descendants bear this fate of not being free. Then I would rather risk my life to fight back and die on the road to freedom. In the past, I was mediocre because I could not see any chance of success. Until you, Mr. Hideki, appeared, and then I ignited the hope in my heart. After the Jonin assessment and this competition, I am very sure that you are the most likely person to help our Hyuga clan break the shackles of fate. So Mr. Hideki, please lend your wisdom to our branch family." Seeing Hisashi leaning over and begging again, Hideki couldn't help but sigh. "In fact, I have always been quite critical of the Hyuga clan's branch family system, and I feel that it is too backward." Hideki paced back and forth, but finally spread his hands and said, "But even if I am willing to agree to your request, it is still too difficult for me to break the curse of the caged bird." Hisashi quickly added, "Of course I know how difficult this is, so I won't ask you to do it immediately, as long as you are willing to try. And I will try my best to find all the relevant information for you. At the same time, I will try my best to delay the Hyuga clan's actions against you. If I really can't delay, I will also inform you." Hisashi's traitorous remarks made Hideki very excited, but he still shook his head and said, "In fact, in order to get all kinds of help from Hisashi Sr., I should probably agree to it now. But I know that it is more painful to have hope shattered than to have no expectations from the beginning. I really don't want you, Hisashi Sr., to have unnecessary expectations. Over the years, I don't know how many amazing geniuses I have coveted the power of the Byakugan, but no one has ever been able to break the curse of the caged bird. I don't think I am an exception. Because I strongly suspect that this curse may not be imposed on the body, but directly on the soul, so that it can be so foolproof. Although it is a suspicion, Heidke, who has read the original work, knows that this is actually the fact. Ironically, it was Hisashi in the original work who let him know this fact. He was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation in the Fourth Ninja World War, and the curse seal was still left on his forehead, which is the most conclusive evidence of this conjecture. Heidke, who is not deeply involved in the soul and dare not venture too deeply, certainly dare not make any guarantees in this regard. After a little thought, Hisashi's face turned pale. Because through his personal experience and various clues in the past, he vaguely felt that Heidke's maybe it was a bad luck to guess. Even in the current ninja world, the research on the soul is still at a very basic level. It is not easy to draw a curse seal on an extremely fragile soul. It is even more difficult to perfectly remove the curse seal without hurting the soul. No wonder Heidke didn't even have the confidence to accept it. Hisashi couldn't help but feel desperate. Could it be that this cage didn't have a door from the beginning? Although he had two eyes that could see everything, Hisashi felt darkness in front of him. But Heidke suddenly touched his chin and murmured thoughtfully, which sounded like the sound of nature to Hisashi. He hurriedly asked, "Teacher Heidke, do you have any good ideas?" "It's not a good idea, it can only be said to be a way out of helplessness." Heidke smiled bitterly. "I would like to hear more about it." Hayashi couldn't wait to say. Heidke didn't respond directly, but changed the subject. "Hayashi, I wonder if you have heard a joke. Legend has it that a peddler's cart was stolen and he was very angry. So the next day after buying a new car, he put 5 locks on it in one go and left a piece of paper with the words, 'See how you steal.' Who knew that when he was about to push the cart out to set up a stall on the third day, he found that there were 6 locks on the car. And there were 5 more words on the previous paper. See how you use it." Hisashi was a little confused at first, not knowing why Heidke told a joke. But when he heard the end of the joke, he suddenly realized something. Chapter 270 The Lock Plan. "Teacher Heidke, do you mean?" Hisashi had already guessed a rough idea, but the solution was too far-fetched, so he was still unsure. Fortunately, Heidke did not keep him in suspense, and smiled slightly. "As far as I know, the basic function of the caged bird seal is to instantly destroy the eyes to prevent leakage when the branch family dies or the eyes are taken away. At the same time, the ninjas of the main family can remotely activate the caged bird seal through special techniques, thereby destroying the Byakugan of the branch family ninjas, and even the brain nerves. I have to say, this is indeed a very effective preventive measure. In fact, it has indeed protected the Byakugan bloodline limit from being leaked for many years. If it were not for it, the power of the Byakugan that can affect the outcome of a battle would definitely attract countless people's covetousness. And the Hyuga clan will probably disappear in the long river of history like many ninja clans with bloodline limits." Hisashi nodded helplessly. Even though he hated the caged bird, he had to admit that it protected ordinary Hyuga clan members. Seeing this, Heidke spread his hands and sighed. But when the main family began to use it to threaten and control the branch family, everything changed completely. And what you and other branch families really hate is actually the main family's bad use of the caged bird, right? Hisashi nodded heavily. "You are really worthy of being Teacher Heidke, you also have such an understanding of the caged bird. I just made some deductions based on the information that can be collected on the market." Heidke waved his hands, and then put his hands together and said, "So my proposal is also aimed at this kind of bad use. Since the caged bird curse itself has more advantages than disadvantages, we don't need to fight it for the time being. As long as we add another lock outside it and keep the main family who holds the original key out, you can be considered free again." Hayashi was also a little tempted, but still hesitated. "But will things really go so smoothly?" "Of course, we have to study the specific implementation method before we can come up with it. Anyway, no matter how sophisticated the main family's curse-killing technique is, it has to rely on the medium of chakra waves to transmit remotely. As long as we find a way to interfere with or block this chakra wave, we should be able to prevent the caged bird curse from being triggered. Even if it is difficult, it is much simpler than directly cracking the caged bird." Hayashi also had to admit that what Heidke said made sense, and began to smile bitterly with mixed feelings. "It seems that this is the only way. Sure enough, this is the only solution out there. Teacher Heidke, you may not know that the caged bird seal has a hidden drawback. That would weaken the strength of the Byakugan, and even create a blind spot of about 1 degree behind the head. Wow, a blind spot of 1 degree, this is too miserable. Hideki, whose naked eye field of view is usually only 124 degrees, said in his heart. But he actually understood Hisashi's dilemma. In a battlefield full of chaos and ninja tools flying everywhere, the blind spot of 1 degree that is easy to be overlooked may become a fatal weakness. But Hideki has no better solution for this for the time being. You can't make a fully automatic vibration and shaking machine for Hisashi, so that he keeps shaking his head to eliminate the blind spot, right? Since Hisashi also agrees with Hideki's idea, the next thing will be much simpler. If you want to add another lock to the bird in the cage, you naturally have to do some research on it first to avoid conflicts between the two. Although the Emperor is far away now, it seems to be a good research opportunity. But Hideki suspects that the Hyuga clan may have the ability to sense and even activate the caged bird curse seal from a long distance. In order to prevent Niji, his father died suddenly, so he decided to go back and build a laboratory with a high-intensity sensory defense barrier before starting research. Then the two discussed how to deal with the various plans of the Hyuga clan's main family after returning. For example, how to hide the information in this assessment that would irritate the Hyuga clan, and how to test the effect of the plan to add a lock, etc. Then they slowly returned to the temporary camp and prepared to return to Konoha. So Hideki's unexpected Jonin assessment finally came to a successful conclusion after getting a powerful helper from Hyuga Hisashi. At the same time, in the open space of the frontline stronghold, Jiraiya was standing on a big toad, and he was rarely serious about mobilizing before the war. Today, the sky is clear and the waves are magnificent. Konoha will rise or fall in this battle. You should work harder. Although the content is good, many ninjas below couldn't help whispering when they heard it. This is not the seaside, where is the magnificent waves? The seaside? I was wondering why it sounded so familiar. Wasn't this speech said by Jiraiya-sama when he was fighting Kirigakure? Tisk tisk tisk, even the speech is repeated. No wonder Jiraiya-sama's novels are not popular. Jiraiya listened to everyone's complaints. On the surface, he continued to speak, but his eyes unconsciously glanced at Minato, who looked apologetic. It's all Minato's fault. It was just a small task to pick up the five-tailed Jinkra key. And in order to escape, he leaked the key to this battle, the Flying Thunder God technique, to the enemy. Although according to him, the enemy should think he is dead now. But in order to avoid more trouble, and considering that the army with the five-tailed Jinkra key the information will arrive soon, Jiraiya can only move the decisive battle forward, so of course he has no time to write a mobilization speech. It's a pity that no one understands his good intentions. Seeing that the ninjas in the audience didn't seem to be mobilized at all, Jiraiya's mouth twitched slightly. Whatever. Anyway, as long as the plan goes smoothly, these tasteless guys will hardly be used this time. So Jiraiya didn't want to give a speech, he just raised his index finger and pointed in the direction of the Uegakure position and said loudly, "All troops attack." This is a tricky idea, everyone retreat quickly. A moment later, in the dense forest battlefield, on a fierce battle line, the Konoha ninja suddenly made a slightly artificial cry, and then retreated collectively. This made the Uegakure ninja on the opposite side a little confused. They wanted to pursue the victory but were afraid it was a trap. Fortunately, they soon didn't have to worry about it. Because at this moment, a strange kunai suddenly shot from a distance. Because it didn't hit anyone at all, everyone thought it was thrown by the enemy to vent their anger, and didn't pay too much attention. So when they saw the trident kunai flying close, the glimmering rune on the ground was too late to react. The next moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from the kunai, instantly blinding the eyes of all the surrounding Uegakure ninjas. Fortunately, these Uegakure ninjas were well trained. Although their eyesight was temporarily taken away, they remained calm and quickly made the most correct response. That is, according to the key points of night battles, they never acted rashly to cause chaos, and at the same time took out the kunai to protect their vital points, and pricked up their ears to distinguish the sound of the enemy's attack. Ah! Ah! Bang! However, no matter how hard they listened, they could only hear the continuous screams of their companions around them and the muffled sound of them falling to the ground. On the contrary, they could not catch the voice of the enemy, as if a ghost was killing. When the white light dissipated, there was only a figure left on the open ground, with golden hair shining in the sun. In addition, there were only corpses scattered on the ground and a large amount of blood that dyed the ground bright red. Minato Namikaze. It is hard to imagine he, who is usually a good guy, turned into such a cold-blooded death god on the battlefield. Perhaps this is what is called my hero, his enemy. A simple good guy will never become the 4th-generation Hokage who dominates the ninja world in the future. However, for Minato, the real debut of the Flying Thunder God technique has just begun. Chapter 271 Flying Thunder God Auxiliary Ninja Tools. In the command room of the frontline base. On a 2-meter-wide perception array with a large number of complicated runes, several ninjas from the Yamanaka clan were sitting. The leader, Yamanaka Inoichi, closed his eyes tightly and used the power of his clan members to perceive the situation on the battlefield. In his mind, a dark void appeared, dotted with many stars shining with different sizes, representing the ninjas on both sides of the battlefield. It can be seen that the red stars representing enemy ninjas that were not recorded by the sensing array are extinguishing one after another. 18, 19, 20. Hai counted one after another, and the horror on his face became more and more obvious. They actually wiped out a team of 20 Uegaku ninjas in one go. The secret weapon that Jiraiya-sama mentioned is too exaggerated, isn't it? Is this the power of the Flying Thunder God technique, the secret technique that the 2nd-generation Sama used to dominate the ninja world? Then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be able to learn such a powerful space-time ninjutsu, Minato is still as talented as ever. We are in the same era as him, and I don't know whether we are lucky or unlucky. On a chair near Hai, there was a fat boy wrapped in bandages and stubbornly stuffing potato chips into his mouth. It was Dingzo who was sent to the front line for treatment. After a burp full of barbecue flavor, he couldn't help but recall the amazing operation of Hideki's plan to kill the Uegaku troops yesterday. If it weren't for the Five Tails Jinchuriki's interference, his achievements would actually be no less than Minato's. Who is the most talented one of their era, Hideki or Minato? However, Choza touched his aching back again, thinking of the hedgehog training suit that saved his life under the full force of the Five Tails, and soon came to an extremely certain conclusion. He didn't know who was more talented. But it was definitely a lucky thing to be in the same era as Hideki. It was a pity that after he woke up, he was gagged by Master Jiraiya and couldn't reveal this information at all. So much so that he had to be ridiculed by Hai, saying that he was so injured in the Jonin examination, which really damaged the reputation of this generation of Inoshikajo. He was obviously the core of the mission this time, and he had a head-on duel with the Five Tails Jinchuriki, and the result was a draw, barely a 50-50 draw. As for the fact that he was just knocked away like a ball and then unconscious, it had been strategically ignored by Dingzo. Because he couldn't mention his heroic deeds, Dingzo had to ask casually. Speaking of which, Minato has mastered such a powerful Flying Thunder God technique, why haven't you seen him use it before? Of course, it's to catch the enemy by surprise and gain the greatest results at the critical moment. Just like now. Looking at the map on the wall and arranging the troops in his mind, Shikaku explained casually. After all, this Flying Thunder God technique is not perfect. As long as the enemy keeps an eye on the position of the Kunao with the Flying Thunder God technique from the beginning, Minato will hardly have a chance to take advantage of it. If the Konoha ninjas cooperate to disrupt the enemy, the overly complicated battlefield situation will make it difficult for Minato to respond appropriately immediately after teleporting, and he will be easily injured by mistake. Dingzo suddenly realized. No wonder Master Jiraiya ordered us to abandon the mission and retreat directly when we see Minato. So it was to avoid interfering with his Flying Thunder God technique. Shikaku said helplessly. To be honest, I actually suggested waiting until Minato's proficiency is improved by one level before playing this trump card. It's a pity that Master Jiraiya insisted on planning ahead. Now we can only pray that the Flying Thunder God auxiliary ninja tools that Minato mentioned can play the effect he expects. Everyone be careful, it's that flashing Kunao again. Watch me, Earth-style 4th Earth Flow Wall. On another front, the Uegaku ninja has quickly figured out how to deal with the flashing Kunao. As long as we are well prepared, detect it in advance, and use the Earth Flow Wall to block the spread of strong light, we won't let that damn Minato Namikaze have a chance to take advantage of it. Everyone, don't be careless. Pay attention to whether there are other trident Kunao flying around. That Namikaze Minato relies on them to locate and teleport with time-space ninjutsu. A captain of Uegaku reminded. Obviously, they soon had a clue about the countermeasures to the Flying Thunder God technique. Normally, under their strict defense, even Minato would have to return empty-handed. Unless he has the unreasonable continuous teleportation ability and supernatural reaction in the future, it is possible to come and go freely in the enemy army, kill one person in one step, and leave no trace for 1,000 miles. Fortunately, with the assistance of the ninja tools provided by Hideki, Minato can also achieve a similar effect in another way. Swish, 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 swish. Suddenly, several trident-shaped kunai flew out from the dense forest and were sporadically inserted around the Uegakuer ninjas. Tightly then a cautious Uegakuer ninja suddenly found that a blond man appeared near the trident kunai closest to him. It's him! It's him! Our enemy, Minato Namikaze! The Uegakuer ninja shouted in his heart, and while Minato hadn't reacted yet, he quickly raised his kunai and stabbed hard. As a result, he missed the target exaggeratedly, and both the kunai and his body passed through the opponent's figure. Oh no, it's the clone technique! How did Minato Namikaze do it? How could he release the clone technique at such a long distance? But it doesn't matter. Even if he was deceived, other companions would make up for it and would not let that guy take advantage of it. However, this lucky idea disappeared instantly when he passed through the clone and subconsciously looked around, and even his soul was scared. Because he was horrified to find that there were more than one clones, and one appeared next to almost every trident kunai. Like him, his trusted companions were deceived by the clone and attacked subconsciously. This also meant that their mutual protection formation was broken. Swish! A bright red blood flower began to bloom between them, followed by the second and the third. It turned out that the real Minato had quietly come to them at some point. He didn't even need to use the Flying Thunder God technique. With the basic instant body technique, he was able to move in and out of the chaotic enemy formation. Every flash of the sword would take a life. The biggest contributor was, of course, the clone kunai he had just used to lure the enemy. The telescope technique, which had already been completed, originally contained most of the principles of the clone technique. So Hideki easily realized the clone technique and drew it on this clone kunai. The effect is that as long as chakra is injected, a vivid clone image can be displayed near the kunai. Of course, normally this clone technique can only deceive genin, and has no effect on experienced ninjas. However, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique has made the Uegakuer ninjas suspicious. When they saw Minato's figure, they had no time or capital to confirm, and decisively launching an attack was the most correct choice. However, it was precisely this correct choice that became the biggest reason for their defeat. Looking at the corpses all around, Minato, who was originally a little reserved about the effect of the clone kunai, had to sigh at Hideki's precise control of people's hearts. The simple clone technique, combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, can actually produce such a great effect. In this way, even if his Flying Thunder God technique has not reached the level of perfection, it is enough to be of sufficient use on the battlefield. Boom! Just as Minato was retrieving the clone kunai, a huge roar in the distance attracted his attention. That's the main battlefield. Is it the sound of Jiraiya and the Four Tails Jinchuriki fighting? It seems that it is time to end this meaningless war. Minato's mind moved, and then he disappeared from the spot. Chapter 272 Lousy Eye. At the same time, on the main battlefield. On both sides of a large sea of fire, Konoha ninjas and Uegakuer ninjas were using various ninjutsu and ninja tools to fight each other from a distance. On the Uegakuer side, the Four Tails Jinchuriki Lousy Eye was covered with a dark red chakra coat, and four tails were floating behind him, like a small four tails. Lava style, flower and fruit mountain. He suddenly jumped forward with force, and slapped the ground with both hands at the moment of landing, pouring a large amount of lava-style chakra into the ground. Boom boom boom. The earth then kept shaking, making an uncontrollable muffled sound. After a few seconds, the ground suddenly cracked and arched, and a large amount of magma was ejected like a volcanic eruption, rushing towards the direction of the Konoha ninjas. Hey, 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 Lousy Eye, the name of your move obviously doesn't match the actual effect, right? On the side of Konoha, Jiraiya couldn't help but complain when he saw the spreading magma, and then he quickly formed a seal. Earth escape Yellow Spring Swamp. After saying that, Jiraiya also slapped his hands on the ground. The next moment, the large area of land in front of him suddenly became soft and muddy, forming an extremely exaggerated swamp. Swish, 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 swish. The magma that surged like a tide and the large swamp collided with each other, constantly offsetting each other's precipitation, and produced a large amount of white smoke with an indescribable smell. For a moment, the entire battlefield became white. Just then, a blonde figure appeared beside Jiraiya. It's you, Minato. Have the tasks on other fronts been completed so quickly? Jiraiya said in surprise. Minato didn't say much, but nodded, slightly exhausted physically and mentally. Although it was for the village, he was kind by nature, and he always felt a little reluctant every time he took someone's life. Jiraiya knew his apprentice's nature, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Minato. But this operation is not over yet. Only if we hurt Uegakuer once and for all, Konoha will have a longer period of peace." "I know, Jiraiya-sensei." Minato forced a smile. "Then it's time to execute the last's plan." Jiraiya said seriously again. "I'll leave the Four-Tails Jinchuriki to you, shouldn't it be a problem?" "I'll do my best." Minato nodded. So Jiraiya summoned a ninja from the Yamanaka clan, and with the help of his telepathic technique, he issued instructions to the Konoha ninjas on the entire battlefield. "Listen, boys, Minato has helped us create several breakthroughs. It's our turn to perform next. All troops will attack together according to the plan, and the target is the headquarters of Uegakuer." After that, Jiraiya quickly formed a seal, summoned a huge toad and jumped on it, acting as a flag to lead everyone to charge forward. Waiaiaic. The Konoha ninjas present were all encouraged, and followed closely with enthusiastic shouts. Minato also took a deep breath and disappeared on the spot. The main battlefield was still filled with white fog. The troops led by Jiraiya were engaged in a fierce tug-of-war with the main force of Uegakuer. "Urgent report! Urgent report!" A panting Uegakuer ninja suddenly ran to a white-haired old man and reported. "Master Shiraishi, just like before, another front line of troops suddenly died out for unknown reasons. And a large number of Konoha ninjas have already launched an attack on our base along these routes." The old man named Baitu, the commander of Uegakuer, frowned upon hearing this. What sinister means did Konoha use to destroy so many elite troops of Uegakuer so quickly? And even if he wanted to go back for rescue, the little toad on the opposite side would not let him do it easily. Damn it, if Huang Tu's support troops arrived on time, they should have been suppressing Konoha now. How could they fall into this situation? But before he could come up with a solution, a new change occurred on the Uegakuer position. A smear of blood and screams were intertwined and blooming in it. A blonde figure was seen appearing and disappearing among the Uegakuer ninjas, and every time he appeared, he would take a fresh life. "It's Minato Namikaze." A sharp-eyed Uegakuer ninja has recognized his identity and pointed it out loudly. "Namikaze Minato." Shirataka looked at Minato's erratic figure with a solemn face, feeling a sense of déjà vu. Could it be the Flying Thunder God technique? I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to see the unique skills of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama again. A gleam of nostalgia flashed in Shirataka's eyes, and then a cold light flashed. Huangta did send someone to report before, saying that Namikaze Minato mastered a space-time ninjutsu, but fortunately he had been killed by Han. Now it seems that the first half of this information is part of it is correct, but the latter part is ridiculously wrong. The opponent is not only alive, but not even injured. He can go in and out of this battlefield 7 times in just one day. This is troublesome. No one knows the terrible power of the Flying Thunder God technique better than him who has personally witnessed it. If this kind of genius continues to grow, the advantages accumulated by Uegakuer and other ninja villages in launching a war of attrition may be lost. So in a flash, Baitu has made a decision and said to Lao Ziai, who was spraying fireballs with Jiraiya not far away. "Lao Ziai, then Namikaze Minato is handed over to you. You must get rid of him at all costs." Lao Ziai raised his eyebrows and said. "Old Master Baitu, are you sure? If I don't support you, you will definitely not have time to go back to support the base camp." Baitu said with a sinister look. "Even if the base camp is destroyed, as long as a super genius like Namikaze Minato is strangled, it will be our victory. You have such a high valuation for him. It seems that it is not a fluke that the guy escaped from Han's hands. Then I will go meet him first." After that, Lao Ziai flashed and rushed towards Minato, and at the same time, a strong chakra burst out from his body. However, this time he did not enter the state of half-tailed beast, but was covered with magma. Melting chakra mode. This mode can wrap his whole body with high-temperature lava, melting everything he touches, and at the same time enhance his defense, both offensive and defensive. Facing an assassin-type ninja like Minato, this mode may be a better choice. "Namikaze kid, this time I will not let you escape like Han." Lao Ziai shouted, and then concentrated more magma in his right hand and punched Minato. Melting chakra mode. Faced with this kind of attack that will kill anyone who touches it, Minato, a fragile ninja, can only avoid it and use the Flying Thunder God technique to make a strategic shift. Boom! Lao Zi's fist hit the ground, creating a pool of steaming magma. Even a Flying Thunder God kunai was melted into molten iron, which made Minato, who was not far away, feel a pain in his flesh. But he didn't have time to mourn for the kunai, because Lao Zi had already launched another surprise attack on him. Chapter 273 Countermeasures. Lava Release, Burning River Rock Technique. Countless blazing lava balls spewed out of Lao Zi's mouth, flying towards Minato at high speed like a fire meteor. Although they are small in size, they will be hit by their scattered lava as long as they get a little closer. Burns from high temperatures are hard to prevent. And under the deliberate control of Lao Zi, these lava balls also flew out in all directions, blocking all Minato's escape routes. In desperation, Minato had to use the Flying Thunder God technique again to break through the siege. But this was exactly what Lao Zi wanted. No matter how short the distance is, the Flying Thunder God technique is a space-time ninjutsu after all, and each use consumes a lot of chakra. Even if Minato has the ability to learn the Sage mode in the future, he can't withstand this kind of consumption with the Jinkra Ki. Obviously Lao Zi just wants to rely on the defense of the lava release chakra mode and the amount of chakra as a Jinkra Ki to fight a war of attrition with Minato. To be honest, this is indeed the type that Minato is least good at dealing with now. So after deliberately leading Lao Zi to the dense forest slightly away from the main battlefield, Minato started his plan without hesitation. Flash Kunai. Clone Kunai. Flying Thunder God Kunai. Minato took out several trident kunai from his ninja tool bag and threw them at Lao Zi one after another. Just like before, a burst of dazzling golden light suddenly broke out, and even Lao Zi could hardly open his eyes. But he didn't care at all, just silently raised the temperature of the magma on his body. The trees around were instantly ignited, and even the air became distorted due to the high temperature. Obviously, the heat radiating from Lao Zi has turned the surrounding area into a life-restricted area. If Minato dared to approach, he would probably be burned to charcoal before he even touched Lao Zi. It's useless, Namikaze kid. Lao Zi said in a firm voice. Your tricks will never work in front of me. That's hard to say. Minato responded subconsciously. Then he realized that he accidentally used Hideki's catchphrase. But it was just right, because he really needed to rely on Hideki's power next. He suddenly clapped his hands and shouted. 8-direction sealing array. The next moment, among the kunai that Minato had shot at Lao Zi before, 8 kunai occupying 8 directions suddenly emitted rune light. Following that, long chains composed of countless black runes emerged from it, winding forward on the ground like a black long snake, and quickly formed an octagonal array with a complex pattern. Then they continued to extend to Lao Zi in the center, and even climbed up from his feet, as if binding him like a rope. It turned out that many of the kunai that Minato had just shot were just smoke bombs, and there were also 8 kunai with strange effects. Boundary Stone Kunai. These are also special kunai given by Hideki. Their functions are similar to his Boundary Stone floating guns. They can be used as boundary stones for setting up barriers. Depending on the user's level of sealing and barrier techniques, these Boundary Stone kunai can also produce many wonderful uses. For example, reducing the number of seals, reducing the difficulty of performing the spell, etc. And Minato happened to be quite good at sealing. This time, he used them to quietly set up a binding barrier, thus trapping Lao Zi. It's just a barrier array, watch how I break it. Even though Lao Zi was trapped, he still didn't take it too seriously. Indeed, with his strength, this temporary barrier would definitely not be able to trap him for too long. But as a prelude to the next move, it is already enough. Swish! Minato once again threw a trident kunai with a storage spell drawn on it. The effect is very simple, that is, after hitting, a large number of detonating talismans in the storage space will be summoned out, and all of them will be detonated at the same time. Multiple detonating talisman kunai. This is the temporary compensation plan that Hideki prepared for Minato to make up for his lack of lethality. At this time, the black rope was still barely restraining Lao Zi's movements, so the kunai easily hit the bullseye. The next moment, countless detonating tags flashed around Lao Zi. Even under the traction of the nearby black ropes, they all stuck to Lao Zi's body and were immediately activated. Ha ha ha! Lao Zi, you have consumed a lot of chakra before. Even if you are still maintaining the molten chakra mode now, you are likely to lose your life in this situation. A gloating voice sounded in Lao Zi's mind. Stop making so much noise, Four Tails. Old Purple said angrily, at worst, I'll just die. Even if I die, I can drag you down with me. Tisk tisk tisk, you won't ask me for help even now. The Four Tails couldn't help but complain, Old Purple, you will die sooner or later because of your stubborn character. But it doesn't matter. The space-time ninjutsu of that blonde boy reminds me of some bad memories. The Senju Hashirama who captured and sealed me had a sinister guy who could use the same ninjutsu by his side. So I'll be more generous this time and lend you more power. Boom. The next moment, a huge roar suddenly sounded, and the explosion caused by countless detonating tags blew everything within 100 meters into dust, and it seemed that only billowing smoke was left. However, Minato's expression in the distance did not relax at all. It's not that he knows the law of smoke without injury. Instead, he had used his perception to detect that the chakra at the center of the explosion not only did not disappear, but was growing stronger. Soon the smoke was blown away by the increasingly strong hurricane, and then Minato saw that Lao Zi was now covered by a red monkey's head, and was obviously injured. Heavy. And in front of the mouth of the head, a particularly familiar black sphere is constantly accumulating. The tailed beast ball. Did the Four Tails Jinkraki, Lao Zi, also master this method of launching the tailed beast ball? Minato groaned in his heart. Because it can be seen that this tailed beast ball is an enhanced version that is deliberately accumulated for a longer time. Obviously, the other party also knows that ordinary tailed beast balls will only be easily avoided by Minato with the Flying Thunder God technique, and it will be in vain. Only through a large explosion that exceeds Minato's teleportation distance can he be kept here forever. At this time, Minato can only choose to temporarily avoid the edge and keep retreating. Because he had already noticed that the unstable tailed beast ball that was condensing would seriously distort the surrounding chakra fluctuations. If the distance was too close, he was worried that the Flying Thunder God technique would be disturbed and teleport himself to a place where he shouldn't go. However, what Minato never expected was that the Four Tails Jinkraki turned the Four Tails head and aimed the tailed beast ball in a specific direction. Minato's face darkened instantly. Is this guy trying to threaten him? Because he calculated a little and found that in that direction was the headquarters of his own Konoha army. Chapter 274 Yellow Flash. No wonder Minato was so surprised. You know, although the war between ninja villages will be bloody, it still follows a certain tacit understanding. After all, what everyone is fighting for is not ordinary resources such as land, but mission commissions from various countries. So the goal of the war is more to show off muscles and demonstrate the strength of the village. Of course, there is also the goal of killing enemy village ninjas to free up more mission shares. With different purposes, the form of war will naturally change. If we borrow Hideki's words, the war in the ninja world can be called a real-life version of Dota, or even simply called Ninja Glory. Because with the strength of a shadow-level ninja, even if the village is gone, relying on a single person is enough to make other ninja villages or countries never peaceful. So everyone consciously controls the intensity of the war to a certain extent to prevent someone from directly overturning the table. The method is to set up strongholds of different sizes on the front line, and use them as fulcrums to play the tower-pushing game with the enemy. Ordinary ninja teams form a normal line of troops to advance, and continue to fight with the enemy. And they are also the biggest victims in this ninja war game, and are the main targets of the ninja village to compete for task quotas and reduce the number of ninjas. Only a few people have enough luck and talent to survive this meat grinder and have the qualifications to become real chess pieces. And the so-called real chess pieces, or heroes, are those ninjas at the level of Jonin. They will make a name for themselves in harvesting soldiers and fighting enemy heroes, attracting more nobles and merchants to come and appoint them to perform tasks. Just like when Hanzo of the Salamander defeated Jiraiya and the other two, he did not kill them all, and even gave them the title of the Three Ninjas. This kind of operation that can sell well to Konoha and raise each other's value through commercial mutual praise can be said to be a deep understanding of the three flavors of the ninja war. The major ninja villages fought each other under this set of game rules set by no one, forming a chain of hatred one after another. Although Minato did not fully understand the truth of this ninja world war. But he also knew that launching the tailed beast ball at the base camp where many logistics troops and even civilians gathered was absolutely a taboo operation, which might set off a full-scale war between the two ninja villages. You do it on the first day, I do it on the 15th. If Konoha does not respond in kind, it will be regarded as weak and can be bullied. Even the war that should have been extinguished may be rekindled again, and it will burn more and more fiercely. Once other ninja villages see an opportunity, the Third Ninja World War may break out. Obviously, the experienced Lao Zi is impossible not to know this unspoken rule. And this also means that he has realized that even if he wants to break the tacit understanding, he must kill Minato here. Although after mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato had a premonition that future enemies would destroy him at all costs. It's just that he didn't expect that this day would come so soon. But he didn't have time to sigh now. Should he continue to run away and watch the base camp destroyed and a full-scale war break out? Or should he return to attract Lao Zi's attention and risk his life to change the direction of the tailed beast ball? He must make a choice now. Swish! Minato, who was retreating, suddenly stopped and then rushed towards Lao Zi resolutely. Seeing this, Lao Zi turned the muzzle of the gun towards Minato again, and his expression dimmed. If it wasn't for the last resort, he wouldn't want to use such a despicable method. But for a terrible genius like Minato, he really couldn't sit back and watch the other party continue to grow. Go to hell, Namikaze Minato. I'll apologize to you when I reach the Pure Land in the future. Lao Zi muttered in his heart. Then he shouted loudly, and the tailed beast ball, which was compressed to the extreme, shot out, like lightning, flying towards Minato. The trees along the way turned to ashes before they were touched, and deep furrows were plowed into the ground. Minato looked at the tailed beast ball that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, and prayed in his heart. He threw the 8 bitter beasts with both hands. The kunao shot to the huge trees on both sides in front, and then quickly formed a seal. Similar to the previous time, a number of black long chains composed of rune spells emerged from the kunao again, gradually forming a huge magic circle. However, unlike the previous time, this time the magic circle was erected in the air, like a spider web. The derivative spell recorded in the scroll of Flying Thunder God technique. Although I haven't mastered it completely, with the help of Hideki's Boundary Stone Kunao, I hope I can successfully perform it. Minato muttered in his heart, and then formed a seal with both hands. Take it, Flying Thunder God Guide Lightning. Swish! The next moment, the tailed beast ball exuding terrifying power hit the barrier magic circle in front of Minato. However, the imagined big explosion did not happen. Instead, a crack seemed to appear in the middle of the barrier, slowly and firmly swallowing the tailed beast ball into it. The huge chakra contained in the tailed beast ball made the entire barrier shaky. If you look closely, you will find that the boundary stone kunao around you are even cracking. Fortunately, with Minato gritting his teeth to maintain the seal, the cracks barely swallowed the tailed beast ball. How is this possible? The panting Lao Zi saw that his full-strength attack at all costs was actually eliminated by Minato's strange moves, and his old-fashioned face couldn't help but show shock. However, the really terrible thing is still to come. You must know that Minato's Flying Thunder God Lightning Guide formation has more than just the ability to swallow things. At some point, the boundary stone kunao that had been blown away around Lao Zi were emitting faint rune light again. Although it was covered with cracks, under the interaction of several kunao, it barely served as a positioning beacon. When Lao Zi instinctively felt that something was wrong, it was too late. Swish! In a flash, a tailed beast ball that had entered a critical state suddenly appeared above Lao Zi's head. Boom! A shocking explosion suddenly sounded, and the white light that covered the sky and sun rushed straight into the sky, submerging and disintegrating everything around it. After a while, the white light gradually dissipated, leaving a huge pit of exaggerated size in the original place. In the center of the pit, Lao Zi was lying on the ground in a tattered and miserable state, in the posture of Yam Sha falling to the ground. Swish! Suddenly, a figure appeared nearby. Without the shelter of the trees, his golden hair shone brightly in the sun. Wave! Minato Namikaze! Lao Zi struggled to support himself with his hands and tried to get up and fight again. However, even if he was a Jinkriki with amazing recovery ability, he could not have the strength to fight again after eating the extra-large version of the tailed beast ball he made head-on. Not to mention that the always cautious Minato flashed in front of him the next moment, and the 5 fingers of his right hand condensed chakras of different natures. 5 elements seal. Minato hit Lao Zi's stomach with a palm, mixed with a little anger of an honest man. So this palm not only blocked Lao Zi's connection with the 4 tails, but also directly hit him so hard that his eyes rolled back and he finally fainted completely. Chapter 275 The End of the War. At the Uegakuer headquarters, the battle between Konoha ninjas and Uegakuer ninjas has entered a white-hot stage. Although it paid a heavy price, the old and strong Shiratsuka still led the Uegakuer troops to fight and retreat, and finally successfully returned to defense before the headquarters was breached, barely stabilizing the situation. After that, as long as Lao Ziai quickly eliminated the damned Namikaze Minato and came to support, they still had a chance to turn defeat into victory. Even if they could only retreat in the end, being able to kill Minato Namikaze would definitely make up for their mistakes. And judging from the earth-shaking explosion just now, which was obviously caused by the tailed beast ball, the battle on the side of Old Purple must have ended. Shirataka's guess was not wrong, but it was a pity that the result of the battle might not be what he wanted. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light suddenly bloomed in the sky. It fell from the sky like a small sun and slowly landed on the top of the tallest tree near the battlefield. Both ninjas couldn't help but suspend their offensive, and their eyes were unconsciously attracted to it. When the golden light dissipated, everyone gradually saw clearly that there were two figures on the top of the tree. It was Minato Namikaze with golden hair, and Old Purple, who was held in his hands, scarred and unconscious. What this scene meant was almost self-evident. The winner has been decided. In this war, you Uegakuer lost. Minato said softly, but with the microphone in his hand, his loud voice spread throughout the battlefield, causing the remaining people to stop. Shirataki felt dizzy and almost lost his balance when he heard it. Lao Ziai lost? How is this possible? Even if Minato Namikaze is gifted, he can't be able to take down Lao Ziai alone at this age. Conspiracy. Konoha must have used some conspiracy again. Shirataki guessed subconsciously. Minato Namikaze, who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, is undoubtedly the brightest new star in Konoha in the future. In order to build momentum for him, Konoha may really design a trap to help him win. However, now is not the time to worry about this. The real question is what to do now. At this time, Jiraiya, who was riding on the big toad, also shouted loudly, "Old man Baitu, it seems that you are completely defeated this time. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, you should surrender obediently. Surrender." But don't look at Jiraiya so proud, in fact, he was quite surprised. Because according to the original plan, he only asked Minato to contain Lao Ziai and buy more time for the main force to conquer the enemy's base camp. Unexpectedly, this kid actually exceeded the task and directly took Lao Ziai. This made Jiraiya feel a little uneasy. If his strength continues to stagnate, I am afraid that one day he, as a master, will have to ask Minato for ninjutsu. And on the Uegakuer side, in the midst of the Uegakuer ninja's indignation, Shirataki, after a brief struggle, seemed to have aged a dozen years, and finally uttered weakly, "Let everyone surrender. Master Shirataki." Shirataki raised his hand to interrupt the persuasion of the surrounding Uegakuer ninjas, shook his head and said, "Fighting further will only be a waste of life. I will bear all the responsibilities, please trust my judgment." The Uegakuer ninjas looked at each other in bewilderment at the words, and finally could only believe in Baitu's decision and throw down their weapons. Jiraiya and Minato breathed a sigh of relief at the same time when they saw this. So far, the years-long war between Uegakuer and Konoha has finally come to an end. Although Uegakuer still has humanoid nuclear bombs like Onoki, Han, and even Huangtu, Konoha cannot force them too much. But Uegakuer will definitely have to pay a considerable price to redeem the captured ninjas. With such a serious injury, it will not be able to pose much threat to Konoha for at least a few years. Not surprisingly, Namikaze Minato, who shined in this war, became famous throughout the ninja world with the reappearance of the Flying Thunder God technique. Golden Sun, Yellow Flash, Jinchuriki Nemesis, the most handsome man in the ninja world. Many titles that have not yet been fully determined were also spread wildly in various intelligence reports, becoming new legends in the ninja world. In addition, according to some gossips from Uegakuer and Konoha, Konoha has a hidden hero in this war. He did not even appear on the front battlefield, but his contribution quietly changed the direction of this war. If Minato Namikaze is the rising sun of Konoha, then that hero is the shadow hidden in the light. It is said that he quietly released countless silk threads in the shadows, or manipulated the enemy and our ninjas as puppets, or set up secret traps, waiting for the enemy to stepping into it without knowing anything. Shadow Spider Kimura Hideki. In some highly confidential intelligence, this name would appear from time to time in the vision of the top leaders of major organizations, causing a certain amount of attention. However, at this time, everyone was just watching and even sneered. After all, without more clear evidence, it was hard to believe that a puppeteer who was only a special jonin could actually influence the direction of a war. Finally back. A few days later, Inyazuka-ja looked at the tall wooden walls of the Hidden Leaf village in front of him and sighed. After all, he had never thought that the jonin assessment mission, which should have been easy to accomplish, would have so many twists and turns. This made him feel astonished. With mixed feelings, he looked at the instigator of all this, Hideki, whom he had always regarded as his younger brother. After this battle, he finally realized that the Hideki who had a lot of cleverness but still relied on him for protection had grown up. Even if they fought a real fight, he had no confidence that he could defeat this guy who had no idea how many cards he had. If everyone knew about Hideki's contribution, his reputation would definitely not be much inferior to Minato's. Hideki himself didn't care much about these false names. Or maybe he cared about them from a strange angle. Why does Minato have cool names like Yellow Flash and Golden Sunday? But I got the name of Shadow Spider, which is obviously a villain. And it's the kind of middle boss who obviously won't survive to the end. Since he learned that he had a nickname that was circulated in a small circle, Hideki always kept nagging like Xianglin Sao. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to the exchange office to buy a hot search and give himself a resounding name. Tingzhou beside him ate potato chips and comforted him. Hideki, you are better than me. Shikaku and I have always been called the new generation of pig, deer, and butterfly, and no one has bothered to help us choose a new nickname. The most outrageous thing is that people always think I am the pig in pig, deer, and butterfly. This is too rude. Obviously I am not fat at all, I am just plump. Inyazuka-ja also interrupted indignantly. Damn, who is more miserable than me? I didn't have much chance to perform in this mission. Otherwise, I would definitely get a good nickname. Although Hayashi remained silent, he also wanted to say that apart from the Hyuga Tenin, few people in the Hyuga clan have been able to get special titles over the years. Hideki spread his hands helplessly. It seems that getting such a nickname is a great opportunity for most ninjas to increase their popularity and raise their value. I am still unhappy about this, which is really a bit Versailles. The four of them chatted casually and soon came to the Hokage building, ready to prepare to report the mission to the Sandame. Of course, the most important thing is that their Jonin assessment will finally have a result. Chapter 276 Promotion to Jonin. In the Hokage's office. The Sandame is busy reviewing a pile of documents like a small mountain. But unlike usual, he is particularly cheerful today and even looks several years younger. The reason is not difficult to guess, of course, it is the victory report from the front line not long ago. You must know that the Konoha troops not only defeated Uegakuer, but also captured hundreds of Uegakuer ninjas including Commander Shiratsuki, Four-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Zi, etc. If it weren't for repeated confirmation, the Sandame would have to doubt whether this victory report was written by Jiraiya after drinking too much. Such a great victory has not appeared since the Second Ninja World War. How could he not feel joyful? Even if it was followed by negotiations with Uegakuer, the placement of prisoners, rewards for frontline ninjas and other tedious tasks, the Sandame still enjoyed it. Dong dong dong. Just then, the voice of the guard came from outside the door. Hokage-sama, Hyuga Hayashi and his group of Jonins want to see you. Let them in. The Sandame's eyes lit up, and he quickly put down his pen and said. So the door opened, and Hideki and the other four walked into the office, lined up and said. Hokage-sama. The Sandame cast his eyes on Hideki for a moment without leaving a trace, and then said happily. You are finally back, are you here to report the mission? Yes, Hokage-sama. Hisashi handed the mission report to the Sandame on behalf of everyone. After taking it, the Sandame waved his hand and asked them to sit down and rest first, and he had to read the content of the report first. The Akimichi clan and the Sarutobi clan have always had a close relationship, so Dingzhou did not regard himself as an outsider, and found a chair to sit down, and even took out potato chips to eat with a crunching sound. The other three also found a seat and sat down, waiting for the Sandame's supplementary broadcast. After a while, the Sandame finally finished reading their reports. Combined with Minato and Jiraiya's previous reports, he finally pieced together most of the truth of the incident. This made him subconsciously pick up his pipe and smoke to calm down, and then he still showed a somewhat amused expression. These guys were obviously going to take the Jonin examination, how could they make such a big noise? Fortunately, this time the Sandame has to thank them for their restlessness. Hisashi, Ja, Choza, Hideki. The Sandame stood up and said solemnly. You did a great job this time. I have to thank you on behalf of the ninjas on the front line and even the entire Konoha. Seeing this, the 4 people hurriedly stood up and waved their hands, saying that they dared not. Hideki was no exception, but he thought in his heart. Just thanking is useless, if you have any dry goods, bring them here quickly. This time he was forced to take out a lot of good things in advance, and he had to accumulate new trump cards again. He was short of money, books, and materials. So no matter what benefits he had, he would definitely accept them. The Sandame obviously didn't hear Hideki's greedy voice. He was very pleased with everyone's humility, and then shook his head and said, if an ordinary team encounters that kind of situation, it would be a great achievement if they can return to report in time. But you can make a quick decision and stop the enemy's reinforcements at the risk of your life. This kind of courage and sacrifice is enough to be a model for everyone. Not to mention that you can actually complete the task perfectly in the end, and win precious combat time for the troops on the main battlefield. You are definitely a great hero of this war. The Sandame was actually a little scared when he said this. Because according to the original spy intelligence, the troops led by Huang Tu and Han should be heading towards the border of the 2 countries of Fudo, and it is said that there is also a conflict between Uegakuer and Tsunagakuer. So neither he nor Jiraiya was wary of them. I didn't expect them to be secretly attacking Chen Kang, turning back halfway and rushing to support the battlefield of grass country along a hidden path. If Hideki and his team hadn't happened to discover the enemy's whereabouts, the consequences would be absolutely disastrous. Although Konoha would not be defeated, the strong attack plan relying on Minato's first show of Flying Thunder God technique would definitely not yield decisive results. Then the tug-of-war between the 2 sides, which has lasted for several years, will probably continue until Konoha bleeds to the last drop of blood. After all, it is not only Uegakuer that is fighting Konoha, but also Kumigakuer. Although Sandagakuer and Mistegakuer are still keeping their troops in place, they have always been eyeing Konoha. Even the Sandame felt that the 4 major ninja villages seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, and they took turns to challenge Konoha, never giving it time to recuperate. Otherwise, with the size of Konoha's first ninja village, why would it be short of manpower and need to continuously lower the graduation age so that children can go to the battlefield at a young age? So this time, being able to defeat Uegakuer so neatly means that Konoha can get a rare chance to breathe, and its significance is definitely not something that can be summarized by a simple victory. So in a sense, Hideki and the other 4 who indirectly contributed to all this, of course, received a very high evaluation from the Sandame. Hokage-sama, the matter of the Jonin assessment. Taking this opportunity, Inuyasha hurriedly rubbed his hands and asked his Mistaf concern. Sure enough, the Sandame said happily. The 4 of them alone successfully blocked the advance of hundreds of Uegakuer ninjas, including Huang Tu and the 5 Tails Jinchuriki Han. The mission you are carrying out this time is of a very high level of difficulty even among S-level missions. Being able to complete it successfully and get out of it unscathed naturally means that you have fully possessed the qualities to become a Jonin. So the assessment is no longer important. From today on, you are the upright Jonin of Konoha. Great! Although it was expected, after receiving the Sandame's accurate letter, Inuyasha and Choza both happily clapped their hands to celebrate. Then the next moment, Inuyasha felt his hands sticky, mixed with the taste of various potato chips. He curled his lips slightly in disdain, and then quietly reached out to Wang Kei and wiped it. Wang Kei? Of course, the 4 people have made such great contributions, and the Sandame cannot just rely on the reward of promotion to Jonin to get rid of them. So he smiled again. And I will pay you rewards and merits according to the high-level S-level mission standards. Each of you will receive a reward of 500,000 taels, as well as merits enough to learn 2A-level ninjutsu. I hope you can keep up the good work, turn these rewards into strength, and continue to contribute your own strength to the village. The 4 people subconsciously exchanged glances, and were actually quite satisfied with the rewards. The commission for a normal S-level mission is usually just over 1 million, and it has to be shared by 1 or more teams. In the end, the reward each person gets is not as much as imagined. Not to mention that this is the amount before tax, and Konoha, as a platform, will also take a considerable share. It is already quite good to be able to get 500,000 taels directly per person, which can replace 4 or 5 S-level missions for others at a time. As for merits, they are also very useful. Even if they don't use them to learn ninjutsu, they can also use them to apply for various materials and ninja tools. Hideki certainly didn't need to say much. Even for the other 3 people who were going to ask Hideki to make their own ninja tools, this was definitely a pillow for them. So the 4 of them naturally thanked him profusely, patting their chests and saying that they would not disappoint the Hokage's expectations and would definitely fight for Konoha's greatness again. After the report, everyone was ready to leave and go home. But the Sandaime deliberately kept Hideki. After the 3 Hizashis left, he asked impatiently. Hideki, about the ninja tools you used in this mission, is there any possibility of mass production? Chapter 277 The Mysterious Third Party. Mass production? Are you dreaming? Hideki complained silently in his heart, but scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Lord Hokage, you are making it too difficult for me. The ninja tools I used in this mission are all prototypes, and the materials are almost spared no expense, so they can have such an effect. So it's okay for me to help you build similar ninja tools, but I guess only a few people can afford the material costs. Hideki's words were not exaggerated. Even with the programming flow sealing technique, the size and weight of the ninja tools are still problems that cannot be avoided. After all, only by making breakthroughs in materials can the mass production of practical rune ninja tools be achieved. Fortunately, Hideki's wood escape material plan is also progressing steadily, and sooner or later there will be a day when mass production will be achieved. It's a pity that the Sandaime doesn't know this yet, and can only sigh regretfully. Is that so? Although he is a ninja doctor, he also knows that such a good thing is unlikely. But Hideki is a genius who has repeatedly created miracles and is comparable to Lord Tobirama. He is really unwilling not to ask. However, even Hideki couldn't do anything, so he could only give up temporarily. Fortunately, if the mission report was not exaggerated, then even if only a small number of ninjas ordered Hideki's ninja tools, it should be able to bring a lot of improvement to Konoha's strength. So the Sandaime added. If you need any help in research and development and manufacturing, just tell me, I will try my best to provide support. Hideki was grateful when he heard this, but he muttered in his heart that the effectiveness of this blank check was probably average. But he just happened to have something that could use the Sandaime's help. He smiled and said. Hokage, that's a coincidence. In fact, I'm going to officially start developing the second nature change. I wonder if I can get your guidance as a ninja doctor. Soon after, Hideki, who got the Sandaime's guidance, smiled and walked out of the Hokage building. He originally wanted to go back to the orphanage to rest. But Minato found him again before he returned to Konoha, saying that he would probably have to stay on the front line for a while, so he asked him to take a letter to Kushina. Hideki, with the idea of sending the Buddha to the west, simply took out the camera and asked Minato to shoot a short video by himself, and he would send it to Kushina when he came back. So while he hadn't forgotten this side quest, Hideki decided to go to Kushina first to complete it. Since the Whirlpool Tower and the Hokage building were very close, Hideki quickly came to the bottom of the tower and entered it by face recognition. He came to the study room skillfully, but he didn't expect to see an unexpected scene as soon as he entered the door. Kushina was humming a little song, spinning her body, and dancing her own unique dance in the room. It was obvious that she was in a very good mood. If Minato was not cheated, then she probably learned the news of the victory on the front line and thought that Minato was about to come back, so she danced with joy. Unfortunately, she was about to be overjoyed. Because the next moment, Kushina, who was dancing, saw Hideki standing at the door. Her movements froze, and she looked into Hideki's eyes as if she had been petrified. Ahem. After a few breaths, Kushina came back to her senses, pretending to be calm and put down her hand, coughing a few times. Hideki, you are back from the mission. I was just practicing the secret bodybuilding technique of the Uzumaki clan. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. I see. Hideki read expressionlessly, and at the same time complained in his heart. I didn't believe you. Then he stopped the camera hidden in his belt with a little regret. Kushina's black material +1. It's a pity that we didn't take more socially dead scenes. Because it was late, Hideki got straight to the point and took out a mini projector and said. Minato will probably have to stay at the front for a while, so I took a short video and asked me to bring it back for you to watch. However, Kushina was not as excited as he imagined, and her expression was a little weird. Well, the possibility of Minato being cheated on increased again. Especially when Hideki found 2 cups on the coffee table next to him, his eyes became more sharp. Fortunately, Kushina soon became interested again, and took the projector to study how to play it. Because it was a foolproof operation, Hideki gave a little instruction and then said. Minato must have a lot of things to say to you, Kushina, so I won't bother you. Hideki, aren't you going to stay and watch it together? Kushina said with a disappointed look. What? Does this guy want to abuse this single guy by showing affection with Minato, so as to avenge the social death he just suffered? Hideki did not hesitate to speculate the worst about Naruto's biological mother. The problem is that the one who would be the most socially dead in this situation is probably Minato. Because he had repeatedly warned Hideki not to peek at the content of the short film, which obviously contained a lot of mushy love words that were difficult to show to others. Based on the professional ethics of a courier, Hideki did not peek. But since it was Kushina who invited him personally, he was reluctantly prepared to agree. After a large bucket of popcorn was summoned, the belt camera started again, and Hideki had already appeared on the chair, saying in an urging tone. Kushina, it's getting late, let's start quickly. Who knew that at this moment, a figure that was difficult to see with the naked eye suddenly appeared and snatched the projector from Kushina's hand. Hideki took a closer look and found that the person who came was actually Minato Namikaze, who was supposed to be at the front line. Kushina, you clearly know that Jiraiya teacher let me come back early from the holiday. I just went to the bathroom, why didn't you tell Hideki? Minato said in a helpless tone. Kushina chuckled and tried to get away with it. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to explain her crooked intention of just dying socially and dragging Minato into the water. If everyone died socially, wouldn't it mean that no one died socially? And Hideki also understood the truth of the incident in a flash. One of the 2 teacups on the coffee table actually belonged to Minato. And the reason why Kushina was so happy that she danced secretly just now was because Minato came back early. Woof woof woof. In the end, could she still not escape the fate of being stuffed with dog food? In this case, her coming here this time was really unnecessary. Hideki spread his hands and smiled, too lazy to continue being a light bulb, so he pretended to tease. Sorry, maybe I came at the wrong time. No, you came at the right time. Minato shook his head repeatedly. Hideki? Director, whose shoulder should I lean on next? Fortunately, Minato continued to explain. I just have something to ask you, Hideki, I wonder if you have time. A moment later, Hideki and Minato came to the nearby training ground. Minato would rather sacrifice the time to reunite with Kushina after a long absence to discuss with Hideki, which is obviously a very important matter. So Hideki did not refuse, and was pulled downstairs by Minato to come here. Kushina was also very curious about what the two were going to talk about, and wanted to pester and follow. But after Hideki said a few words softly, she could only stay angrily. Kushina, have you finished the symbol culture work of the shadow clone technique? After the two came to the training ground, Minato couldn't wait to say. Hideki, do you still remember the tailed beast ball we faced at that time? I have used it as inspiration to develop a prototype of a ninjutsu. I hope Hideki can help me perfect it. Chapter 278 This is not the Raise Nan. Speaking of this, Minato's thoughts can't help but drift back to the experience of being attacked by the tailed beast ball twice a few days ago. The dazzling white light that was like the falling sun and the huge deep pit caused by the explosion are still vivid in his mind. To be honest, if he hadn't been lucky and got Hideki's direct or indirect assistance twice, he would have had no choice but to escape in the face of such a devastating attack. It was precisely because of this sense of powerlessness that prompted him to clarify the way forward in just a few days, that is, to master the ability to defeat the tailed beast ball head-on power. High-level sealing techniques, summoning beasts and even the fairy techniques that Jiraiya teacher mentioned are all within his consideration. But for the time being, he decided to use the tailed beast ball as a template to develop a powerful attacking ninjutsu. The reason is actually obvious. In fact, this technique is not only for myself, but also for Kushina. Minato couldn't help but sighed. After experiencing the horror of the tailed beasts in person, I finally realized how terrifying the monster is sealed in Kushina's body. No, you don't know at all. Hideki on the side silently complained in his heart. I don't know if the six-path sage is biased or if he is not good at calculation. Anyway, according to the performance of the original work, half of the 9 tails is estimated to be enough to fight several 1 to 7 tails. Not to mention that what is sealed in Kushina's body now is a complete 9 tails. Otherwise, the first generation Hokage would not be so generous to distribute the other tailed beasts to other ninja villages, leaving only 1 9 tails for Konoha. In his opinion, as long as the Jinchuriki of Konoha can control the 9 tails, he can ensure the peace of Konoha. As for whether the Jinchuriki can control the 9 tails? For the Shadame who gave the 9 tails 999 hands and crushed it with one hand, it is probably a matter of course. No way, there will be no Jinchuriki who can't control the 9 tails, and finally kill her husband, the Hokage, together with the 9 tails? Minato felt that Hideki looked at him a little strangely, but he continued. Although Konoha won a great victory in the war against Iwagakure this time, it still couldn't change the dilemma of Konoha being surrounded by wolves. Once the Third Ninja World War breaks out, Kushina, as the Jinchuriki, may also have to step onto the battlefield and fight with other Jinchuriki. Indeed, don't look at Konoha hiding Kushina tightly now. If it comes to the critical moment, even if Kushina is used as a disposable nuclear bomb, the Konoha high-level officials will never blink an eye. Minato said again. But with Kushina's current control over the 9 tails, it is quite difficult to suppress the 9 tails, let alone transform into a tailed beast like Han and Lao Ziai. That's why I thought of imitating the tailed beast ball to develop new ninjutsu. In this way, even if Kushina can't control the 9 tails, she can still take advantage of her huge amount of chakra and have the ability to compete with other Jinchuriki. If she can really control the 9 tails in the future, she can learn the tailed beast ball with half the effort. Hideki nodded repeatedly. Minato's logic is indeed correct. If everything goes well, Kushina should be able to have a pretty good combat power with her expertise in the shadow clone technique and this new technique. No wonder Tsunade in the original work also said that Naruto's technique is exactly the same as Kushina's. Hideki then asked curiously. If that's the case, why didn't you tell Kushina just now, Minato? Minato shook his head and smiled bitterly. Kushina has enough responsibilities. She has to control the 9 tails, study the sealing technique, and be responsible for the development of the programming flow sealing technique. If possible, I don't want to add to her burden. It's best to let her continue to be happy. So I plan to develop this technique almost completely first, and then teach it to her. Minato's eyes showed tenderness. Damn, I was fed dog food again without thinking. Have you ever thought about the feelings of a single dog like me? Hideki rolled his eyes quietly. However, as one of the culprits who added pressure to Kushina, he felt guilty and embarrassed to complain. But it's okay this way. The move that Naruto has been concentrating on for more than 700 episodes is finally coming to life. Yes, what Hideki said was the legendary Raise Nan. Chakra Yarn Ball. Minato suddenly said with interest. Actually, I temporarily named that move Chakra Yarn Ball. Yes, it's Yarn Ball. Wow. No way. If Naruto's ultimate move was called this, the original work would definitely not be popular. Where is the Raise Nan I want? Hideki complained wildly in his heart. Is Minato's naming talent still so outrageous? But even so, compared with the usual long and middle school names, this move name is still a bit different. Fortunately, before Hideki asked, Minato began to explain. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to you, Hideki. Actually, after I got the inspiration to develop ninjutsu by imitating the tailed beast ball, I was troubled about how to compress a large amount of chakra to obtain considerable destructive power. Didn't you give us 2 pocket puppet beasts before? In order to make the chakra line shot out of the handle stronger, Kushina and I have also conducted some research. So I also know the technique of compressing the volume of chakra lines by twisting multiple strands to increase the strength of the rope. If we go one step further, we can repeatedly roll the chakra line into the shape of a sphere like a ball of yarn. Minato stretched out his right hand and infused chakra into his palm with a focused look, creating a chakra line from it and controlled it to rotate continuously, rolling itself into an increasingly solid sphere. Look, isn't this very similar to the tailed beast ball? Minato smiled, it's just that it can only be compressed to this extent now. Hideki looked at the chakra ball in Minato's hand that seemed familiar but a little different, and his mouth opened slightly, his mind was a little confused. Fortunately, he subconsciously activated the telepathic technique, and had another brain to think about, and finally he recovered, and couldn't help but hold his forehead in silence. I didn't expect that this little butterfly of mine would even interfere with Minato's thinking of developing the Raise Nan. And it's true, this thing that seems like a ball of yarn may really lead to the same result, and finally lead to the result of the Raise Nan. Because strictly speaking, Minato's thinking is not wrong, but the order has changed. According to Jiraiya's teaching process, learning the Raise Nan should first learn to make the chakra rotate, then continuously increase the chakra output, and increase the destructive power through repeated compression and maintenance. This time, Minato first condensed a high-quality chakra ball, but he didn't expect that he might not be able to rotate it at high speed to further compress the chakra. No wonder Minato asked for help. No one in Konoha could compare to him as a puppeteer in playing with chakra lines. Minato probably still planned to rely on Hideki's precise perception ability to help him design a reasonable way to curl the yarn, just like making a chakra handmade knife. Because he knew the standard answer, Hideki was not in a hurry to tell Minato. It would be interesting to see if Minato could realize it on his own, or continue to work on this path and develop a raised Nan that was different from the original. So Hideki agreed to Minato's request for help. However, since it was already late, they decided to find another time to develop together. After that, Hideki said goodbye to Minato and finally returned to the orphanage. Chapter 279 Going Home. Hideki, you're back. Dinner is almost ready. Go take a bath in the bathhouse first. Hideki, do you want to work hard with our security team? Brother Hideki, play games with us later. Unlike the warm welcome he imagined, Aunt Kelly, Senior Dai, and the kids in the orphanage just greeted him naturally when they saw him. Obviously, they had no idea what kind of twists and turns Hideki had experienced in this assessment mission. Only Nono was a little hesitant to speak, probably because he got some information through the route. Perhaps in the eyes of others, Hideki was just temporarily away for a few days to perform a simple mission, which was not worth making a fuss about. Even if he was promoted to a Jonin, they, who had already regarded Hideki as omnipotent, probably thought it was a matter of course. This made Hideki laugh and cry, and felt that everyone seemed to underestimate the value of Jonin. After all, the so-called elite Jonin is just a common name for powerful Jonin for the convenience of defining strength. And the Hokage that everyone wants to be is essentially the exclusive delicacy of a bunch of people with connections, and other people have no right to get involved. So in theory, Jonin is the ceiling for most ninjas. Once you become a Jonin, it also means that the ninja has been recognized by the ninja village. From cannon fodder that can be abandoned at any time, to a precious high-level combat force. It goes without saying that the welfare improvements such as 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, task rewards, and ninjutsu learning rights are naturally improved. Even in the election of Kage, Jonin has the power to recommend and vote. This means that which faction in Konoha has enough Jonin can even decide who will be the Hokage. You must know that even for Hideki at the time, before he learned the brainstorming technique, Jonin was an unattainable goal for him. He never thought that even if he was promoted now, he would be taken for granted by everyone. However, this made Hideki a little disappointed. After all, he had planned to be a little proud, but he didn't expect everyone to be so disrespectful. Just then, a noisy sound came from the gate of the orphanage. Hideki turned his head and found that it was the students who went to collect materials for training. They all carried large and small bags, and seemed to have gained a lot. It seems that they have become accustomed to this collection training. By the way, if it were these children, they would know more about the value of the Jonin. Hideki's mind moved, and he immediately went to meet them. Teacher Hideki, you are finally back. When the little ninjas saw Hideki, their eyes lit up, and they ran to him and chattered non-stop. Hideki smiled and said, "Hello everyone. There was a small problem in the Jonin assessment this time, so I came back late, but fortunately, it was safe in the end." Although he had hinted in an almost explicit way that he had been promoted. It's a pity that the little ninjas didn't understand his implication or were not interested in it. They all took out the plants they collected these days for him to identify. Hey, why are you showing off? Hideki was again at a loss for words. But it's true. The results of this collection are related to the ownership of a set of training uniforms, which is much more important than whether the teacher is a Jonin. Before, Asuma collected ginger that was useless. This time, he seems to be full of confidence and ready to avenge his previous shame. Teacher Hideki, look, this is my proudest work. I plan to name it Spiral Cucumber. Hiss. Hideki, I was not very excited at first, but I didn't expect that my eyes would widen instantly after I glanced at the cucumber casually. Because this cucumber is really as its name suggests, with obvious threads on it, it seems to have some magical use. So Asuma-san, why can you always collect such plants with strange uses? Shouldn't this plot belong to Obito, the idiot, or Ibiki, the sultry pervert? It turns out that Hideki was not wrong. Because then Obito raised another ordinary cucumber and said proudly, Teacher Hideki, the cucumber I found is even more powerful. Just shake this cucumber a little, it will vibrate continuously by itself, it's fun. Now Hideki had to take a serious look at these two dragons and phoenixes. If it is possible to cultivate a cucumber with both characteristics through hybridization, it might be quite interesting, but it's weird. His Bandai toy store was making a fortune every day, and he would have to develop a way to make money from custom-made ninja tools, so he didn't need to make this kind of money. So Hideki couldn't help but flick Asuma and Obito's heads with his fingers, and said unhappily. How do you think these two kinds of cucumbers are valuable? Obito covered his forehead and said unconvinced. Teacher, I think that by taking advantage of the characteristics of this cucumber and making it into a snack like popping candy, it will definitely be popular with children. Asuma was not to be outdone and said. My spiral cucumber is the same. Aunt Kelly said that as long as you cut it according to the spiral, you can easily cut out a perfect cucumber, which should be very popular. Hearing what they said, it seemed to make sense. It turned out that I had thought wrongly. Under the innocent eyes of the children, Hideki couldn't help but feel ashamed and silently made a wall in his heart. For some reason, Ebisu on the side also had a similar ashamed expression as Hideki. Just then, Aunt Kelly walked out of the cafeteria, knocking on the flat-top pan and urging. What are you still doing here? You are so dirty. Hurry up and take a bath in the bathhouse, and then go to the cafeteria to eat. The food will not taste good if it gets cold. Swish, swish, swish. When the little ninjas heard about eating, they were particularly active and disappeared from Hideki's side in the blink of an eye. Hideki shook his head and smiled, and went back to his room to take a bath, and then came to the cafeteria. What he didn't expect was that everyone didn't start eating on their own as usual, but looked at him with a smile. Besides, the cafeteria had a lot more decorations at this time, and even the food was much richer than usual. Before Hideki could react, everyone congratulated him in unison. Congratulations on your promotion to Jonin, Hideki, teacher. After being slightly confused, Hideki quickly reacted, and was overwhelmed with emotions. It turned out that everyone did not take his promotion for granted as he had imagined. It was just to give him a surprise that they pretended not to care about it. I didn't expect that I, who had always been calculating, would fall for them who were not even ninjas. This also made Hideki realize that he had already trusted these guys very much, so he did not see through their poor acting skills. At this time, Might Dai saw that he was standing there motionless, so he stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder and said. Haha, Hideki, are you so happy that you can't speak? Anyway, welcome home. Hideki immediately came back to his senses, looked at the familiar and friendly smiling faces in front of him, and smiled slightly. I'm back. Chapter 280 Chakra Plant. After Hideki returned to the orphanage, his life returned to its former peace. The ceasefire negotiations between Konoha and Uegakure seemed to have begun. However, with Onoki's stingy and stubborn temperament, it is estimated that the two sides will have to argue for a long time before they can reach a consensus. But this has little to do with Hideki. Now his work focus is back on the previous training camp. The first thing to do is to deal with the materials that have been piled up in the warehouse. These materials are basically collected by the children these days. If it was just toxicity or something, Nono could tell it a little, or just use his shadow clone to test it. But the more detailed physical properties and usage still need to be tested by Hideki, who is experienced and has precise perception. Unfortunately, the scope of everyone's exploration is only the periphery of the Konoha forest. Even the mutant plants that can be sensed by radar are mostly blank materials and have little use. Like the previous dragon flame tomato and spiral cucumber, they are actually quite good discoveries, at least they can improve the food for the Konoha villagers. Of course, with hundreds of children searching for a week, it is not incredible to find a slightly valuable prize. In the Konoha forest, a remote area with few people, various plants intertwined, and even a place to step is a little difficult to find. Teacher Hideki, the strange plant I'm talking about is just ahead. On a thick branch, the foot-shaped and the foot-shaped are pointing to a seemingly ordinary bush ahead with lingering fear. Now the children have mastered the trick of maintaining breathing for a long time, so they don't wear the ugly turtle helmet very often. So you can see that there are small red spots on Lei Tong's face that have not completely subsided. I don't know what hit him. Although he has been treated, his wound was pulled when he spoke, and he still grimaced in pain. I explored here before, and the fruits of the bush suddenly burst and shot out countless seeds. In the end, I became like this. Teacher, you said that you can't collect dangerous plants by force, so I will go back and call you later. Lei Tong, you did a good job. Hideki praised with a smile, but his eyes were fixed on the large bush not far away, thinking. In addition to Hideki and Lei Tong, several students and Might Dai also followed curiously to join in the fun. I remember this place. Might Guy murmured, touching his chin. It seems that someone has encountered this situation before, and the villagers all thought it was caused by a monster. Over time, no one came to this place to collect firewood and gather. I didn't expect that this was caused by the chakra plant. Obito, who came to join in the fun, also exclaimed, I thought that the chakra plant would at most have a strange shape and taste, but I didn't expect it to do such a magical thing. In fact, even ordinary plants can do this. I have seen something similar. Hideki used the spider sensing technique to extend the chakra line into the bushes for exploration, while casually popularizing science. Obito, you should have learned the phoenix fire technique by now. Once the ripe fruits of the phoenix flower are touched, the tiny seeds inside will be ejected in all directions. This is exactly the same as the effect of the phoenix fire technique of spraying multiple fireballs in one breath, so this technique is named this way. So that's how it is, Teacher Hideki, you are so knowledgeable. Obito was in awe. No, this is just common sense. Hideki waved his hand. And after the investigation of the spider sensing technique, this unknown bush does contain relatively complete meridians, and has great potential. It seems that it really won the prize. In order to further determine the characteristics of this bush, Hideki began further testing. However, just in case, he still separated a shadow clone and let it explore the way ahead. Wakanda forever. The shadow clone said something meaningless, and then rushed to the bushes not far away. However, even though he came to the bushes and even used his hands to tease the fruits on them, the situation described by Lei Tong did not happen at all. Could it be that the previously ripe fruits had all exploded, and now only the unripe ones were left? No, it is not possible to draw a conclusion immediately. Hideki pondered for a moment, then looked at Lei Tong and said. Lei Tong, did you do anything unusual at that time? Lei Tong's face suddenly froze. After a few breaths of hesitation, he said a little embarrassedly. Actually, my stomach suddenly hurt a little at that time, and it was quite far from the orphanage, so I could only solve it on the spot. But it should have nothing to do with the matter. It's hard to say. Hideki shook his head with a strange expression. To be on the safe side, we have to reproduce the original situation for verification. Lei Tong said with horror. Don't, teacher, I'm already empty-handed. Obito and the others also shook their heads frantically, fearing that the teacher would force them to sacrifice their moral integrity for scientific research. Only Might Dai was a little entangled, as if he was doing psychological construction. What are you guys thinking about? It's too hardcore. Hideki couldn't help but hold his forehead and said. I didn't say it had to be reproduced to that extent. If there is any most suspicious triggering opportunity, it must be that. As soon as he said it, the shadow clone not far away understood and clasped his hands together. Bang! A huge sound suddenly exploded in the dense forest, instantly startling many birds. Just when Obito and the others were confused, a shrill sound came from the bushes. That's it. I seem to have heard such a sound before. Lei Tong suddenly thought of something and said anxiously. Everyone, find shelter. But he was still a little late. The next moment, the fruits on the bushes in front suddenly exploded, and countless tiny seeds shot out in all directions, instantly smashing Hideki's shadow clone to pieces. And this is not over yet. Many seeds flew towards Hideki and the others. If they were hit, it would not be too good. Just when everyone was in a hurry to avoid, and Might Dai tried to rush forward to block the guns for everyone. 4 floating guns flew out of Hideki's sleeves, quickly forming a huge square barrier to block the front. So after a hail of bullets, everyone was unharmed. Is it really a sound? Hideki thought, loud noise, thunder. Waking of insects. It seems that this plant should have the ability to sense sound, and can explode the fruit and shoot out seeds when it hears a loud noise. In this way, it can spread seeds after thunder, allowing them to take root and sprout when the rain is abundant, increasing the chance of survival. As for the powerful ejection force of the seeds, it should also be to allow them to fly in the rain. Further, chakra is indeed magical, and it can make plants evolve such interesting characteristics. After that, Hideki patted Lei Tong on the shoulder and said with a smile. The power of this plant is not bad, maybe it can be used in actual combat or traps, and it has considerable research value. If everyone doesn't have a more powerful harvest today, then this time the reward is likely to be yours, Lei Tong. However, Lei Tong was not too happy, but felt bitter as if he had eaten Coptis chinensis. Seeing that the children around except Obito were all laughing, they had obviously noticed the fact. Even Obito, whose brain was slower, suddenly had an idea and said to Lei Tong with an amazed look. Lei Tong, you are so amazing, what did you eat yesterday? Your poop was as loud as thunder. Hey, hey, hey. It's good enough that you know it, why do you have to bring it up directly? Lei Tong is going crazy. Ha 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 ha. The surrounding little ninjas couldn't hold back their laughter and fell forward and backward. Even Hideki and Might Dai couldn't help laughing. Lei Tong suddenly wanted to cry but had no tears. Although he got the first place, was it worth it? Chapter 281 The Last Training Project. The next morning, at the orphanage training ground, Hideki announced calmly. In summary, the first place in this collection competition is decided to be Lei Tong, who discovered the thunder fruit. Alas! The little ninjas sighed in unison, but did not raise any objections. They had no choice. It was hard for them to compete with Lei Tong for the reward he earned by social death. Lei Tong could only look at a helpless look. He secretly decided to make good use of the training suit, otherwise he would not be worthy of the price of his social death. In order not to embarrass Lei Tong, Xiu Shu quickly brushed the matter aside and clapped his hands. Then let's get to the point. I don't know if you have noticed that there are only a few days left before the start of school. I have to ask you to go to school right after the training camp. Even as a teacher, I feel a little bit reluctant. So congratulations. Tomorrow will be the last day of the training camp. You can go home to rest and play in the next few days, enjoy the last holiday time, and get enough energy to welcome the arrival of the new semester. By the way, there is also the matter about the turtle and crane competition. Although the specific content has not been determined, it should be demonstrated at the beginning of the new semester when the breathing method is officially promoted. Don't worry. Hideki thought that everyone would cheer happily when they heard that the training camp was over, but they seemed a little silent. Asuma stepped forward and said. So are we going to leave here? Other young ninjas also showed expressions of bewilderment or reluctance. They never expected that the training camp, which had been tortured by teacher Hideki in various ways and felt particularly difficult, would come to an end without them noticing. They also never expected that when they were about to be freed from the pain, they would feel an irrepressible reluctance in their hearts. Hideki understood what was happening. He had also experienced several military trainings in his previous life and was not unfamiliar with this mentality. Although the training here was painful, it also isolated the worries of the outside world. Everyone only needs to study hard, practice well, play well, and rest well, which is also a kind of relaxation on another level. Not to mention that there are so many peers to accompany them, who can share the pain together and double the joy at the same time. Unlike the superficial friends in the ninja school, in this kind of eating and sleeping together, and accepting the hard training together during the training days, many children have established real friendships with their friends. Even college students who participate in military training will feel a little reluctant to leave this kind of life, and everyone who is essentially still a child is naturally no exception. In fact, if possible, Hideki is willing to let the children who want to stay continue to stay. It's a pity that there are limited training clothes and dormitories, and new students and genin will be welcome to learn breathing methods later, so there is really no way to let them stay. And short-term training is fine, but it is a bit taboo to keep so many ninja seedlings in your territory for a long time. Hideki doesn't plan to become Hokage or rebel, so there is naturally no need to keep everyone here. So he smiled and said. You don't have to do this. After all, Konoha is not that big. If you want to continue to practice and grow together, you don't have to do it here. Or the teacher actually hopes that you can find like-minded partners, form a long-term study group, learn from each other, and promote each other. The little ninjas thought it made sense, and some even had their eyes light up and started inviting their friends to their homes for a small training camp. Do you want to come to my house? I live alone and the house is quite big. Hideki felt that he seemed to have heard some lewd words, so he clapped his hands and interrupted. Okay, what about the group training camp? You can discuss it privately later. Since it is almost the end, it is time for everyone to do the last training of this training camp. The last training? The little ninjas stopped discussing immediately, and their interest suddenly dropped. Attracted. The most eye-opening thing in this training camp is the various training projects and perfect matching ninja equipment of teachers Ayashu. These things also account for a large part of the reason why they are so reluctant to leave the training camp. But now there are only 1 or 2 days left, what new tricks can the teacher come up with? Hide-Shou laughed and said. You won't forget the turtle shell training clothes you are wearing, right? I have worn them for a whole month, now it's time to take them off and verify the results of my training. The little ninjas woke up from their dreams and were eager to try. Recently, they have mastered the breathing method proficiently, and through further cell activation effects, their physical fitness has improved significantly. So the restraint function that would turn them into a flipping turtle at the beginning has become more and more difficult to detect. However, since they can only take off the turtle shell training clothes for a short time when taking a bath, it is difficult to test in the bathhouse. So now they actually don't know how much their strength has improved. Of course, this was Hideki's intention, and the purpose was naturally to let the children know clearly the results of their 1-month training at the end of the training camp. Then Hideki said. For the convenience of explanation, I wonder if any student is willing to come forward to help me demonstrate to everyone. Obito could feel that teacher Hideki's eyes seemed to be focused on him. But he remained unmoved, his eyes watching his nose watching his heart, and he would never move a bit. Because many painful experiences told him that there must be a pit here. And many students were also a little hesitant, fearing that their improvement was not ideal and they would make a fool of themselves when they went up to demonstrate. In the end, Lei Tong volunteered to raise his hand. The purpose of doing this, of course, was to wash away his stigma. As long as everyone sees his strength, they will definitely forget their ugly deeds. Seeing this, Hideki laughed in his heart and kindly fulfilled his wish. So Lei Tong walked forward, and Hideki fiddled with the tortoise shell behind him for a few times, and easily removed the tortoise shell. The restraining effect of the training suit was naturally lifted, making Lei Tong feel relaxed. Then Lei Tong, you should run a lap on this obstacle course and see how your body changes. Hideki pointed to a track with various obstacles on the training ground made by Earth Escape. This is actually the place where the children run to warm up in the morning and practice instant body skills, so they are not unfamiliar with it at all. No problem. Lei Tong jumped a few times on the spot, feeling full of strength, and should be able to achieve quite good results. So Hideki also said. Start. Whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, Lei Tong skillfully displayed the instant body skills he had mastered recently, spraying a large amount of chakra from the soles of his feet, while stepping forward with force, and then... bang! The next moment, Lei Tong, who had originally planned to accelerate and jump onto the earth wall, actually rushed out at a speed that even he himself did not expect, and finally crashed directly into the wall. If Hideki hadn't anticipated this and clapped his hands on the ground to soften the earth wall, Lei Tong would have definitely hit his head and had a bloody head. But Lei Tong's condition is probably not much better now. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that Lei Tong was not seriously injured, but just became dusty, the little ninjas couldn't help but burst into laughter of gloating. Lei Tong felt even more helpless. He was obviously a talented actor, why did he seem to be running all the way to a comedian recently? Hideki smiled meaningfully and said. Don't laugh at the same thing, because you are likely to make the same mistake. The reason why I asked someone to demonstrate is to remind you of this. Maybe you don't have any real feeling yet. But after this month of special training, your physical fitness has improved by leaps and bounds, but you haven't noticed it because you have been restricted by the restraint function. Once you are untied, it may be difficult to control. So the last lesson of the training camp is to let you get familiar with your body that has been reborn. Chapter 282 Hidden Function. Reborn? Isn't what teacher Hideki said too exaggerated? The little ninjas couldn't help but look down at their bodies. Except that they seem to have become a little stronger, there is no big change at all. Hideki didn't say much when he saw this, but smiled and asked everyone to line up. Then he began to remove the turtle shells for everyone one by one, so that they could verify for themselves whether his statement was exaggerated or not. The result was that the earth wall that everyone could easily climb over usually had more than a dozen human-shaped holes in different postures. The little ninjas began to realize that what teacher Hideki said was true. Their physical fitness really improved so much in just 1 month that it was difficult to control it for a while. This training camp is too amazing, right? If they can stay here and practice for a few years, won't they be able to punch the tailed beasts and kick the 5 shadows sooner or later? Of course, they are just daydreaming. Hideki all they did was to use the power of breathing techniques to allow their bodies, whose meridians had not yet grown, to accommodate more chakra, so as to gain the strength they should have in the future in advance. Even if they continued to practice like this, their strength would not be improved so immediately. However, Hideki did not say it explicitly, because this would increase everyone's enthusiasm for practice. Just like now, everyone was trying their best to tame their wild horse-like bodies, intending to show off their prowess in front of other classmates in the new semester. In the process, the children gradually summed up their experience and knew that they could not go all out at the beginning. But for the past month, they have been struggling with the restraint function of the training suits, and have become accustomed to using all their strength in any action. Now asking them to save their strength is simply making things difficult for them. The result is that there are a bunch of trembling figures on the training field, like children learning to walk, which makes people laugh. The only ones who can barely move forward on the obstacle course are Shisui, a super genius, and Kai, who has gained super body control through hard training. After a while, seeing that everyone's recovery speed was slower than he expected, Zayashu had to remind them again. If it is really difficult to control the body, you can stop the breathing method first, reduce the degree of body activity and try again. The children woke up from their dreams. Yes, I forgot that there was this trick. Everyone has been wearing the turtle helmet for nearly a month, and now they have developed the habit of maintaining the basic breathing method. There are even many people who can unconsciously maintain the breathing method even when sleeping. It is better to say that once the breathing method is lifted, they will feel weak and uncomfortable. However, in this way, the power that constantly emerges from the body has finally calmed down a lot. Even so, the strong body that has been trained by fighting against the binding function for a month still makes everyone feel a strange sense of unfamiliarity. Fortunately, they can still control it this way. So the training started again, and everyone was finally able to pass the obstacle course and start to get familiar with their bodies again. However, not long after, Obito, who was always prone to problems, suddenly ran to Hideki and asked for help with a horrified face. "Oh no, teacher, if I refine a little more chakra now, they will leak out from many strange places in my body. What should I do? Is my body broken?" Seeing that many young ninjas were attracted, Hideki smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, your body is not broken. It's just because you refined too much chakra, causing them to leak out from the acupuncture points all over your body. As for the reason, it is actually very simple, because this is the hidden function of the training clothes you are wearing, the effect of the meridian function." Meridian function. The young ninjas couldn't help but open their eyes wide. They never thought that the training clothes they had worn for a month actually had a function they didn't know about. "That's right," Hideki explained. "You should also know that normal ninjas can only release chakra from acupuncture points in a few places such as the hands, feet and mouth. But other acupuncture points can also be used to release chakra as long as they are consciously trained. And the meridian function of the training suit is to force the rune spell to connect with the acupuncture points on your body, and then completely open them by continuously allowing chakra to flow through the acupuncture points. In this way, you will be able to release chakra from more acupuncture points in the body in the future, and thus master various new uses of chakra. As for the specific uses, I will keep it a secret for now and reveal it in the next stage of study. You may as well try it yourself first to see if you can combine it with the ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, and even the family secrets you have learned now, and develop new uses by yourself." The little ninjas all became very interested. Just releasing various escape techniques from various parts of the body should have an unexpected effect, which seems to be quite promising. However, they didn't know that in addition to the ninja body genie, Hideki helped them open up more acupuncture points in order to prepare for the promotion of ninja tools. Now that everyone has mastered the breathing method, as long as they continue to practice, they will definitely have a stronger and more durable body that can withstand a lot of acceleration in the future. At the same time, more acupuncture points on the body that can freely output chakra are equivalent to more interfaces, which is convenient for installing various ninja tools at any part. In this way, the user who can use the new ninja tools, this most critical part, has finally been initially polished out. Of course, if Hideki wants the children to continue to practice hard according to their own ideas and make themselves qualified parts, he still has a long way to go. For example, the turtle and crane competition in the near future is a major hurdle that Hideki has to break through. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed, and there is only one day left before school starts. The children who participated in the training camp have already become familiar with their new bodies and happily went home to rest and play. In the Konoha Square, the latest episode of Tom and Jerry was playing on the big screen. This episode is about Tom who couldn't catch Jerry and just laid down and ignored him. As a result, the hostess played by Aunt Kelly bought a new cat and kicked Tom out. A large number of viewers in the square saw Tom's miserable figure carrying his bag and leaving. They couldn't help but feel sorry for him.to worry. However, there was a white-haired, dead-eyed, masked kid who didn't care. As a house cat, it can't catch mice, so it's natural for the owner to kick it out of the house. His subconscious complaints were heard by several little girls around him, who immediately chirped back. "Why are you so unsympathetic? Do you know how hard Tom works? Tom and Jerry are good friends. Do you understand this? This is called love-hate relationship." The white-haired kid, Kakashi, was too lazy to argue with them and chose to turn around and walk away silently. Who knew that at this moment, a huge Jerry suddenly blocked his way. "It's you, Kakashi, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you when I came to work part-time. This must be the arrangement of the six-path sage. Let's wait for a day, let's bet on the sweat of our youth and have a passionate duel." Chapter 283 Enemy. "Who are you?" Kakashi wanted to complain to the guy in Jerry's doll. But when he heard the other party talking about youth and passion, although he didn't want to admit it, he had guessed who the other party was. That was Might Guy, who had been pestering him to spar since he was still in the ninja school. Although he didn't know why this guy was here, Kakashi didn't bother to ask. Because he was in a bad mood, he was a little too lazy to pay attention to this passionate idiot today. But just when he was about to refuse, he suddenly remembered something and asked subconsciously. "Akai, it's you, have you participated in the Kame Senryu training recently?" "Oh." Giant Jerry raised his hands and said. "So Kakashi, you also know this?" "Yes, after this month's special training, I have been reborn and will never lose to you as easily as before. So Kakashi, please accept my youthful challenge." "Okay, as you wish," Kakashi said lightly. He was so straightforward that Kai, who always had to pester him for a long time, was slightly stunned. He didn't know why he was out of character and even a little worried. "Kakashi, are you sure you are fine today? How about we fight again another day?" Kakashi resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said. "I'm not sick. I just want to see what the difference is between the teaching content of Kame Senryu and Crane Senryu." Then he looked at the crowd around him who were attracted by the Jerry puppet costume Kai was wearing, and added. "Let's change places, and can you take off this strange clothes quickly?" Of course Kai obeyed and ran to the toy store to ask for leave. It happened that Hideki was inspecting the situation in the toy store at this time. He heard Kai excitedly saying that he wanted to duel with Kakashi, and he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. It feels like there is another good show to watch. A moment later, in the nearby grove. After Kai and Kakashi made the seal of opposition, the competition officially began. Originally, Kai was ready to take the initiative. But when the competition really started, he did not take action immediately. Because Kakashi on the opposite side had not yet taken a fighting stance, he looked flawless. Even his fighting instinct kept ringing the alarm bell, as if he would be ruthlessly counterattacked once he approached the opponent. However, Kai was not afraid, but became more and more excited and eager to try. He really deserves to be the number one enemy in his mind. I have made great progress under the guidance of Mr. Hideki in the past 6 months. But as a Chunin, Kakashi has been performing difficult tasks outside, and he must have made great progress. And from what he said just now, he should have participated in the training of Tsuru Senryu recently, and at least mastered the use of breathing methods. It seems that I have to go all out from the beginning, otherwise I will definitely be defeated in an instant. After making up his mind, Akai shouted loudly. "Kakashi, I'm going to start moving." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Akai's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Instant step lightning run. On the open ground, Akai rushed forward in a Z-shaped erratic trajectory. His speed was so fast that he even left a trail of afterimages on the spot, which was completely unlike the speed of a genin. You should know that among the nearly 100 children participating in the training camp, only a few have fully mastered the skills of Kame Senryu instant step. Akai is one of them, and even the fastest one. Even Kakashi couldn't help but look a little serious when he saw this. Take it. Power variations. Akai rushed back and forth around Kakashi like lightning, and after creating several confusing afterimages, he suddenly raised his foot from behind Kakashi and kicked him in the air. However, All his foreplay was in vain. Kakashi seemed to have eyes on his back, and he dodged Akai's fierce attack by gently turning sideways. Akai was also mentally prepared for this, and quickly landed and kicked continuously like a storm. Konoha Tornado. Konoha Fierce Wind. Konoha Big Tornado. It was different from the previous one that relied solely on physical strength. Unlike the kicks of different amounts, Akai, a physical genius, has been able to integrate the skills of instant step into physical skills. That is, by using the technique of spraying chakra by stepping on water when kicking, the speed and strength of the moves can be further improved. Even Kakashi nodded slightly in his heart. Compared to the previous one who was both inexperienced and playful, the current Akai finally has the qualifications to compete with him. Sure enough, this guy has also mastered the basic use of breathing methods, so his physical fitness has improved by leaps and bounds. He has always been good at physical skills, but because his body has not grown up, it is difficult for him to show it. Now all his physical skills finally have a place to use. Not to mention the rather exquisite instant body technique. If it were the previous self, it would be really difficult to face such an attack. Kakashi. Even if you have been admitted to the ninja school, you must not take it lightly. Because if this continues, that child will definitely become stronger than you in the future. Akaji's amazing progress made the dusty memories suddenly reappear in Kakashi's mind. At the beginning, the man did say that Akaji, who almost couldn't even enter the ninja school, would be stronger than himself in the future. I would accept Akaji's challenge from time to time, perhaps because I still have expectations for what that person said. If Akaji really has potential that no one in the village has seen, does that mean that the man is actually the one who has mastered the truth? However, every time Akaji challenged Kakashi in the past, he was constantly disappointed. He didn't see any possibility that the other party could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, let alone surpass him. Will there be an exception this time? It's a pity that there is still no exception. Bagwazang Windmill. Kakashi dodged Akaji's various fierce kicks one after another, and found the right opportunity to spin forward at high speed. Immediately afterwards, he swung his palms in the shape of hand knives, hitting Akai who was unable to defend in time, and knocked him out. Who? Kakashi breathed in a steady and long rhythm, but it was obvious that the large airflow around him was driven by his breathing. Obviously, he, who studied under the crane Senryu, had also mastered the breathing method. Even compared to Akai who had been practicing for several months, his breathing method level was not inferior at all. Add to that the soft fist skills learned from the Hyuga clan. Perhaps the gap between the two has not narrowed, but is gradually widening. On the crown of a big tree nearby, Hideki was quietly observing the duel between the two. Of course, out of curiosity, his eyes stayed more on Kakashi. This is the future Konoha's first technician, the 6th Hokage, who is a super genius who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Minato, Shisui and Itachi. It really lives up to his reputation. Hideki's high evaluation of Kakashi is definitely not because of his future achievements. In fact, even now, Kakashi is showing a talent that makes Hideki jealous. Because he has noticed that Kakashi's speed, strength and even skills are similar to Kakashi's, but he can play with him in the palm of his hand. It turns out that Kakashi's body is covered with a layer of chakra that is difficult to see with the naked eye. These chakras are released from various acupuncture points on his body. Although they have almost no defensive power, they allow him to sense the enemy's attack in advance. This is similar to Hideki's spider sensing technique in the Bagua field of the Hyuga clan. It seems that the Hyuga clan knows that most of the students of the Crane Senryu do not have the Byakugan, and it is difficult to learn the force unloading and acupuncture techniques of the soft fist in depth. So they teach this technique as an alternative. In fact, in the original work, when Niji fought against Kidomaru, he used such a technique to make up for the blind spot caused by the bird in the cage. For the Hyuga clan, who possess the secret technique of releasing chakra from the whole body, it is natural to develop such a technique, but it is not usually used. What really shocked Hideki was that Kakashi could open so many acupuncture points in his body so quickly without the help of his Byakugan and his own training clothes. This sensitivity and control over chakra is almost comparable to Hideki himself, who has been trained for many years. This made Hideki a little cautious while feeling sour. With such a super genius on the side of Tsuru Senryu, it seems that Kame Senryu is not at a time to sit back and relax. Chapter 284 Opening the Door. Konoha Guri Tornado. Konoha Bad Rock Rising. In the open space of the grove, Kakashi and Kai's youthful duel continued. But even if Kai used all his skills and his figure was so fast that ordinary people could hardly see clearly, his attack still could not touch Kakashi at all. It was obvious that he could hit the target if he moved a little faster, but Kakashi could always dodge the attack easily with the smallest movement. The distance that seemed to be within reach was as difficult to cross as a natural chasm. Just like the gap between the two, it didn't seem to be shortened by half a point because of Kai's efforts in the past 6 months. It's useless, Kai. Kakashi easily dodged Kai's fierce attack and analyzed calmly. Your improvement in strength is indeed commendable, and it is quite good among the genin. But even if you gain speed and strength beyond your age through breathing, it is impossible to defeat me. Because you have a decisive flaw now, that is, you don't have a weapon that can determine the victory. Your straightforward fist is only effective when facing an opponent with less hard power than you. It can only work when you use your hands. It is impossible for it to work against me who has also mastered the breathing method. When Akai heard this, his movements could not help but stiffen for a moment. Kakashi was not polite when he saw this, and directly hit Akai's stomach with both palms, making him retreat again and again. Under the effect of the soft fist technique, Akai felt his internal organs churning and had an urge to vomit. But what hurt him the most was Kakashi's incisive analysis. In fact, when he was learning the breathing method with Obito and Shisui, he already had similar ideas, but he just deliberately didn't think about it. The breathing method is, after all, just a means to improve comprehensive strength, not a move that can directly defeat the enemy. I can't change my nature, and I can't use the breathing method to strengthen the fire escape like Obito, nor can I use it like Shisui and Ashui. I can't master advanced breathing techniques like the water breathing and storm breathing like the others. My chakra control is also average, and it is difficult for me to learn the various moves that teacher Hideki taught to other students. The only thing I can boast about is my strong body obtained through hard training and physical skills that surpass my peers. But with just this, I can't defeat a genius like Kakashi. You have to know that the opponent doesn't even have kunao and ninja swords now use it, otherwise, no matter how strong and resistant he is, he would have been defeated long ago. Is this the gap between genius and mortal? Even with the careful guidance of teacher Hideki, he can't beat a genius like Kakashi? At this time, Kai had not yet started to learn the 8 gates, nor had he experienced his father's heroic death. So at this time, he did not develop the indomitable and never extinguished fighting spirit. After challenging Kakashi with great confidence, it was natural that he could not even touch the corner of his opponent's clothes. In fact, Kakashi also used the close-range perception skills to dodge Kai's moves. The gap between the two was not as huge as Kai imagined. If Kakashi really wanted to defeat the tough Akai, it would have taken a lot of effort. However, in front of a genius like Kakashi, even a slight hesitation would be torn into a fatal flaw. At this time, the confused Akai was certainly no match for Kakashi. So the duel became one-sided. In a short while, Akai fell to the ground, covered with wounds. Kakashi looked down at Akai on the ground, and the light in his eyes seemed to dim a little. Sure enough, what the man said was wrong. No matter in the past, present or future, he could not imagine the possibility of losing to Akai. Akai, this is the last time I will play with you. You should find an opponent who is more suitable for your level. After leaving these words, Kakashi took a step and disappeared from the spot. Wait. I haven't given up yet. Akai gritted his teeth and tried to stand up with his hands. But under Kakashi's intentional attack, many of his joints were swollen and weak, and it was difficult for him to stand up. Finally, he could only punch the ground to vent his unwillingness. Damn it, I have practiced completely according to the instructions of my father and teacher Hideki, why is the gap between me and Kakashi still so big? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded faintly in the grove. Of course, it's because you haven't discovered the true power of your body, Akai. Akai turned his head with difficulty to look for the sound, and saw a handsome young man jumping down from a tree and walking towards him with a smile. Hide. Teacher Hideki. Why are you here? You said I haven't exerted the true power of my body yet, what's going on? Don't worry, Kai. Hideki came to Kai and said gently. I'll help you with the treatment first, and then we can continue these topics. After that, he stretched out his right hand, and strands of chakra emitting green fluorescence shot from his fingertips to various parts of Kai's body. Suture healing technique. Since Nono had turned from evil to good, Hideki would often look for her to study the mysteries of the human body. So now his original suture healing technique has been improved and has many wonderful uses. But this time, they are not very useful. I don't know if Kai's body is too strong, or if Kakashi is cautious, but Kai actually suffered only superficial injuries. The culprit for the swelling of his joints was the chakra injected by Kakashi through the soft fist technique, probably to prevent Kai from pestering him. In fact, they will dissipate by themselves if you wait for a while. Now that Hideki has the catheter-type chakra line to help clear them, they can recover directly. However, this also makes Hideki feel emotional again. Close-range perception, soft fist, and this kind of acupoint-like technique. He is really a super genius that everyone expects. He actually got so many good things from the Hyuga clan in just 1 month. But just like Kakashi in the original work prefers Suzuki. In fact, Hideki also likes this kind of genius disciple, and it is more fulfilling to teach him. But if you want to pull Kakashi to the Kame Senryu side, I am afraid it will take some effort. Just while Hideki was daydreaming, Kai also recovered completely, stood up and asked anxiously. Teacher, the last question just now. Is there really hidden power in my body? Of course I'm not kidding you. Hideki smiled slightly. In fact, no matter who it is, there is power hidden in their body that they don't even know about. It's just that due to the limitations of the body, they can't bring it out. And Kai, you have been undergoing all kinds of hard training since you were a child, and the potential hidden in your body is naturally far beyond your peers. It's probably difficult for you to understand just by saying this. If you trust me, the teacher, then I can let you see the hidden power in your body in advance. Akai certainly trusts Hideki, and nodded eagerly. Teacher Hideki, please let me see. Then Kai, relax your body first, don't resist my chakra. After that, Hideki quietly activated the telepathic technique, and then put his hand on Kai's mushroom head. Then his 5 fingers shot out several extremely thin chakra threads, which slowly penetrated into the acupuncture points on Akai's head. Finally, Hideki silently chanted in his heart. 8 Gates Acupuncture Method. Open the gate, open. Thanks to Zixi Bookworm for the 5,000 reward. Chapter 285 Akai's Potential. 8 Gates Acupuncture Method. In short, Hideki now fully understands the principle of the 8 gates. So as long as he uses the precise perception given by the spider sense technique and the precise control given by the resonance technique, he can help others open the first few gates of the 8 gates. Of course, whether the other party can control it or explode to death is another matter. And the premise of doing this is that the other party must absolutely trust him and cannot have any rejection of his chakra. Just like now, Hideki's chakra thread easily entered Akai's meridian system. Although they don't have much power, they can guide Akai's chakra to the opening hub in the brain like a leader. Now, Akai, please slowly increase the flow rate of chakra. Buzz. With Hideki's precise guidance, Akai didn't spend much effort to completely open the door. However, the next moment is the most dangerous. Akai soon discovered that he could clearly sense the operation of various organs in his body as if he was wearing a training suit. For example, the pulsation of the heart, the production of gastric juice, the peristalsis of the large and small intestines. And unlike the internal vision function, this time he felt that he could change their operation as long as he wanted. This is not Akai's illusion, but a real fact. To use Hideki's words, it is like rooting a mobile phone and obtaining super user privileges of the operating system. While you can modify the system functions as you want, you also lose the system's built-in protection function. You are at your own risk. So Hideki quickly reminded him. Akai, I think you have already felt the changes in your body, but please don't act rashly. Because now even if you want to hold your breath and suffocate yourself to death, or stop your heartbeat, it is completely possible to do it. If you are not careful, you may cause irreparable damage to your body. The unprecedented experience, coupled with Hideki's alarmist words, made the courageous Akai start to sweat. Then he found that he could control whether or not to sweat, and where to sweat, and he was shocked. Akai didn't dare to move, so he could only ask carefully. Teacher Zayashu, what's wrong with me now? And I feel like there are a lot more things in my brain. Hideshu explained. Don't worry, those things didn't appear suddenly, but have been hidden in your subconscious, and have been running since you were born. Now I have temporarily helped you remove the restrictions on your brain through acupuncture, and you have completely gained control of your body. So you can sense their existence and even control them. Of course, before I have enough medical knowledge, I solemnly advise you not to do this. The use of this state is mainly to better control the body's activities. For example, Well, it may be difficult for you to understand just by talking, so it's better to experience it yourself. Hideki looked around and pointed to a lucky spectator in a nearby tree and said. Just try to attack this tree with all your strength and see what changes happen. Akai's curiosity finally overcame his timidity, and he quickly stood up carefully and came to a tree that was difficult for an adult to hug. The breathing method was running at full power. The instant step technique was fully activated. Hey! Look at my Konoha Goriki Cyclone! Akai suddenly kicked his feet, then spun in the air and performed a back roundhouse kick at an astonishing speed. Crack! Boom! The poor tree broke with a sound, and the huge tree trunk fell to the ground. However, as the initiator, Akai was staring with eyes wide open, with a look of disbelief. No wonder he was so surprised. Because with his usual strength, he could only slightly shake the tree even with all his strength. Big tree, who would have thought that he could actually kick it in half? He couldn't help but look down at his hands, and it was hard to believe that there was such a terrible power hidden in his body. And Zayasha shot out chakra lines with both hands, using the branches of the surrounding trees as fixed pulleys, and easily straightened the fallen tree. Then he used chakra lines to sew up the broken ends of the tree tightly, and even connected all the sieve tubes in the phloem responsible for transporting organic matter. If you don't look carefully, I'm afraid no one can find that the tree has been broken. After the task was completed, Zayasha turned around and smiled. How about it? The human body is amazing, right? Akai also came back to his senses from the shock just now, and nodded excitedly. The human body is so amazing. Teacher Hideki, why did I suddenly become so powerful? Hideki spread his hands and smiled. In fact, this is the strength you should have. It's just that your subconscious mind limits your strength to avoid physical injury. However, the subconscious mind is relatively rigid. It doesn't know what chakra is, nor does it know about breathing methods. This makes your real strength and the strength you can exert a big gap. Normally, only through years of hard training can the body correct itself, thereby increasing the upper limit of the body's limitations and tapping the body's potential. But as long as the brain area restrictions are removed, all the power of the body can be directly controlled. Of course, it's not so easy for a fool like Kai to understand. So Hideki then gave a few more examples like the strange power of the fire scene, which finally made Kai suddenly realize and burst into tears. Dad is right. When people protect the most important things, they can exert power beyond their limits. And daily hard training is the key to triggering this youthful power. Then Akai couldn't help asking. Teacher, but according to you, even if my body is strong, it is impossible to be unscathed with a full-strength attack like just now. Hehe, Akai, you are right. In fact, if you really used your full strength, you would have turned into a ball of meat paste now. Hideki smiled and said something that made Akai shudder. The reason why this didn't happen is that I actually secretly used the human body to limit your power and maintain it at the upper limit where you won't get hurt. Because you, Akai, have been training hard since childhood, which is unbearable for ordinary people, and have trained your body to be particularly strong, so this upper limit is much higher than that of ordinary people. After saying that, Hideki gently hooked his fingers, revealing the dense chakra threads connecting his fingertips and Akai's body. Akai was amazed at this, but soon realized something and became sad. But if I don't have your help, I still can't exert my true strength. Hideki smiled. If it was in the past, it would be true. Normally, you have to wait until your body grows up and becomes stronger and more durable than it is now before you are qualified to try to tame the full power of your body. Otherwise, you may hurt your body or even lose your life if you are not careful. But times have changed after all. I am actually developing related ninja tools. With their assistance, anyone can fully tap the potential of their body. And everyone can completely tame it and maintain it within the limit that will not hurt the body. And this is the new era of 8. Hideki wanted to say the name of the 8 gates, but in order to avoid a conflict with the Hyuga clan in advance, he changed his words. Control the limits of your body's ability and become the master of your body. So I named this move Kaioken. Chapter 286 King Fist Training Method. Although the name King Fist was a product of inspiration, Hideki's idea was sincere. He sighed and continued to explain. Because this King Fist is really risky for you who haven't grown up yet. It's like a double-edged sword. Although it can allow you to exert all the potential of your body. But if you get too excited in the battle and use power beyond the limit of your body, the consequences will be disastrous. If Konoha is not in danger now and you may have to go to the battlefield at any time, I won't let you learn such a dangerous move so soon. Although Dai's idea of burning everything to protect important things is not wrong. But the teacher hopes that you will use this technique to protect yourself, cherish the body given by your parents, and don't squander it. Even if you really have no way to retreat and must use your life to implement the ninja way, a healthy body can provide you with greater help. So the name Kaioken is also a constant reminder for you to remember to be the master of your own body and even spirit, and not to cross the line easily. Unfortunately, Akai, who has not experienced much, cannot fully understand Hideki's good intentions, and nodded with shining eyes. Teacher Hideki, I will be careful, please teach me Kaioken. Hideki smiled helplessly, but did not expect to change Akai's ideas with just a few words, so he said. Akai, are you sure? To be honest, teacher, I am actually developing a method of practicing in an illusion. It allows you to practice Kinken in a fantasy world without affecting your body in reality, so it is very safe to practice. But it will probably take a while to develop it. If you want to learn Kinken now, Kai, you have to use a thankless method. In fact, when I was studying how to teach Kinken, I also tried other methods and made a prototype. It is a set of equipment similar to the Kame Senryu training suit, which can accurately detect various conditions of the human body. Once the user uses excessive force that will hurt the body through Kinken, this set of equipment will instantly activate the binding technique and forcibly suppress that force. In other words, it is to first remove the subconscious body limiter through Kinken, and then set a higher upper limit for the body through this training suit, which is really close to the limit of the body. This method is indeed feasible in theory. The key is to achieve high precision monitoring and lightning-fast activation speed of the binding technique to ensure the safety of the user. So this set of equipment is difficult to make with rune pieces. It must be made of precious chakra conduction materials, which is difficult to popularize. And in order to make the user clearly aware of the limits of the body and prompt the subconscious to form a new limiter standard, I have made many attempts, and finally chose to stimulate the body through electric shock. Although it will not hurt the body, it will definitely be very uncomfortable, otherwise it will not work. I remember that when you and Obito played the Ninja Turtles, you also tried the feeling of being electrocuted by weapons on your own. You should have a deep understanding of it. Even so, Kai, are you still willing to try it? When Kai heard this, he couldn't help but recall the experience of activating the electric shock function of the weapon when he was playing with Obito and the others before. The experience of instantly paralyzing the body, falling to the ground and shaking, and being incontinent if not careful, made him shudder and want to give up. However, the next moment, the look of Kakashi looking down at him just now appeared in Kai's mind. The disappointment hidden in the indifference made Kai feel extremely painful just by thinking about it. Kai, this is the last time I will play with you. You should find an opponent who is more suitable for your level. No, I won't give up. Never give up is the motto of my youth. Even if it's a stubborn thing, I want you to take back these words, Kakashi. Kai muttered in his heart, then looked up at Hideki, and said seriously. Teacher Hideki, please lend me the training clothes. After the duel just now, I have clearly realized the gap between myself and the geniuses. If I want to keep up with them, I must have enough awareness, the early bird catches the worm. So no matter how hard the training is, I will never back down. Akai smiled with relief. It's just right. I always feel that practicing through illusions is not suitable for me. I probably won't get the point. For a fool like me, I still have to use the old method and rely on my body to remember the correct answer. Since you said so, Akai, let's do as you wish. But I still have to make some adjustments to the training clothes of the trial work according to your body shape and physical condition. It will probably take 1 or 2 days. Although Kai was a little anxious, he hoped to master the King Fist before the competition. But since Teacher Hideki had said so, he could only suppress his eagerness and bowed with gratitude. Then I'll leave it to Teacher Hideki. You're welcome. Just like the breathing method before, it will be of great help to me to have you help me provide the data for practicing the King Fist. Hideki smiled slightly. But in fact, he also had some selfish motives. Because among the current Kame Senryu students, I'm afraid no one can defeat Kakashi, who has been through hundreds of battles and has learned breathing methods and soft fists. Obito is prone to failure, and Asuma is slightly less talented. And Shisui, who is also a super genius, is expected to be defeated by Kakashi due to the gap in age and experience. The one who can really defeat Kakashi is Kai, who can break through the cleverness with force. Of course, the premise is that he must at least master the most basic king fist, or the opening of the 8 gates. In this way, there should be an interesting fight between dragons and tigers in the competition. After that, Hideki asked Akai to go back to the toy store to help, and he returned to the orphanage, intending to help Akai tailor the king fist training clothes. Who knew that as soon as he entered the door, Atla came running over and told him. "Brother Hideki, the uncle with long hair and scary eyes is here to see you. He has been waiting in your office for a long time." "I know, thank you, Atla." Hideki thanked him, then said goodbye to Atla and came to the office usually used for entertaining guests. The one sitting inside was naturally Hinata Hisashi. "Hisashi, before senior, I haven't seen you for a few days." Hideki greeted with a smile. "By the way, my becoming a jonin didn't cause you any trouble in the clan, did it?" Chapter 287 Laboratory and Contest. Hisashi smiled bitterly and said, with the face-saving style of the main family, "It is impossible for them to directly order me to prevent you from becoming a jonin. Let Ganwen Kui-shan and others compete with you in the assessment, which is already the limit of what they can do. Of course, this is because they don't know your true potential, Hideki." Hisashi sighed and said, "Although you have asked Akimichi Choza and Inyazuka Ja before returning to the village to ask them not to disclose the details of the previous mission, especially the various ninja tools you invented. But there is no wall that is impenetrable in the world. If the main family knows that there are ninja tools like drones that can affect their status, even I don't know how the main family will react. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Hisashi. I will be careful." Hideki nodded his thanks. "It seems that if possible, we have to find a way to lock the caged bird before that. In fact, I have been studying how to do some research on the curse seal without triggering it these days. We have also started to build a laboratory that can completely isolate the spread of chakra waves and can study the caged bird curse seal with peace of mind. Once both are completed, we can officially start the research on the caged bird curse seal." Hisashi was grateful and a little ashamed when he heard this, because his previous words actually had the intention of secretly urging Hideki, fearing that he would be stood up. "I didn't expect Hideki to be so concerned and had made so many preparations. I was really judging him by my own standards." Hisashi's heart moved, and he suddenly took out a scroll and put it on the table and said, "Since it is to crack the caged bird, how can the construction of the laboratory let you spend money? Here are some of my savings, I hope I can help a little. I will try to raise more funds later." "Thank you, Senior Hisashi." Hideki took the scroll without hesitation, but then said, "But these are enough. After all, this laboratory has many uses besides studying caged birds, and it cannot be entirely borne by Senior Hisashi. More importantly, your cash flow may expose our cooperative relationship, so it is better to keep a low profile." Hisashi could not refute it, so he could only nod his head helplessly to agree. Then Hideki smiled and said, "Then let's get back to the point. I wonder what you came here for today, Senior." Hisashi also restrained his emotions and said slowly, "Actually, it's for the training match. School will start tomorrow, and the promotion of breathing method will also begin. Then it's time to decide how to conduct the match between Kamizen Ryu and Cranezen Ryu. To be honest, I think Kamizen Ryu is a little dangerous this time. Most of the children who participated in Cranezen Ryu were born in the ninja clan and are quite powerful. And this time our clan really spent a lot of money to improve the children's strength. Plus we have Kakashi here, so whether it is overall strength or top combat power, Kamizen Ryu has no advantage." Hideki listened and nodded repeatedly. Indeed, although Kamizen Ryu's special training is very effective. But Cranezen Ryu also teaches breathing methods and soft fists, and the gap in strength between the two sides cannot be completely made up in just 1 month. So his original plan was to have another small martial arts meeting. Then rely on Obito, Shisui and Asuma, the 3 super ninja school students, to win. Even if Kakashi faces their round-robin battle, he is likely to overturn. But Hideki's thoughts have changed now. After all, now there is a traitor named Hisashi. Even if Tsurugiryu temporarily leads slightly, it is actually harmless, and it can even make the Hyuga clan relax their vigilance, which is convenient for his future plans. As for letting Kai learn Kaioken, it is more of a show, and also to encourage Kai to make progress. So Hideki was able to think with a longer-term perspective at this time, and then got an interesting inspiration. After the previous war against Iwagakuer, the plan to promote ninja tools and use them to tie up with major ninja clans needs to start in advance. And the breathing method itself and the improvement in physical fitness brought about are the prerequisites for the use of many special ninja tools. This means that this highly anticipated competition is just an excellent opportunity for publicity. No matter whether it is Kame Senryu or Tsurugiryu, they are ultimately just factories that create the key part of users for themselves. As long as everyone can fully experience the power of the new ninja tools, then whether they join Kame Senryu or Tsurugiryu, they can't escape from their palms. Even Tsurugiryu needs to change itself in order to win students. To cater to the needs of new ninja tools, for example, to help students open up the acupuncture points in the body to facilitate the installation of specific ninja tools. As for the stage that can allow everyone to see the effects of various new ninja tools to the greatest extent, Hideki also has an answer in his mind. Hisashi Sr., I have an interesting idea. The name is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds Competition. Hideki raised a hint of evil taste at the corner of his mouth and began to talk about his imagination. Hisashi was shocked by Hideki's whimsical idea, and his eyes opened wider and wider. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and then Atla came in and reminded. Brother Hideki, another handsome blonde brother is here to see you. Hideki couldn't help scratching his head. Is it Minato? There are so many guests today. But that's right. Today is the last day before school starts, and I have to take care of the puppetry class, so I will be very busy. It's normal for everyone to come to see me now. Seeing this, Hisashi also stood up and said. Since Hideki has a guest, let's stop here today. After all, I'm just a mouthpiece and can't make decisions. Although your idea of a PUBG competition is very interesting, it still needs Hayashi's approval before it can be implemented. So I'll discuss the specific details with you after he agrees. Then I'll trouble you, Hisashi-senpai. So Hideki sent Hisashi to the gate of the orphanage. Minato was waiting there, and when he saw Hisashi, he smiled and greeted him. Hisashi exchanged a few words with him, then said goodbye and left at the right time. Then Minato said to Hideki a little embarrassedly. Sorry Hideki, did I disturb you? It's okay, we just finished talking about things. Hideki waved his hand and said. Minato, you came to me today, it's about the spiral chakra yarn ball thing. Minato nodded and said. That's right, I made some improvements after the last time, but I still can't get the point, so I want to hear your opinion, Hideki. No problem. Hideki turned around and waved. Let's go, there's a good place, it should be able to provide you with some help. Minato followed Hideki curiously, and soon came to a newly opened basement in the training room. In fact, this is what Hideki and Hisashi said, a laboratory that can completely isolate chakra waves and facilitate the study of curse seals. Because the study of ninjutsu and ninja tools also needs to be kept secret, Hideki simply turned it into a multifunctional research room. Hideki pointed to a magic circle full of runes and said. Then Minato, you should stand in the center of this perception magic circle first, and then show your current training results. I know. Out of trust in Hideki, Minato did not ask more questions and walked directly to the center of the magic circle. He adjusted his breathing, then raised his right hand, and quickly condensed a blue chakra ball in his palm, and shouted softly. Chakra Whirl Wool Ball Super Wheel Dance Roar 2. Chapter 288 Golden Whirl. Chakra Whirl Wool Ball Super Wheel Dance Roar 2. Why is the name getting longer and longer? Hideki couldn't help but complain in his heart, and at the same time injected chakra into the rune machine beside him with his hand, and then operated it a few times. With a bang, a three-dimensional projection exactly like him appeared in front of Minato. Then the projection gradually became translucent, just like the perspective of the Byakugan, and the flow of chakra in Minato's body could be seen. Even Minato was a little surprised when he saw this, but soon he pondered. This. Could it be that the principle of the internal vision function of the Kame Senryu training suit that you mentioned before, Hideki, is used? As expected of Minato, you guessed it so quickly. Hideki explained with a smile. But I dare not let the famous yellow flash wear the Kame Senryu training suit, for fear of being killed by Kushina and your fans. Although this system has the same principle as the training suit, its sensing range covers the inside and outside of the body, and it is even more accurate, and it also has the function of video replay. This means that we can use it to monitor the operation of chakra inside and outside the body, so as to facilitate the development and improvement of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu in a more precise dimension. After that, Hideki operated the machine a little bit, magnified the chakra ball in Minato's hand in the stereoscopic image 10 times, and then conducted an in-depth observation. Is that so? Hideki pondered. It's different from the previous use of only one chakra thread to wrap a chakra ball. Minato, you used 5 chakra threads at once this time, so the speed of making chakra balls will be much faster. In this way, you can continue to compress chakra using high-speed rotation. Indeed. Minato sighed. In fact, I realized the problem last time. After all, we don't have the powerful power to match the tailed beasts. It is impossible to create a super high-density chakra ball like the tailed beast ball by simply wrapping a ball of wool. As Minato said this, his face suddenly became soft. He said, it's all thanks to Kushina's reminder. A few days ago, we went to the uncle's place to eat ramen. When Kushina saw the fish cake, she talked about the whirlpool that has been around for many years in the sea near her hometown. She said that the power can even smash the ships caught in it into pieces. That's where I got the inspiration and decided to use the force of rotation to further compress the chakra. But this creates a new problem. If you only use a single chakra line to rotate, the speed cannot be increased. If you use more chakra lines to rotate at the same time, it's easy to interfere with each other. Now the 5-line chakra wool ball is already I have reached my limit after several days of hard training. If I want to continue to increase the chakra line, it seems that the only way is to improve the chakra control. That's why I came to you, Hideki, hoping to get some advice. After all, you are an expert in chakra lines, and you are the one with the best chakra control among the ninjas I know. You are too kind, Minato. Hideki waved his hand modestly, then began to touch his chin and think. According to Jiraiya's teaching content in the original work, there are 3 key points to the Raise Nan. 1 is rotation, 2 is power, and 3 is maintenance, which correspond to the 3 stages of Naruto's practice of the Raise Nan. Only by combining the 3 can the true power of the Raise Nan be brought into play. It is not difficult to see that the order of this practice is very particular. Minato probably sticks to the tailed beast ball as an inspiration, so he injected a lot of chakra at the beginning and tried to maintain the spherical shape similar to the tailed beast ball. But in this way, because the trick of rotation has not been fully mastered, excessive chakra will interfere with each other. In this way, the chakra ball cannot rotate smoothly, and even the power is difficult to exert. In short, Minato has actually realized the 3 key points, but the order of practice is wrong, so he will encounter bottlenecks. He only needs to use a small amount of chakra to build a rotating model first, and then gradually increase the chakra. Input, and then practice how to constrain it into a sphere, and then practice it will be twice as effective with half the effort. Since it is only a matter of time before Minato wakes up, Hideki originally wanted to tell him the correct answer directly to shorten his wasted time. But Hideki thought about it and decided to keep it for the time being and try an interesting plan first. Raise Nan is the ultimate form change, and the power can only be enhanced by changing its properties. Hideki has always been reserved about this, and feels that there is still potential for Raise Nan in form change. It's a pity that he is busy with all kinds of work and has no time to verify his conjecture. Now it's just right to outsource this task to Minato. Anyway, whether it succeeds or fails, it will save time. Then Minato took 3 years to develop Raise Nan. And if Hideki's conjecture is correct, then Minato may be able to gain enough power to change his destiny. After making up his mind, Hideki suddenly smiled and said, Minato, have you heard of the golden ratio? As long as you divide a whole into 2 parts, and make the ratio of the larger part to the whole part equal to the ratio of the smaller part to the larger part, you can get the golden ratio, 0.618. It is said that this is the most comfortable and beautiful ratio, and many artists will use it intentionally or unintentionally. As he said, Hideki raised an index finger, and the visible chakra line shot out from the fingertips, forming a rectangular pattern, and then continued, and this is a rectangle with a length-to-width ratio of 1:1.618 and a golden ratio. Its biggest feature is that it can be divided into a square and a rectangle, and the rectangle will also have a golden ratio. As Hideki spoke, he demonstrated with the chakra line, even if you continue to repeat this action in the small rectangle, the result will not change, it is endless. Finally, connect the centers of each square in sequence, and you can draw a vortex that can continue indefinitely. And this is the so-called golden whirlpool. Minato was confused at first, but after hearing this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was surprised as if he was struck by lightning. Hideki, do you mean? Hideki took back the chakra line, and then nodded with a teachable look. Yes, according to my calculations, in fact, as long as you rotate and compress the chakra according to this golden whirl, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. After Minato's excitement, the light in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he smiled bitterly and said, "Hideki, the golden whirl you mentioned is indeed very interesting. But such a precise operation is probably only suitable for you, Hideki, who has amazing chakra control. How can Kushina and I do this in a fierce battle?" Hideki was not surprised by Minato's doubts, and shook his head with a chuckle. "Is the golden whirl so inconvenient? But it may be difficult for you to understand it just by saying it, Minato. Let's go to a place first, where you will understand what I mean." Chapter 289 Movie Invitation. This time, Hideki took Minato to the warehouse of the orphanage. There were a lot of plants collected by the children in the training camp. Hideki looked for a while, then picked up a big sunflower and handed it to Minato, saying, "This is the sunflower that the children have collected recently. Minato, do you think it looks familiar?" Minato didn't understand, but he still took the sunflower and observed it carefully. He was quick-witted and soon got a clue. He pointed to the sunflower disc in surprise and said, "Hey, is this a golden spiral, and it doesn't matter whether it is clockwise or counterclockwise?" "Yes." Hideki smiled and nodded. "And if you count carefully, you will find that there are 34 clockwise spirals and 5 counterclockwise spirals. 5. Depending on the type of sunflower, you may also get data such as 21 and 34, 55 and 89, 89 and 144. In any case, their number will also conform to the golden ratio." Hideki said and took out several plants such as multi-leaf aloe and pine cones and handed them to Minato. In fact, in addition to sunflowers, there are many plants that also hide golden spirals like this. Because whether it is germination or flowering and fruiting, many plants have to consider the economy of space, and try to cram as many leaves and flowers as possible in the smallest space, but try to avoid overlapping interference. And after observation and simulation, I found that arranging a leaf and flower every 137.5 degrees rotation is the most reasonable design. In this way, plants like sunflowers that are particularly strict with space will evolve the ability to naturally form golden spiral patterns during the evolution process. Seeing that Minato was already thinking about something, Hideki began his closing statement, slightly teasing. "Are sunflowers and pine cones so smart that they can accurately draw a perfect golden spiral?" "No, in fact, the golden ratio has long been engraved in our genetic information during the evolution of organisms. Even without training, we can feel the most natural beauty from the golden ratio and the golden spiral. So don't think, just feel. As long as we follow the guidance of the body, we can continue to approach the perfect golden spiral with the help of life instinct." Hideki couldn't help but smile. "In fact, it is more difficult for people like you and me, who are meticulous, to master this skill. On the contrary, people like Kushina, who are stupid, simple-minded, will find it easier to learn. But you don't have to worry, Minato. After all, smart people have their own ways. As long as you use the equipment here, Minato, you can clearly see the gap between the spirals you created and the perfect golden spiral. Even if you don't rely on vague instincts, you can get closer to the correct answer through self-correction. Start with 1 spiral, then 3, 5, 8. As long as the number of spirals continues to increase and keeps approaching the perfect golden spiral, this move will evolve infinitely and never end. And this is the ultimate form change in my mind. I would like to call it, the infinite perfect golden raise nan. Of course, before it is truly realized, it can only be called a raise nan. Raise nan. Minato murmured subconsciously, and was completely stunned. He never thought that he had just completed the prototype of ninjutsu, but Hideki actually deduced a path with infinite evolution possibilities. Is this the terrifying thing about inventive geniuses? And Minato knew that what Hideki said was definitely not a fantasy, and it was very worth trying. Even if the infinitely perfect golden raise nan seemed to exist only in theory. But ordinary raise nan is definitely possible, and the power should be considerable, enough for Kushina to use. Thinking of this, Minato became more and more eager to try, and at the same time he sighed. Sure enough, with Hideki, you never have to worry about being bored. Then Minato couldn't wait to urge. Let's get started without further delay. Hideki was dragged back to the laboratory by Minato and began to develop the golden raise nan from scratch. It was not until dinner time that Minato exhausted his chakra and had to stop. Hideki invited him to stay for dinner, but Minato had an appointment with Kushina, so he had to give up. When leaving, Minato said with gratitude. Hideki, I am really grateful that you can take time out of your busy schedule to help me develop this ninjutsu and open the laboratory to me. I will stay in Konoha for a long time recently. So if there is anything that needs my help, just tell me, I will never refuse. Hideki wanted to wave his hand to indicate that it was not necessary. However, Minato's words gave him an idea, and he had another genius, or a very bad idea. He suddenly took out a thick stack of papers from his sleeve and handed it to Minato. Actually, I really have something I hope you can help me with, Minato. I'm about to start filming a long TV series, and I'm just short of the key male lead. To be honest, if I really can't find anyone, then I can only do it myself. But since you said so, Minato, then I'll leave this important task to you. And this is the script of the TV series, take it back and have a look. Minato's face froze. He said he was helping by developing ninjutsu or teaching students, but he didn't say filming. But seeing Hideki's expectant face, he couldn't say no right away. So Minato had to take the script and looked at it, and found that it said Ultraman Guga. No, this line was crossed out, and below it was written Kamen Rider Kyuga. No matter which name it is, it's weird. It seems that Hideki has no talent for naming. Minato thought to himself, and then he had an idea and tried to test it. As a Konoha Jonin, isn't it a bad idea for me to appear in a movie casually? Hideki smiled and said. It doesn't matter anyway, after the last war, you have already earned the name of Yellow Flash, and your appearance is well known. It is impossible for you to be sent to perform spy missions now. It is better to strike while the iron is hot. It is actually a good choice to consolidate your reputation through movies. The more famous you are these days, the higher the mission hiring fee. I believe that Lord Hokage will also be happy to see this happen. Minato, you may not know since you just came back, but it is not uncommon for ninjas to make movies. Even the conservative Uchiha clan is now filming a movie called Four Famous Catchers to improve the reputation of the police department. And the Sarutobi clan is preparing to put the story of Sasuke Sarutobi, the father of Hokage, on the screen. It seems to be called Where is the Way? It will start filming in the second half of this year. I heard that Lord Hokage is also planning to play the leading role himself. He is good at both literature and sports. Chapter 290 Ultimate Darkness. Although it was to convince Minato, what Hideki said was indeed true. With the development of the times, the profession of ninja has evolved more and more towards the direction of mercenaries. The three ninjas of Konoha, Yellow Flash, Copy Ninja. These nicknames that are getting more and more fancy and want to be known by the whole ninja world are the best evidence of this trend. Compared to this primitive way of word of mouth, movies and advertisements with higher communication efficiency will certainly be more valued by everyone. So many ninjas have rented special cameras, trying to promote their own ninjas and products through movies and advertisements. Hideki is of course happy to see this happen, and he accepts all offers. After all, he can't fill all the screenings of the open-air cinema by himself. It's just that most people are still in the stage of filming or preparation, so it's no wonder that Minato, who just returned, doesn't know. But after Hideki's combination of punches, Minato can only be speechless and distressed. Fortunately, Hideki didn't force him too much, and waved his hand and said, Minato, you don't have to make a decision so quickly. You might as well take the script back first and see if the story suits your heart. Even if you don't act in the end, I won't blame you. After all, you finally came back and you should be very busy. Although Hideki said so, he knew that with Minato's grateful nature, he would probably agree if nothing unexpected happened. If that doesn't work, he still has Kushina as his secret weapon. Let her, who always likes to watch the fun, blow his pillow, and Minato will probably surrender soon. Of course, the most important thing is that Hideki is very confident in his script. After all, his knockoff of Kamen Rider Kyuga is different from the previous one, and it is a classic work that has won the Nebula Award. Although it is essentially a large-scale advertising film to sell toys, the plot and depth are not something that Fire Boy King can touch. Put it in the ninja world where the aesthetic level is still quite low, it is even more like a dimensionality reduction attack. I believe that after reading the script, Minato will also be tempted. After all, he is actually very similar to the protagonist Gode Yuzuki in the story. Minato is obviously gentle and indifferent by nature, but in order to protect Konoha and Kushina, he has to become a yellow devil in the eyes of the enemy village ninja. And Gode Yuzuki also fought to protect everyone's smile, and finally he did not hesitate to transform into the ultimate darkness. Although it was just a whim at the beginning, the more Hideki thought about it, the more he felt that Minato was the best candidate for Godayuzuke. When Minato heard what Hideki said, he had to accept the script and think about the reason for rejection later. However, he didn't know that the moment he took the script, he could not escape the fate of becoming a kamen rider. At night, in the laboratory, Hideki was using the stereoscopic image magnification function of the perception array to carve runes on a fingernail-sized chakram metal. Although the strokes of these runes were thinner than hair, and they were so dense that they were difficult to see with the naked eye. But Hideki, who had already activated the telepathic technique, still carried out this job easily with the chakra control that made Minato very jealous. He even had some spare energy and said to Might Dai beside him, "I'm sorry, Dai Senior. I actually let Kai start learning the 8 King Fists without consulting you in advance." Might Dai was already dizzy from the extremely complicated rune rituals in the video, but he finally came to his senses after hearing this, and waved his hand proudly. "Hideki, you are too polite. This is indeed a little beyond my expectation, but I believe you will not harm Kai. Besides, the ninja world is so dangerous now, I am so happy that Kai can have enough power to protect himself in advance." Might Dai looked at Kai, who was squatting in the corner of the laboratory with a gentle look, and then sighed. "But Hideki, your invention is really amazing. Originally, I planned to teach Kai that move after a few years, when he had thoroughly built up his physical foundation and would not be easily injured. I didn't expect that Hideki would actually create such a magical ninja tool that could advance this time so much. Actually, this is just a trick," Hideki said modestly. "And this method has considerable limitations. It can only support the practice of the first 3 gates at most. Because from the 4th gate, the chakra in the body will increase sharply, and the power that explodes can no longer be suppressed by this binding technique." Might Dai shook his head and said, "This is enough. Hideki, you have learned to open the door, and you should be very clear about its wonderful uses. After removing the restrictions on the brain area, we can fully control our bodies, and even the smallest weak points can be trained in a targeted manner. If it is not difficult at the beginning, it is easy to hurt the body by mastering the strength, then this is simply the most perfect bodybuilding secret technique. And your ninja tool, Hideki, just makes up for this shortcoming, allowing Kai to travel a few years less." But Might Dai couldn't help but worry when he said this. Is there any problem with the Hyuga clan? If they find out that Kai is practicing the 8 gates, I'm afraid it will cause a bigger conflict. In fact, after guessing that the Hyuga clan was also going to use the breathing method to practice the 8 gates, Hideki reminded Senior Dai that it would be best not to reveal that he knew the 8 gates. Since the 8 gates scroll was only signed with the word Tianren, Might Dai also learned the truth after listening to Hideki's words. He never expected that he would accidentally fall off a cliff and survive, and then the secret scroll he found next to a corpse in the cave was actually from the Hyuga clan. According to Hideki's guess, the corpse should be a branch of the Hyuga clan. It is estimated that he brought the scroll with him when he defected, but was killed by the Hyuga clan's long-distance activation of the caged bird technique, which eventually benefited Senior Dai. Although Might Dai is honest, he is not stupid. He knows that the major ninja clans value the inheritance of secret techniques. So although he really wants to give back his training experience to the Hyuga clan, he finally listens to Hideki's reminder and does not make it public for the time being. Anyway, Hideki is also preparing to gradually popularize the 8 gates of Dunjia, and the Hyuga clan will sooner or later get his results. But this time Hideki took out the 8 gates of Dunjia in advance for Kai to learn, which made Might Dai a little worried. It's okay. Hideki knew Dai's worries and smiled to comfort him. After all, my talent for invention is well known, and our training suits also have the ability to see through things. So even if we can develop the 8 gates, it's definitely not surprising. And this King Fist is not a complete copy of the 8 gates, but an organic combination of it and breathing techniques. Even if I use it in front of them, they won't catch me. That's good. Might Dai was relieved. If Kai was targeted, even if he was no match for him, he would burn his life to protect him. After all, the Hyuga clan was the source of the 8 gates, and he really didn't want to use it on them. Hideki didn't know that he had unconsciously helped the Hyuga clan avoid a disaster of genocide. At this time, he had just finished adjusting the Kaioken training suit, so he said to Akai in the corner. The training suit is adjusted, Akai, come and try it on. Chapter 291 FUMO. At this time, Akai was almost asleep, although he continued to do squats in a half-asleep state. After hearing what Hideki said, he suddenly woke up and came to Hideki, looking forward to going out for a walk like a puppy. However, when he saw Hideki handing him a large set of familiar equipment, the expectation on his face gradually dissipated, and he couldn't help scratching his head and said, "Teacher Hideki, isn't this Jerry's puppet suit? He has been helping in the toy store these days, wearing a similar mouse puppet suit, so he is certainly not unfamiliar with it." However, Hideki shook his head seriously. "No, no, no. This is a member of the Jerry family, named Bung Tai-kun. Ordinary puppet clothes are too uncomfortable to wear, so this was originally my improved prototype, adding many useful functions. But when I made the Kaioken training suit prototype before, I used it for convenience as the basis of the training suit. If you mind, Kai, I can spend a day or two to transfer the entire system to other clothes." "No, no, this is fine." Akai shook his head hurriedly. Teacher Hideki was so busy and enthusiastic to meet his willful demands. How could he have the nerve to delay his time again? Besides, he didn't know when the turtle and crane competition would start, and he didn't dare to delay even for a day or two. Finally, he had worn this puppet suit before, and he had long been accustomed to it. How could he dislike it? However, Akai didn't know that the difference between this puppet suit and the one he wore before was bigger than it looked. Since he had no objection, Hideki began to teach him how to put it on and activated the system. Then, since Akai couldn't open the door by himself, Hideki used the 8 gates A cup ointment method to help him open it, which made Mighty Dai marvel at it. The function of the training suit has been activated. Akai, you can try to move your body, and then slowly increase your strength to see how it works. Hideki instructed. Akai, who had transformed into a humanoid mouse, came to the open space in the laboratory and performed various Konoha fluid techniques. His speed was getting faster and faster, and his movements were getting more and more sharp. The wind pressure generated by a simple kick is enough to make the papers on the table in the distance fly all over. Although it looks silly, its power should not be underestimated. Obviously, after removing the restrictions on the brain area, Akai is gradually releasing the potential of his body and showing a level far beyond his usual level. But the next step is the key. Soon Akai's speed has reached a level that should not appear on a child. After a sweeping kick, he took off into the air and kicked violently at a speed that even the lower ninjas could hardly see. Then he suddenly swayed in the air, fell heavily to the ground, and twitched. Obviously, the kick just touched the limit of Akai's current body, so the training suit activated the binding technique and electric shock function. Fortunately, there is a soft puppet suit as a buffer, so it is probably not a big deal. Sure enough, Akai quickly resurrected on the spot and couldn't wait to share his feelings. However, when his words were transmitted outside the puppet suit, they became meaningless and somewhat malicious words. Fumo. Might Dai asked in confusion. Hideki, what happened to Kai? Why does he make such a strange sound? Hideki said with a guilty look. Sorry, this puppet suit actually has a voice changer built in, which will convert the user's words into this kind of call. This is to prevent the user from talking casually and destroying the children's innocent fantasies. When I transformed it into a Kaioken training suit, I ignored it to save time. I didn't expect it to be inexplicably bound to the training system and couldn't be turned off separately. To solve this problem, I'm afraid I have to start from the bottom rune formula. Due to time constraints, I have to let Kai make do with it. Fortunately, I can connect the puppet suit through the chakra line, so it's not a big problem to hear what Kai is actually saying. Akai said again, Fumo. What has Kai been saying all along? Mat Dai asked curiously, but soon he had an idea. Oh, I know, he must be saying that as long as there is the bond of youth, everyone can understand each other even without words. Hideki shook his head and said. No, he said he just got an electric shock and seemed to have accidentally urinated. Mat Dai. Then Hideki added. But Kai, don't worry, in order to wear it for a long time, this puppet suit has a urine and sweat absorption system designed inside. At critical times, it can also convert them into drinking water, self-sufficient, and perfectly solve the problem of going to the toilet and replenishing water after wearing a puppet suit. I would like to call it the golden cycle that can be shoulder to shoulder with the golden whirl. The next morning, the first day of the new semester. Where the leaves of Konoha dance, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village, allowing new leaves to sprout again. On the high platform of the ninja school playground, the Sandame said the usual clichés and launched the strongest illusion in the ninja world, the will of fire, to the young ninjas. However, unlike before, he didn't say a few words, and there was a huge screen behind him. It was playing the promotional video of the will of fire that Hideki, who was drafted into the army, had rushed to work on in the past few days. The Hidden Leaf Village, our home. The picture starts with the beautiful scenery around Konoha, and gradually focuses on the peaceful and stable daily life in the village. Wealth, freedom, democracy, our way of life. In the picture, Inyazuka-ja, who made a friendly appearance in the picture and was dressed in casual clothes, greeted the passing ninjas. But freedom is not easy to get. The plot suddenly took a sharp turn, and a group of masked ninjas wearing forehead protectors from the 4 major ninja villages appeared, burning, killing and looting in the village. The most terrifying thing is that they brutally killed Wang Kei, the family member of Inyazuka-ja. Wang Kei. Wang Kei. You can't die. Inyazuka-ja hugged Wang Kei, crying. You have been with me for so long, you have been loyal to me, and I didn't even help you find a wife. I'm sorry for you. Woo. Some girls with low tier points have begun to cry. And the boys gnashed their teeth, wishing to kill all those hateful enemy village ninjas. Then the scene was frozen at the moment when Inyazuka-ja wailed to the sky, and then another Inyazuka-ja came out and said to the camera. Haha, do you think it's familiar? Such scenes are being staged all over the ninja world at this moment, and we may be the next one. Unless you can make the most correct choice in your life. Inyazuka-ja snapped his fingers and immediately put on the standard ninja uniform. Then he put on the forehead protector that symbolized the Konoha ninja, and said in an excited tone. Come on, prove to everyone that you have enough strength and courage to defend your home. Join us, join the ranks of Konoha ninja. Chapter 292 3 Major Colleges. As the screen went black, deafening applause broke out on the playground. The young ninjas were all excited, and they couldn't wait to graduate and become Konoha ninjas to defend their homeland. Looking at the cult-like scene in front of him, Hideki under the high platform couldn't help but feel guilty. I didn't expect that he had turned into a dragon before he became a hero. There was no way. Who made him draw a big pie for the Sandame to spread the will of fire through movies in order to obtain the telescope technique? The movie was still a long way off, and the Sandame asked him to make a short film to boost morale and promote the will of fire. Naturally, he was embarrassed to refuse. But Hideki still couldn't bear this kind of behavior of encouraging children to graduate early and become ninjas as soon as possible. That's why he used this spoof shooting method, hoping that the little ninjas would realize the irony after calming down. Helpless, looking at the children's fanatical expressions, I'm afraid few people can understand his deep meaning. Fortunately, Hideki also has a backup plan. Just when the Sandame was satisfied with everyone's reactions and was about to continue to launch a mouth-to-mouth attack, the originally black screen lit up again. They killed his dog. Now, he's going to kill a lot of people. In the vicissitudes of the voiceover, Inyazuka-ja appeared in the screen again, holding Wang Kei's body and walking slowly in the heavy rain. It was obviously just a simple action, but combined with the narration just now and the body he was holding, it made people feel a kind of oppressive atmosphere that was hard to breathe. Just when everyone's expectations were hanging up, and they were curious about how Inyazuka-ja would retaliate, the screen suddenly went black, leaving a line of big words. The Inyazuka family's masterpiece John Wick is being filmed, so stay tuned. Clang! Many teachers and students were stunned instantly. After all this time, this turned out to be just a movie advertisement. Looking at the Inyazuka-ja teacher grinning like a fool, everyone's last bit of enthusiasm disappeared immediately. The Sandame could only be speechless when he saw this. He had heard from Hideki that the Inyazuka clan would help shoot the scenery of various places in the film, and the reward was to insert a few seconds of advertising at the end to promote their film. But he never expected that this advertisement could be seamlessly connected with the previous content, which immediately reduced everyone's enthusiasm that had just been accumulated with great difficulty. But in his opinion, Hideki could not have done it on purpose, and it was probably a mistake caused by too tight time. I had no right to blame him for asking Hideki for help on a whim. However, the third generation was a little bored because of this, and then he ended his speech hastily. Hideki laughed in his heart, but on the surface he could only smile at the third generation who had stepped down, and then walked up to the stage as planned. Hello everyone, I am Kimura Hideki, the teacher who teaches puppetry. Hideki greeted the curious children in the audience. I am on stage just to inform everyone of the changes in the points system this semester. The little ninjas were immediately refreshed. They still remember the exciting and rewarding points battle last semester, so they are particularly concerned about it. Hideki said. After the trial last semester, I think everyone can see the effect of the points system. Even if we only look at the book data, the test scores of each grade last semester have increased by at least 30% compared to the past. So don't worry, the points system will continue to be implemented this semester, and thanks to the additional sponsorship of major ninja clans and businesses, the prizes this semester will become more generous. As for the specific situation, I won't go into details, you can check it out on the bulletin board later. Many young ninjas cheered and were happy to see this happen. After the cheers stopped, Hideki continued. In addition, in order to continue to improve the effectiveness of the points system, we will go a step further this semester and add new rules to it. The most important thing is that we will divide everyone into 3 branches according to their personalities, specialties, and wishes. But don't worry, this branch is only nominal for the time being and will not change your original class. The reason why it is called this is that the school will provide additional courses for the characteristics of different colleges, similar to our training courses. If the effect is significant, then next school year may continue to improve in this direction and become the 3 real branches. Hideki smiled slightly. But I think what everyone is most concerned about is their relationship with the points system. See the children. The students nodded repeatedly, and Hideki said. It's actually very simple. Whenever you get points in the future, your college will also get corresponding points. When the semester is over, the college with the highest points will receive extremely generous rewards. That means all the students in the college will double their personal points earned this semester. Wow! All the students' eyes lit up instantly, and they realized what this meant at once. As long as they get the first place in the college, those rewards that originally felt out of reach may really be exchanged. Seeing that the children were all eager to try and were so excited, Hideki couldn't help but nod secretly. Sure enough, compared to fooling people to burn their own will of fire, this kind of model of giving and getting is more in line with his aesthetics. Then he said. Myabokuzen branch, Shikotani Forest branch, and Ryakudo branch, these are the names of the 3 branches of the ninja school in the future. Yes, the Sandame was finally scared and didn't dare to name the school after the Senju brothers and himself. That's right, it is estimated that ordinary teachers would not dare to say Sarutobi Hiruzen deducted 2 points on their lips, it always sounds weird. And choosing the 3 holy places as the name of the school, the Sandame actually had a plan. After all, the 3 holy places are not tied to Konoha. If they turn to other villages, Konoha's situation will definitely be worse. So using their names on the school can also be regarded as increasing the connection between the 2. It is said that the Sandame also sought the consent of the Holy Land Immortals through Jiraiya and others before daring to use the name here to ensure that it is foolproof. In the end, although Hideki did not guarantee anything, the name of the 3 holy places was enough to make everyone imagine. They speculated that the 3 holy places would select new contractors from each school. Of course, this was also expected by the Sandame and Hideki, and it just happened to encourage everyone to practice hard. The most interesting thing is that Mitarashi Anko, who will enter school next year, will actually sign a contract with Ryakudo in the future. It is estimated that everyone will believe this conjecture and work harder to practice. Then maybe someone among them will be appreciated by the immortals of the Holy Land and sign a contract with each other. If it continues like this, maybe one day the names of the 3 major colleges will really become worthy of their names. Chapter 293 Puppetry Class in the New Semester. The exciting promotional video, the new movie that people are looking forward to, the improvement of the points system, the division of the 3 major colleges. On the first day of school, a series of intelligence bombed the little ninjas like depth charges, making them dizzy. Whether in class or during class, everyone couldn't help whispering to each other, talking about topics that they were interested in, which gave the teachers a headache. As the initiator, Hideki knew nothing about it. He was reading in his office while making various small ninja tools with chakra lines. He did this not to show off, but to exercise his multi-threading ability when using the telepathic technique. Time passed slowly, and it was afternoon before he knew it. As soon as the bell rang, Hideki walked into the puppetry classroom converted from a warehouse on time. Teacher Hideki, long time no see. Congratulations on becoming a Jonin. Many students greeted Hideki, especially those who did not participate in the training camp. Hideki also smiled and returned the greetings one by one, then walked up to the stage and looked around at everyone and said, I am very happy to continue to see you here and explore the secrets of puppetry together. Everyone has laid a foundation for a semester, so this semester we will officially start to study puppetry in depth. But before that, we still have to consolidate the knowledge points learned at the end of last semester, the creation of chakra lines with different characteristics. So in the next period of time, I will first test your current level so that I can formulate the next training content for each of you. Then Hideki said in a joking tone. After a 2-month-long vacation, you should not have returned all these things to me, the teacher. Of course not. Most of the little ninjas looked very ambitious and couldn't wait to show their training results to Hideki. In fact, when Hideki taught everyone the meridian spinning method last semester, it was already close to the end of the semester, and most students failed to master it. Only a few people like Lin and Xianjian were willing to endure the pain and mastered 1 or 2 meridian lines through the quick method. As a result, they achieved quite good results in the subsequent martial arts competition. Other children were of course very sorry when they saw this, and regretted not following their example. So during this holiday, they all worked hard to strengthen their training, and they were quite confident that they could satisfy teacher Hideki. Of course, this excludes Obito, whose smile was frozen at this time. Although this kid had mastered the use of the thumbs less business line through the quick method before. But he was busy with training in the past 2 months and had never thought about reviewing it. He had forgotten most of it. Seeing that Obito was already frantically looking for Lin for help, Hideki shook his head and smiled, and began to examine everyone's training results in the past 2 months. The final result was similar to what he expected. Except for Obito, who did not want to reveal his name, everyone had mastered at least 2 special chakra line manufacturing lines. The talented ninja children had even mastered 3 or even 4. As Hideki's favorite student, Nohara Lin had mastered all 6 chakra line production lines at this time. Of course, whether they can be integrated and switched at any time during the battle is another matter. While checking everyone's results, Hideki also used acupuncture to help everyone learn new routes as before. After all the students finished their presentations, more than half of the class time had passed. Fortunately, this was also within Hideki's expectations. There is no need to cram too much new knowledge into the first class, just proceed step by step. However, in order to prevent everyone from being careless like Obito, Hideki still gave everyone the shot of encouragement he had prepared in advance. Before you forget, I have to announce something. He suddenly smiled and said. Do you remember that because of the martial arts meeting the shelved pocket puppetman competition? I am happy to tell you that this competition will be held this weekend. This competition is mainly to test everyone's comprehensive achievements last semester. The manufacturing and maintenance of chakra lines and the creation of puppetman parts are all key points. So the handle will use the current limiting mode during the competition. Everyone can only output the same amount of chakra, and cannot rely on the amount of chakra to win. Hideki paused here to give everyone time to digest, and then reminded. Although everyone has not learned the puppet control technology, they can only use the handle to control the pocket puppetman. But don't forget that chakra lines with different characteristics can also be used in the control of puppetman. So whether you can master more types of chakra lines, and whether you can integrate them and apply them to the battle of pocket puppet beasts, is the key to the victory of this competition. Many smart students have already known what teacher Hideki meant. They have not forgotten that this pocket puppet beast competition has quite generous prizes. With this carrot hanging in front of them, even if they don't want to, they can only practice chakra line technology obediently. However, everyone still overestimated Hideki's integrity. By the way, I almost forgot to say it. Hideki smiled and added the last knife. I have applied to the Hokage, and this puppet beast competition will be held in Konoha Square. At that time, the big screen will also broadcast it live in real time, so that most people in Konoha can see it. So this is equivalent to the first appearance of our Konoha puppetry in front of the villagers. Whether the negative impression of puppetry in everyone's mind can be changed depends on everyone's efforts. Hiss. The little ninjas were shocked again when they heard this. Does teacher Hideki have to make such a big deal? He actually wants these novices to fight with pocket puppetmen in public, and to bear such a heavy responsibility? In order not to embarrass themselves in front of everyone, they have no choice but to practice to death. Alas, this semester has just begun, isn't the teacher too cruel? It seems that this semester will be like the last semester, and will be spent in pain and happiness. Hideki looked at the little ninja's aggrieved appearance and laughed in his heart. However, he was not to torment the children, but to promote pocket puppetmen. Because making pocket puppetmen, which everyone loves, a flagship product of Bandai Toy Store, is actually Hideki's goal all along. If it can be achieved, then he will not worry even if he is as unprogressive as the Pokemon production company in his previous life. No business. Although the workshop apprentices do not have the ability to create pocket puppetmen now. But the filming of Kamen Rider Kyuga will start next, and the apprentices will also start to make related peripheral toys. After this experience, their level should be barely up to the standard, and they can make most of the parts of pocket puppetmen and draw some rune pieces. Then the production capacity of pocket puppetmen can be improved, and the day when Bandai Toy Store sweeps the ninja world with toys is probably not far away.